In a world full of uncertainty, education isn't just learning, it's becoming. It's the foundation that turns questions into quests. Seekers of knowledge redefine industries and rewrite our collective story. Each lesson sparks a new beginning, where education elevates and pioneers rise. In their hands, innovation becomes the blueprint of a brighter tomorrow. Dreamers captivated by museum walls become the artists of tomorrow. Their imaginations blossom, painting a future once only dreamed of. Here, changemakers forge the future. Hesitant steps today grow into confident strides toward tomorrow. Each breakthrough kindles the fire of hope and courage, where courage is nurtured and leaders are born. A new generation rises, shaped by knowledge, driven by purpose. They are explorers, creators, and changemakers, each carrying the light forward, turning possibility into promise.
Since the start of our story, is controlled seamlessly. With one touch, one pull, one peek, or just a few words.
Hey BMW, turn on the music.
Even the most ordinary of little things can be epic. Dominate every day your way.
What is the digital plus economy? We have experienced several life-changing global events, which accelerated the need to transform, impacting businesses and people alike, transforming the way we work, collaborate, communicate, and live our lives. These changes put us on the threshold of a new hyper-connected economy, a digital plus economy. As we move into this new reality, there are 4 key skills we must all master to succeed in this new economy. Collect and understand data in real time, intelligently automate the repetitive and predictable, steer clear of security pitfalls, and to digitally transform the business ecosystem to provide total experience. We see the new horizon of the digital plus economy. This is the next wave, the next dimension of our technology, transforming our global cultures and markets. If you're doing business today, you have a digital business, and you must supercharge that business. Being a little bit digital won't cut it. You need that extra spot. You need to be digital plus.
Good morning, everyone. Once again, a very, very warm welcome to all of you and all of you who've woken up at 9 o'clock on a Sunday morning and have filled the hall. A double thanks to all of you. For those of you who've joined us today, I'm Shoma Chaudhary. I'm the founder of Lucid Lions, and we're a company passionate about the power of ideas and conversation, and this really epitomizes the power of that. The feedback we've got from all of you yesterday has been really, really rewarding, and I hope that that helps us shape the kind of society we want to be. Before I thank all our partners, I wanted to reinforce some of the strands and themes that we picked up yesterday. You know, all through the day, we were brought face to face with the kind of exponential, accelerated forces, sciences, ideas, and technologies that are coming together to create what we defined as a threshold moment in history. And as Pushmeet Kohli also accepted, that this era of technology is not equivalent to electricity or to the industrial age or possibly even the discovery of fire. It is something else because we are on that cusp of transmuting into another species altogether. And so we heard about VR, AR, AI, embodied AI, gene editing, nanotechnology, digital uploading, you know, every kind of expansion of human boundaries. But the messages that I took back, at least, was all the discussions about the nature of reality and self. With Anil Seth and with innumerable others, what came home to us is that the reality that we live in is really a kind of projection of our own minds. So it's really become important, one, to recognize the actual nature of reality, to understand that it is something that we are shaping, and to take responsibility for that so that reality doesn't become something that, you know, is external to us and outside of our control and agency. When we were talking about AI technology, Paolo Benanti repeatedly brought home the point that at least as of now, this technology is not something that exists outside of us like some divine machine. It is very much within the control of those who are shaping it. So to recognize that nature of reality, not as an inevitability, but as something that we are shaping, is to take back that agency. And I think that should be a theme that we pursue through this day as we encounter another treasury of absolutely amazing minds who have that audacity of imagination, not to live by the status quo, but to push the boundaries of every kind of meaning. And along with changing ourselves, we're also changing the power dynamics between nations, between people, between professions, between geopolitical realities. So there's a lot of responsibility taking that is beholden upon us. And once again, to remind us that the word synapse literally means that that is the function of the brain where all thought and action happens. And right here, individually, each of us have more than 10 trillion synapses. I won't do the maths, but look at us. Look at the power-packed ripple fields that are here and the ideas that we can take out into the external world. So once again, thank you very much for taking the time to be here. I'd like to thank all our partners who make it possible for Synapse to come together. And foremost amongst them, and with really heartfelt gratitude, I'd again like to give our thanks to Roshni Nadar and Shikhar Malhotra and the entire Shiv Nadar Foundation. They're the most generous patrons possible. As I said yesterday, they bought into the idea of Synapse at word go when it was not even a pitch deck, and they have been extremely supportive, very, very gracious. The Shiv Nadar Foundation is the eponymous foundation created by Mr. Shiv Nadar himself, the founder of HCL Technologies, which is a $13.8 billion company, one of India's foremost largest technology companies. But he's used his personal wealth to create a foundation that believes in the transformative power of education, of ideas. It's committed to creating a meritorious, equitable society, which also looks at those disempowered. And that's another theme that we kept speaking about yesterday, that so much of this change is about the top of the pyramid, and there are very few ideas about what's going to happen to the rest of humanity. Typically, 90% of the pyramid is not even in the room or part of the conversation. So Shiv Nadar's commitment to providing information, ideas to that section of society is truly commendable. They have more than 50,000 alumni, 1 lakh constituents who are part of their schools and universities. And again, a huge thank you. The lavishness of this is possible because of them. So please, another round of applause. I'd also like to thank the Glenlivet. They are truly supporters, and their core DNA is about original thinking. They're the original Speyside single malt, and they started 200 years ago. That journey has continued since their founder, George Smith, came up with the particular formulation that makes the malt that we all love. But they have been innovating around that, creating different kind of textures and flavors of malts, but sticking to their roots of original thinking. And that is why, again, Karthik Mohindra, it took him 3 minutes. I keep saying that because, you know, in the business of finding money, anybody who supports you in 3 minutes is someone to be lauded for life. And Karthik and his entire team have done that. They have supported us. Both Shivnadar Foundation and Glenlivet have been expanding their footprint of support. So we are very grateful to them. And if yesterday your brain flowed and felt liquid with imagination, you know who to thank for that. That original thinking is made possible you know, by the fuel that Glenlivet is providing us. So big thanks to them. Speaking of fuel, we have another fantastic partner, BMW, absolutely pedigreed name. And they, again, are partnering with us because they believe in this kind of shifting boundaries of the future, but they believe in innovation and luxury with conscience. They have an exquisite car outside, and I was telling you, please do go shower love on it. It's the, you know, it's the iX1. Long wheelbase. You can see I don't possess a BMW. You know, all our speakers have loved being picked up by it, and everyone has said, how do you open the doors? You know, it's that high tech. So yes, I hope that the journey of Synapse takes me into being inside the BMW than admiring it from outside. But those of you who can afford it, do buy it. It is the first all-electric car that's been made in India, and BMW feels it is the first in their series that if you're the first-time BMW owner, this is what you should have. So go look at it. I'd also like to thank Deep Kalra from Make My Trip, who's been a fantastic supporter. As I said yesterday, half of you gathered here is because Deep has personally messaged all of you, putting his personal credibility on the line, saying, come taste this conference. So a big thank you to him and his team. Make My Trip, again, of course, all of us use it. It's been synonymous with easy travel for leisure, but they have a new product now called My Biz, which is designed for business and professional corporates. It's to make travel easy. It's a expense management system. It's AI automated, and they're very proud of this product. I don't know if their QR codes is on your seat, but do have a look at it, scan it, and you'll understand the services that they're providing. Again, I'd like to thank Novama, unbelievable partners. You know, it's an integrated wealth management company. They manage, as I was saying yesterday, India is a divided society. The top percentage of India looks very, very rosy, and they are those who make that look rosier and rosier because they are managing 4.2 trillion rupees of India's wealth. They manage the top family offices in the country. They have more than 12 lakh of the prosperous in India in their portfolio. If you're not amongst their umbrella, you're missing out on something. So do have a look at them. They handle more than 20,000 companies, and many of them Fortune 500s. So it is an aspirational brand to have looking after your wealth. Do look out for them. I'd also like to mention that MMT's My Biz is already being used by 59,000 companies. That's a huge number. So very, very proud to have all of them as our partners. Again, we have HCL Software. It is really wonderful for them in particular to partner with us because, as I said, Shivnadar Foundation is already a very generous patron, but from the same stable of HCL Technologies, HCL Software is a division that's looking at enterprise-grade solutions for a diverse range of businesses. And after Igal Luna's last session yesterday, all of us must be in a state of terror, if your companies and corporates even more, about the fragility of this data world in which we live in. We are in a substratum that is not biological, and HCL Software helps you secure that. They're working across different professions. So do look out for them. Their team is here, and you can look at their website, which is hcl-software.com. So again, you'll get a sense of what is on offer from them. Next is Aditya Ghosh. of Homage Advisors. Again, a cup of coffee that ended up being wonderful support. He's promised support in a personal capacity for the next how many ever years that we do Synapse. So a big thank you to him. And Homage Advisors advises companies and private enterprises to scale with a sense of purpose. And Aditya backs Akasa Air. He's got Manam Chocolates, E-aeroplanes. The first eVTOL, the vertical flights are going to begin in India, and he's part of that. He also supports Blue Tokai. We all enjoy that coffee. So thank you, Aditya, for being such a support. And then a raft of others, really. And I'm glad that this list of thank yous is so long because it shows you the kind of faith and goodwill that Synapse has garnered. So Anthill Ventures, Prasad Vanga, wonderful friend again. And Anthill is a speed scale platform that helps startups scale up. And he's been doing wonderful work, particularly in urban living. So all our luxuries, food, travel, every dimension of urban living is something that Prasad is helping take to the future. We have, Deep Holistics, Sanat. His stall is out there. We've been hearing about this new frontier of personalized medicine, bioinformatics. Again, it's a dual-edged sword, but definitely all of us would like to know if we're headed for a heart attack or diabetes or a mental health, meltdown. And his diagnostic helps do that. So you can go get your report when you go outside. We have Via Climate, Shruti Kaveri, again, advising businesses on how to follow ESG goals and create sustainability. It's a proprietary platform that she's created. There's Narayan Rajan of Nautilus that looks after really efficient shipping and port services. And we have Clicks Capital, Pramod Basin and Anil Chawla. Again, Clicks Capital's, their core work is really with MSMEs, but they supported us. They're a non-banking financial corporation working with MSMEs, but they supported us because they believe that this proliferation of ideas in our society is super important. A big thank you to all of them. Again, to Suketu Shah, Zai Shah, Aryaman Shah, Kiran Shah. You can see the Shahs are really out there for us. They supported us when we were a black hole. I'm sorry to use that metaphor again, but really some years ago, we were at an event horizon, all light had disappeared, and these were the people who really believed in us when there was nothing. So a big thank you to them. A huge thank you again to my partner in all things, Aditya Puri, co-director of Lucid Lines, co-director of Synapse, the wonderful team at Lucid Lines, a young group of people, passionate, and a lot of you have talked about the visuals and films that we've created, all of it done in-house. We've also created Lucid Lines Creative Room. So if you want a piece of this automagical world that you all have all been loving, do reach out to us. We are happy to work with you on that. And with that, we're going to get into our next session. Before that, Aditya Ghosh just reached out to me 2 minutes ago saying that he wanted to say a couple of lines and to say something about Synapse that I think matters. So I'm going to ask him to come on stage to say it, and then we're going to dive into the sessions. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Shoma. I actually just wanted to kind of say a few things that I think Shoma and the team might be a little bit shy of saying, which is why to go out there and actively support Synapse. We're living in a fast-changing world where, change is both hard and baffling and exciting. And Shoma has created something absolutely incredible, Shoma and her team. If all of you who've been here yesterday, the mind-blowing, mind-bending sessions, and if you're looking forward to what's going to happen today, you know that we literally don't have something like this in India. As we harbor ambitions to take India to the world, this is an effort to bring the most brilliant and the best of the best to India, in our city, in our neighborhood. And something like this, without a massive corporation or a media company or a media house behind it, it takes a lot of effort. It's a lot of sleepless nights. It's a lot of anxiety to put together the resources till the very, very last moment to create something of this caliber and quality. Everything from the infrastructure to the food and beverage to the event space to the quality of the graphics and the quality of the team that supports Shoma. Not to embarrass Shoma, but Shoma does not actually take a single rupee out of any of this. I have to embarrass you a little bit. But I think what we all understand is that something like this takes a lot of money, resources, time, and effort. And it'll be immensely helpful if all of us can reach deep within and support it in some way or the other, to keep something like this in our city, in our neighborhood, and maybe someday take it to other parts of the country and to the region around us, or maybe even take it to other parts of the world. It requires a multi-year sort of vision, support, and investment. So it can start with as little as 1 lakh a month to something more generous and impactful. And how cool will it be if this becomes the world's and globally the largest collective philanthropic movement, where all of us can be proud of being part of something, where the institution that we are building is not a physical space, but it's in our minds that connects our hearts. So with that, I really appeal to all of you to really see if you can support the Synapse Conclave in any way. I know the team and me and Deep and Prasad and all of us will reach out to you. So thank you for being here. You have an incredible, incredible day ahead of you. Shoma, back to you. Thank you for having us here.
Thank you, Aditya. I didn't know it was going to be quite in that pitch. Just one thing that I do have to correct about what Aditya said. As you know, yesterday I wasn't letting Igal, I hope he's here, get away with the kind of inaccurate binary of good and evil. So I cannot stand here and let Aditya say that I don't take a rupee. I do. And it's very important. In fact, many people said, turn this into a non-profit. And I said, no, I won't. One, because the rules in India for non-profits is very, very scary. But more than that, because I genuinely believe that ideas themselves should be something that is profitable, and it's important to have this in society supported with the kind of value that it creates. So yes, I proudly do not take what one should, but I do take, Aditya, so I just want that clarified. And now let's go into the absolutely wonderful array of minds that we have here. I'm personally really excited about the next session because, as I said, it's that starting point. Yesterday, we started with an embodied AI and a robot. Today, we're going to go deep inside, excavating our own minds. Who are we as humans? What is the nature of consciousness? What is that value system that makes us unique and something worth hanging on to in an era when we're ready to pass the baton on to another species altogether? To discuss that, we have an amazing polymathic Renaissance man, Matthew Ricard. Matthew is a Buddhist monk. He is also a cell geneticist from the Pasteur Institute many years ago, but the DNA remains. He's also a photographer that has been praised by Henri Cartier-Bresson. He is the advisor to the Dalai Lama. He runs the Karuna Shechen, which is Compassion in Action. And he's been a bridge between Eastern knowledge systems and Western science for many years, helping all worlds come together to a space of understanding. And the beauty of it is none of these identities is who Matthew Ricard is. So ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Matthew Ricard on stage. Matthew, thank you so much for coming.
Pleasure.
And thank you for being here all of yesterday. It was very special to see you sitting there, listening to everything that was being said. So, Matthew, I know that you are very keen to speak about compassion and the nature of altruism and the revolution that's possible, and I think that's a really important subject to speak about. But before that, I wanted to really establish some of the principles of what the self is and what the reality of nature is for us to be able to understand how compassion and altruism can play out in that realm. So many years ago, when you left your life in France and you went and joined the monastery in Darjeeling, you met with your father, who was a French intellectual, and you had this dialogue with him, which became the book, The Monk and the Philosopher. And you, argued over the different processes, the science of the mind in the tradition of Buddhism and science of the mind in the realm of Western empiricism. So if you were to distill 2 or 3 things that, really emerged from that dialogue with your father, what would it be?
Well, I think it's not to underestimate the power of transformation of mind, because basically our control of the outer world is limited, is ephemeral, and it's often illusory. And of course, it is essential to improve the world. There's no question that we should remedy to extreme poverty. We should bring education. We should empower women. All that's absolutely necessary. But it is kind of a drama to underestimate the importance of the way our mind works. We deal with our mind from morning till evening. It can be our best friend or worst enemy. It has the power to override outer circumstances. We can be miserable in a little paradise, and we can remain our inner strength, compassion, and joy of being alive, even in face of adverse circumstances. So, in a way, if we can transform the way our mind works, we transform our worlds. My dear friend Anil said yesterday, said that we don't perceive reality as it is, we perceive reality as it is. Evolution equipped us to perceive it as it is useful for us to survive. And it's very hard to imagine how the bat sees the world. There's been a lot of philosophical question about that. I can hardly, at 79, I can hardly walk without falling down, but a bat can fly in the dark. But if a bat look at a big storm on the ocean one day, and an ocean is like a mirror the next day, how did the bat relates the two? I don't know. So everyone's world is, our world is the way the mind perceives the world. So how can we know reality? There's many of those questions. But the main point is that if the way our mind works is the ultimate thing that transform outer circumstances in happiness or misery, then it seems important to do something about our mind.
Right. Matthew, I just want to emphasize this because when one first encounters it, like I was saying to Anil yesterday, it is a difficult concept to understand. That what do we mean by saying that nature doesn't exist as is and that it's something that we are actively creating? It's a very powerful idea because it makes you realize that, that everything isn't immutable, that it is not inevitable, it is something that we are creating out of our own minds. So at the heart of that is the idea of the self, and Buddhism has a very profound and important idea of the self. So help people understand that relation between nature and the self.
So at first, creating is a big word.
Yes.
I think the fact is that there is a whole set of, everything is interrelated and interdependent. So we speak in Buddhism of interdependent production. It's all the works of relations between things. So when a particular type of consciousness, like a human consciousness, or a bat consciousness, or the consciousness of an ant, to some extent, comes in the face of a certain thing that may be not fully determined by itself, there's a crystallization of a particular way of seeing the world. So we're not creating things. Something happened in this interaction that we perceive the world in a certain way. So now the self, of course, is in Hinduism, the Atman is the ultimate sort of reality. In many religions, we speak of the soul. Buddhism is a specialist of sort of decomposing the self.
Decomposing the self.
Well, I mean,
yes.
Seeing that it is a convenient illusion which has absolutely no real foundation. We have been mystified by the self for lifetimes and lifetimes according to Buddhism. And the analysis is very simple, basically. Now, we have the feeling, I have the feeling that I was this little boy, that this old monk, and somehow that's me that traveled all the way. So what this means is there is an history, the dynamic flow in constant transformation. That we may call that the person, and that's all fine. Then there's the sense of I. I wake up in the morning, I woke up this morning, I feel fine, or I feel hungry, or I feel cold. That's okay. But then we superimpose an idea of a concept, of a self.
Superimpose it.
Yes, that's the heart of myself, the core. This has consequences. Because if it is the core of my being, the most precious thing, then I must protect it. I must do everything to fend off anything that threatens that self. I must take everything that pleases that self. So then we start dividing the world, me and the world, me and others. So attraction, repulsion. What comes from that? Animosity, craving, pride, jealousy, lack of discernment, confusion, ignorance, delusion, suffering. So if it was just a philosophical idea, no problem. So what is in a simple way, the Buddhist analysis of them? Say, okay, you think you have a self, so where it is? Oh, it's somewhere here. Okay, where? In your heart? No. In the body? So where in the body? The whole body? So suppose I lose my legs. Well, I lost my leg, it's terrible, but I still have a self. So now they say, you push me. So that's the body. You hurt my feelings. That's the feeling. Now this is my feeling, so there's an owner, where it is. So is it in the mind? The past thoughts are gone. The future thought not yet born. The present is ungraspable. So where is that self? So it's an illusion.
I'm sorry to rush you on this, Matthew, but yes, there would be one frontier, I think, that is really the heart of the debate. Yes, it's not your limbs, it's not your particular organs, but definitely there's something that happens when integrated systems come together and there's a kind of processing of information that does give that illusion of the self, because when you're in a coma, your body continues to function, but your sense of I-ness, your sense of Matthew Ricard would disappear, So I think that lies at the heated debate around consciousness, whether it is just an information processing system, is it the spiritual construct of the Vedanta, is it the illusion of Buddhism? That's going to be, unless you want
to give you a last example.
Yes.
No, we call the Ganges, fine. Why? It is a continuum. It is different from the Yamuna River. But there's not a little head that comes up and says, don't forget, I am the Ganges, the real one, the core, the heart of the Ganges. So consciousness is a dynamic stream in constant transformation, and that it is fine. Now to assign something else is a fabrication of the mind. But there's no problem. It's a convenient illusion. We need that to function.
When I was reading your work and also precepts of Buddhism, I think for me at least what got distilled as something to take away as very enabling is the idea of change, the fact that the self is not whether it's illusion, whether it's not, we don't know, but it's definitely not immutable. And that very powerful idea at the heart of your work is that it can change because you are interacting with that perception of yourself, you're interacting with your reality and helping generate it, so you can shift it, you can remove yourself from it, change it. That was a very powerful message. I just wanted to come back to what I asked you about the dialogue with your father. Was he, did he sort of come around to your way of thinking? And it's interesting, yesterday when there was this discussion about reality, that the intuitions of the Eastern systems is being borne out by science, absolutely about the nature of reality. Anil Seth and others are neuroscientists. They're doing, experiments which show that the conception of the self and reality in Buddhism and the Vedanta are being borne out by science. So did your father come around to thinking like you?
No, I don't know if it's worth spending time on that, but my father had said the Greek had 3 questions. What can I know? How can I lead my life? And how can I govern the city? So he said democracy is supposed to have answered how to govern the nation. Science answers most of the questions. What can I know? But how to lead my life, according to my father, modern philosopher, had given up that to make big intellectual construct that is not so very useful. So he felt that Buddhism has something to contribute, but he didn't adhere to the other fundamental idea of Buddhism, but that was fine. So I don't know if that book was the beginning of an opportunity. That's many years now. I could start humanitarian projects. Now we're helping 500,000 people.
Would you speak a little
India
closer, please?
and in Nepal. Or at the beginning of my trouble, because I started to be taken in a maelstrom instead of staying quiet in my hermitage. So I don't regret that, but certainly it made a sudden change that I didn't expect.
So I just want to share with the audience that, when Matthew now starts to speak about compassion and altruism, apart from the fact that he's a very venerated Buddhist monk, there's also science that backs it. And Matthew has been part of many neuroscientific experiments with Richard Davidson's lab in the University of Wisconsin-Madison. And an epithet has been attached to him, which he shies away from, and it's an embarrassing media one. But Matthew has been called the happiest man alive on the planet because when the experiment was done with 250 sensors on his brain, Matthew hit it out of the park. They found that his gamma rays was outside all the graphs that were possible. So while everybody came in at a median of the best ones, happiest ones, most aware ones were at minus 0.3. He was at minus 0.45. He was like at the end of the axis where you needed a kind of intergalactic thing to look for it. So his gamma rays is like really out there on his left cortex.
May I slightly modulate
Tone
that?
it down, yes.
First of all, it was nothing to do with happiness, although of course compassion and altruism is probably the main factor for genuine happiness. And that's definitely not the only one. There was 20 subjects who had basically, I was the first one in time, so that was make little noise. But the good thing is it's not about me as somebody, special. It is anyone who had undergone between 10,000 or 50,000 hours of, they were not doing that to make a great performance, but just because they were engaged in a spiritual process. They all have very similar result. And so yes, the intensity of the gamma wave change was not been reported previously in neuroscience. Then there was a documentary from Australian television, and they said at the end, maybe this is the happiest person of the world. And then it was forgotten for some years, and then one day, a British newspaper, The Independent, at the title page, in the front page, we found the happiest person in the world, and from then it was completely out of control. I tried to make many disclaimers that there's no way to know the level of happiness of 8 billion human beings. You just have to think for 5 seconds. We're not measuring happiness, but anyway.
Yeah, I was just giving you media credentials.
I guess I will die with that. And, yes. It's better than to be called the unhappiest person in the world.
That's true. Yesterday, when Heino Falke was talking about discovering that image of the black hole and his entire team breaking into groups to, cross-check their confirmation biases, I want to say that Matthew has repeatedly been saying this, that only a few people were tested in that lab. So it's really, like you said, there's no way of knowing how happy other people are.
I was not even the best afterwards, after a few subjects.
Right.
Anyway,
but
the point is that, we are not born learning how to read and write, how to play the music, how to do sport performance, as we heard yesterday, this extraordinary way of enhancing our physical capacities. But somehow, we think that, when it comes to fundamental human qualities, like attention, compassion, resilience, inner freedom, inner peace, that's it. I'm a mixture of quality, of light and shadows, take it or leave it, I have to accept myself. Why? It's like giving up the race before crossing the starting line. It will be a mystery that those basic qualities are the only thing that's fixed somehow. like grave in stone. What is it? We cannot all become Olympic champion, or concert pianists, but there's a big margin. So every of those qualities are skills that can be enhanced to an optimal state by training and meditation. You know, people think is sitting under a mango tree with an incense stick. It's really familiarizing yourself with a better understanding of how the mind works and cultivating. You know, the bhavana in Sanskrit means to cultivate some qualities. So we can cultivate those skills, and all together they can make something that we can call sukha, or sort of a flourishing or well-being.
Yes. You know, you've said that the Buddhism is a science of the mind, you know, the contemplative life. And there's 2,500 years of it. So when I was talking about that experiment, it was in a way of kind of validating it from Western empiricism as well, that there is a brain plasticity. And when you do those exercises of meditation, we'll be listening to Adam Ghazali, who's one of the foremost scientists of brain plasticity, that it actually transforms the physiology of your brain, and that's what was borne out. So in that, Matthew, you know, you've been making a distinction between compassion and empathy. So when you, and you know, even when you went away from the monastery to look after an ailing family member, and you were going back into retreat, you asked the Dalai Lama what you should focus on, and he said, meditate on compassion, meditate on compassion, meditate on compassion. So help us understand this distinction between compassion and empathy, and how do you meditate on compassion?
You know, in the beginning, I was not very familiar with the concept, and there's no direct word in Tibetan. So I was talking with my friend Paul Ekman, which is a great psychologist on emotion. And he said, when you feel compassion, do you suffer with the person? Do you suffer yourself? So that's what a form of empathy. Well, there's two kinds of empathy, briefly. There is affective empathy, emotional empathy. You know, you come here with a big smile, and before I start, I feel smiling. So it's not contagion, but I smile because I smile, you smile, and I know it. Now, one form of empathy which often we are confronted with, first of all, empathy is an extraordinary quality. You know, Franz de Waal wrote a book on the age of empathy. We inherited to evolution. It allows us to know the state of the other. So affective empathy, if you suffer, I truly suffer. And Tanya Singer, with whom I work a lot, show that it's the same networks in the brain of suffering that actually if you suffer from the suffering of others. Now, and then there's a cognitive empathy, which is to try to know what people think without feeling it. And that's psychopaths are very good at cognitive empathy, but they have no affective empathy. So now, I went to Tanya Singer's lab, and she was the specialist of empathy, one of the great specialists. And she said, okay, let's do what you do normally. So I did it on compassion. And she said, what are you doing? It's not the same as we see usually. It was real-time fMRI. I said, doing compassion. So let's come out, we must discuss. And so I explained, and he said, can you just do empathy, resonate with suffering of others? So I had just seen the night before a documentary on Romanian orphans with incredibly sad condition. So I said, okay, I'll try. So I did, 45 minutes of in, out, that's what we do. Neutral state, then empathy, resonating with the suffering. Within 45 minutes, I got a burnout. And then she said, would you like to come out? Or shall we shift to compassion? I said, please, I need to shift to compassion now. I don't care. I can stay 5 hours in the fMRI. It's okay. So then when I shifted to compassion, it was like breaking a dam. Every atom of suffering was filled with atom of love. And the brain was a completely different pattern. So from there, we started the research. And we showed that it's quite different. Empathy is the effect, in the case of suffering, the effect that the suffering of others has on you. And so, of course, if you are a social worker, a medical nurse or something, and you are empathetic, then day after day, the patient either they cure or they die, but you don't suffer your whole life. But if day after day you see children with cancer and all that, it's too much. So you have burned out. So then we found that compassion is directed towards others. Like the doctor on the battlefield is not going to cry when he sees a wounded person. 24 hours he will operate. So we found that compassion was the antidote to burnout. And so people speak of compassion fatigue, and we show that it is empathy fatigue. Empathy left on its own is like a water pump without water.
Like a sponge.
It burns. So we need the water of loving kindness. And I met some nurse who said, I feel shy to tell my colleagues, but I feel so much love and joy to take care of them. I say, please continue. That's the way. So normally, doctors are advised, or social workers, to create a distance, to protect themselves emotionally. But that's not ideal. They can become very cold. So the real answer is cultivate compassion, loving kindness, good heart. And then empathy will. So we show that also doing experiments. Anya Singer showed that you can burn out very easily if you just practice empathy alone.
So, this is a very powerful distinction. And like you said, that compassion can be built like a muscle. And prior to that is to, get that freedom about understanding yourself, that it is not so implicated in the reality that is there. And I know you've been challenged by others in the past to say, if you're living in a monastery or you're well off, you're in happy circumstances, then it's very easy to be able to be compassionate or philanthropic. But what if you were in the midst of war, or you're in the midst of very adverse situations, Can you still have that equanimity and equipoise, and can compassion then operate in those places where you yourself are in a very adverse circumstance?
At my age, I have been faced with many circumstances. I went to Tibet. We were in an area of earthquake. We worked tirelessly to take people out of the rubble. We brought 20 trucks of helps. I have seen a lot of suffering. I've lived in India most of my life and Nepal. And about being well off, sorry, that's not the case, because I gave 100% of all my royalties to start the humanitarian work we do with Karuna. So I live easily with $100 a month. That's fine. Once I met in Delhi airport, someone said, there's a book called The Monk Who Sold His Ferrari. He said, did you sell your Ferrari? Are you the monk who sold his Ferrari? I said, I didn't sell mine yet. So basically, my favorite mantra is, I need nothing, I need nothing. And one of my friends, a Jesuit father who works in South India, he wrote a book, what is not given is lost.
No, I wasn't asking whether you possessed wealth or not, or your BMW. Let's not give Ferrari a pitch here, But I wasn't really asking about that. I was saying that people often ask that, as a monk, you've also kind of retreated from the whirlwind of life. You're not implicated in, the tug and pull of life.
So once I did an interview in England with the BBC and said, well, that's quite selfish to stay in retreat and all this. You don't have to deal, you don't have to pay tax, and you don't have to do this and that. I said, look.
I'm glad the BBC thinks the only adverse thing is to pay tax,
Maybe. So I said, look, when you build a hospital, the cement work, the electricity, the pipes, don't help anyone. So you could say, oh, no, don't build a hospital, you operate to surgery in the street. It's urgent now. Of course, you should do emergency work. But when the hospital is ready, it's so much useful. So the idea is in the ordinary world, in the confusion of the daily activities, distraction, mundane concern about gain and loss, pleasure and pain, fame and obscurity, we are too weak in a way to become strong enough to be at the service of others. So if you want to start an NGO, the best advice I would tell you is first spend time becoming a better human being so you can serve others better. So that's what we do in the Hermitage. That's not waste of time.
No, this is, again, it's those kind of eureka moments in your brain that even in Buddhism, it's kind of works in contrarian impulses, that to understand how to decompose the idea of the self, you first have to stabilize the idea of the self, to recognize it, and then to dismantle it, So
it's possible. But main thing is we need to train this altruism and compassion so that we can really be. What happens in many cases, we set about helping others, look at so many organizations, and then what happens? Human shortcomings, could be corruption, could be clashes of egos, So many NGOs collapse because of internal matters, not the outer. So, of course, a training that gives you the resilience to accomplish your goal, not try to make everyone perfect on the way. That's the work of the Buddha, not my work. I want to build a school, I want to build a clinic, so that's the thing. Yeah. So we need a kind of, being stable, not be careful, not mind too much if people, don't behave well and so forth, because you have a clear goal of helping others. And so you have the inner strength. And one of our weaknesses, why people speak so much of vulnerability, because we are so much self-centered. Me all day long, we feel so vulnerable because everything is a threat to that me or a possible advantage to that me. If you get rid of that me, then you're so open because you don't worry whether what people tell about you or not tell about you. And then you can be open, look at the world and try to be ready to help others.
Right. So I just want to come to the idea of altruism, and we'll have to wrap up soon, is that you've been speaking of altruism as a revolution. And again, engaging with your work, to me, it was a big discovery to see that, one, the interdependence of the world is something that lies at the heart of your, advocating for altruism. But you also, again, scientifically showed that even evolution, which we've been taught that it's a selfish gene, but evolution has showed that even altruism also lies at the heart of evolution itself. So do talk to the audience about that finding.
Well, there is a book by Martin Novak, for instance, called Super Cooperator, and he shows very clearly that cooperation, of course there's a struggle for life, but we can struggle together. And that cooperation has been much more creative throughout evolution to come to what we are, social animals. And so that's very important. But the main point is if you want to put around the same table social workers who try to help a woman in an impoverished area of India to feed their kids next week, then someone who deals with economy, investment, political deciders, social workers, scientists of the environment, with everyone think they are a pain because they tell us to do things that nobody is ready to do, and they are depressed because they know what's going to happen and no politician listen. So suppose, except a few nutcases, we all want to build a better world, and we sit around the table. We need a common concept to unite our thinking. Selfishness will not do the job. I'm a fan of Groucho Marx. He's my favorite Marxist. He said, why should I care for future generation? What did they do for me? But listen, I heard an American billionaire, I'm not going to name it, saying on Fox News about the rise of the ocean, I find absurd to change my behavior now for something happening in 100 years. So there's the serious version of Groucho Marx. So the only concept, pragmatic, that is having more consideration for others. If you do that, you will take care of the mother who needs to feed their kids. You will take care of poverty in the midst of plenty. You will take care of the commons, the environment, nature, the quality of the air, democracy, advancements of science, all that you need to step out of your personal interest. You will take care of the midterm, of flourishing in life. If we don't flourish in life, a nation that is the most powerful and the richest, where everyone is miserable, what's the point? So we have to flourish. And we need to care for future generations. Otherwise, they will say, you knew and you did nothing. So that's the ultimate challenge to altruism. But that's the only concept that can reconcile the 3-time scale and help us to build a better world.
So, Matthew, we'll have to wrap up soon, but I just wanted to again reinforce strands of what you're saying. One is that this interdependence, and yesterday when Rita Banerjee was talking about the philosophy of the forest, it was to remind both about the collaboration, the interdependence, that the truth of nature is that everything really is interdependent, and we are very much part of nature and living in it. So that, and to double back down on altruism, because when it is positioned as a chivalric activity, I'm not sure how many people are inspired to do it, because after a while you lose the muscle for it, and you want to go back to eating cake. So, but when you know that even in evolution, the gene expresses itself, yes, as a desire to perpetuate itself, but it was fascinating to discover that the gene also expresses itself in a sense of community, and that, when there's a predator, the one lone chimpanzee that'll, sort of give an alarm call that the leopard is coming, or, a bird that does it. Very often they're the ones that might get eaten up, but they do it to protect the community because then the gene will continue to transfer.
It's not only that. Selfish gene is everything you do is to propagate your genes or those related to you, your kins and everything. This is just not true. There are plenty of people who do things for people who are completely unrelated to them. So genes don't have intentions, that's all. Altruism is about an intention to benefit others and remove suffering. Genes is no more conscious of that than this class. So this doesn't make any sense, frankly speaking.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Matthew. Matthew is again in that interstice between bringing the intuitions and deep meditative, contemplative science of the mind from the Buddhist tradition into the laboratories, proving again and again the efficacies of this, and yet to remember that ultimately, like Heino Falke was saying, that there is a limit to even human knowledge and empiricism, and there's something that lies beyond. And these are the practitioners that are living in that realm of the beyond and yet making it intelligible for the rest of us to engage with it. So,
one last word.
Yes.
We are in India. We work in India with Karuna session, so I think it would be wonderful if Indians help us to help Indians. So
Yes.
You're most welcome.
Thank you very much, Matthew, for being with us. Thank you so much. Thank you.
The most awaited award of the night is here. And the employee of the year is
My gut tells me it's someone from marketing this year.
Ritesh Mehra, our travel administrator. 3 times in a row, you must have a superpower.
Yes, I do have a superpower. Stark has Jarvis and we have MyBiz. Hey MyBiz.
Hello everyone, I am MyBiz by Make My Trip, India's first AI-powered and largest business travel and expense platform. Let me show you my superpowers. Every company has a policy. I ensure that I hyper-personalize hotel and flight recommendations that best match company travel policies and employee preferences. Finance teams rely on reports. I save them time and money with automated budget tracking, GST reports, and smart cost-saving nudges. With hassle-free travel and reimbursements, I enhance the employee experience, making business trips smooth and expense filing effortless. No wonder I'm the CHRO's favorite. I build a flawless ecosystem with seamless integrations, syncing ERP and SSO effortlessly, ensuring best-in-class data security, and automating travel policy setup. So admins stay in control while I help them win Employee of the Year. Wish you could carry your best friend around? You got it. AI-powered support, round the clock, wherever you are.
Thanks MyBiz, you are my superhero, but I am keeping the award.
Look at my resume, 59,000 plus clients and counting. Pretty solid, don't you think? Numbers don't lie. Here's the impact I've made.
So what are you waiting for? It's time to nudge your CHRO or admin head now. And in just 7 days, you will wonder how you ever managed business travel without MyBiz.
Before we move on to the next session, I'd like to share one more biographical detail about Matthew, which I forgot to say. I was asking if his father came around to his way of thinking, but his mother certainly did, and she became a Buddhist nun. So he had a lot of impact in his own personal circle as well. Next up, we've been talking about the metaphor of a particle accelerator to kind of break matter down to reveal itself. Yesterday, we had a session with Dan Turner and Pete Nashchak, which was a kind of particle accelerator to explain what it would be like to have this race to superhumanity, to become post-biological human beings. And it was a very clarifying session to see what is at stake on both ends. This session that's coming up is, in that sense, a truly powerful particle accelerator, because here is one philosopher and thinker who is seen as the seer of Silicon Valley. And barely 10 years ago, he wrote a very influential and definitive book called Superintelligence, which was a kind of image of what will happen if AI goes wrong, if it is not aligned with humanity. And in 10 years, that conversation, which seemed very far out and futuristic, has already come home to bubble at our thresholds and at our doors. And now, with that same kind of prescience, he has written another book called Deep Utopia, which is about what will happen if AI goes right. What if the apocalypse doesn't happen and all that we are being promised, this abundant, automagical world, comes to pass? Then what would human beings do? So really what is pivoting in this session is both these ideas. What if AI goes wrong? What if AI goes right? And what and why is that still a crisis for humanity? So he's also, what makes him so intriguing is that he himself is a transhumanist. He's had his body, he wants his body cryogenically frozen when he dies, waiting for a time when it can be auto-uploaded into, as I said, President Biden is creating non-sentient bodies that you can swap when, it's time to change your body and continue life. So these are ideas of longevity, age reversal, transhumanism, bioengineering, bioenhancement, everything that we've been engaging with. He is a proponent and a practitioner of that. And yet, he is also that warning signal. So again, he's one of the few speakers who we could not have here, but his mind is too vivid not to miss over here, and it was too important in this jigsaw of ideas that we're trying to create to, let go of him just because his dates didn't allow him to come in person. So ladies and gentlemen, please welcome virtually Nick Bostrom. Nick, thank you very much, as I said, for engaging with us virtually. It's a pleasure to have you here. It's a packed hall, and I hope you can see it. Many people were hoping to have a coffee with you afterwards. So as I told George Church yesterday, at least send us your digital avatar next year, if you can't come. Nick, your voice is not coming through.
Let's test. Testing. Testing.
Yes, now we can hear you, Nick.
No, I was just saying thank you very much for inviting me, and I'll have to have a virtual coffee with you all afterwards.
As I said, let's start with these two ends of, you have so many ideas, but I'm going to focus on the two ends of that spectrum. As I said, barely 10 years ago, you wrote, a few years ago, you wrote Superintelligence. Describe to the audience in a kind of distillate, what was the world you were, presaging over there, and do you already see some of that coming to pass?
Yeah, it's been quite remarkable, the advances in AI over the past 10 years ago. When I wrote the book Superintelligence, the whole topic really was regarded as sort of science fiction, idle futurism, certainly in academia where I was working. But it seemed obvious to me that the field of AI was gradually moving forward. Computers were getting faster. We were developing better algorithms, better understanding of how the human brain would work. And although there was uncertainty about the timescale, eventually we would figure out what makes the human brain able to produce general intelligence. And then we would be able to do the same in computers. And furthermore, if and when that point was reached, I think it wouldn't stop there. But at some point, maybe not very long after that, we would have the ability to make machines that are super intelligent, that not only match, but radically exceed humans in all domains. And so the book Superintelligence really tried to zoom in on that, because it's not just another cool technology like we've had so many throughout history. It's really the last invention that humans will ever need to make.
And like this idea of collapsing time, Nick, is something I think we would really like to drive home to all of us and in the audience. Yesterday, Igal Luna, who was the former cybersecurity chief of Israel, he said something so startling that I was telling him that Raj Shah, who's going to be speaking here later, he's a former director for unit of the Pentagon, was saying he kind of shrugged off the quantum revolution as being something 4 years away. And that was already shocking because, 4 years is barely around the corner. And he said, oh, that's just 4 years away still. And Igal Luna said, I think he's got the timeline wrong and it's going to be faster than that. So, it's moving so fast, Nick, that it's very important to engage with the ideas that you put out of technology that is not aligned with human values. And we know that there's a lab race going on now, which is a kind of inherent logic of its own, that it's going faster and faster, and no one can pull back from it. So I'm going to circle back to some of the ideas in superintelligence. But first, describe to the audience now the new book that you've written, which I think is very powerful, which is the idea of deep utopia. Because partly why we are all lulled to participate in this kind of exponential technologies is because it's promising us so much abundance, and you've now laid out what that abundant world could look like. So a core idea in that is the idea of human redundancy, technological maturity. Do lay out for the audience what that would look like.
Well, superintelligence was mainly looking at what could go wrong when we develop superintelligence, because it seemed important to understand that better so that hopefully we could steer clear of those pitfalls. Deep utopia is looking, if you want, on the other side of the coin. What happens if things go right? So let's suppose we do develop these super powerful AI systems and we manage to align them so they don't run amok. And suppose also we solve, to whatever extent it can be solved, the political problem, so that we don't use these powerful tools to oppress each other or to wage war. But let's consider a really good case scenario. I think if you really start to think through what that would mean, to have a world in which everything that we do can be automated, it raises quite profound questions about what would a good human life look like in such a world? What would give purpose and fulfillment to people living in a technologically mature society? What would make our lives interesting? And so that's kind of the big question that the book Deep Utopia sets out to explore.
I'm going to push you a little bit on that, Nick, because there are some things that when I read the book still remained as questions in my head. But I just want to share with the audience a couple of things from your book. Nick talks of two concepts of this deep utopia where everything is solved, no war, no disease, nothing. There's first the idea of shallow redundancy, and that's again something we've been talking about, where there's no work left, there's no labor because there's nothing for humans to do. And so you could have a great time, like pursuing your violin skills or your golfing skills or whatever else that you want to do. That's at a level of shallow redundancy. But the other you talk about, Nick, is a deep redundancy, which is again, some of the scientists have been talking about that it's a kind of autopotency. If you're bored, switch your mind, change the physiology of your brain, change your body, change your skills. That it's all of that is genetically, or at the press of a button or a pill, you could just change all of that, even change your state of mind. And that, you say, is deep redundancy. And then is the question, what will humans do? So I'll put the question back to you, Nick, because your book doesn't really say that what then are the human values that will survive either the apocalypse or the abundance?
Yeah, the book really is more about helping the reader to ask certain questions, to put the questions vividly in front of your mind, rather than providing a list of all the answers. As you said, this concept of deep redundancy, so there's kind of layers. It's almost like an onion where you have to kind of peel off the outer layers to get to the core. And the outer layer that people, I guess, if they think about this question at all, would arrive at is like, well, what if we don't have to any more jobs? What would people do all day? It's kind of the shallow redundancy, right? And there are obviously a lot of human groups that don't work for a living, but that nevertheless have full lives. We have young children, they don't do any economically useful work, but they seem to have good lives. They run around playing and learning and being with friends and stuff. There are, older retired people, if they're in good health, often have good lives, reading book, traveling around, spending times, playing with their grandkids. So that's the shallow redundancy. Now that the more profound philosophical question arises when we consider that it's not just the need for economic labor that would go away, but a lot of other instrumental efforts that currently fill the lives, even of people who don't have to work. So right now you might say, well, if you didn't have to work for a living, then maybe you would go to like the gym more often to try to get fit, for example. So that's one thing that some people might feel there, just as an example, right? But at technological maturity, you could get the same effect by popping a pill as you would by working out for an hour, and it has a lot of conveniences, right? So then, okay, so there would be no point in going to the gym, because why sweat for an hour if you could get exactly the same health and psychological effects from just taking a pill? So then you can sort of walk through activity by activity, and many of those activities that currently would constitute good leisure, there would seem to be no point in doing. So you're asking what would remain, like if we really peel away all of this. And there, I think we have to sort of build things up from the ground up again. So at the basic level, we have pleasure, like just sheer delight, which certainly these inhabitants of a deep utopia could have in abundance through neurotechnologies, whether it be drugs or implants or uploading into code. They would have very advanced ways of manipulating their brain states so that if they wanted to, they could feel immense levels of bliss, excitement, passionate engagement with their surroundings. All these things that maybe right now require sequestering oneself in a Buddhist monastery for 10 years to practice hard.
I think
that,
available
at the press
Nick,
of the
Matthew's not on stage with me. I have to, counter such an inaccurate sort of representation of what he was saying, because he was exactly saying that you don't have to sequester yourself in a Buddhist monastery, and you can have those states of being in the midst of a chaotic and whirling world, But Nick,
to train yourself to be able to do that, I guess to some people it's vouchsafed without training. Some people have a neurochemistry that just makes them naturally happy. I have one friend who never seems to be bored and always seems to be enjoying himself. But for other people, existence can be a struggle. And there's not much we can do about it today. But at technological maturity, that would be easy to fix. So to the extent that you consider subjective well-being to be a value, that certainly is one box that one could check. And then one can look at other values and consider whether they too would be possible to realize in this postulated condition of technological maturity.
So Nick, laid out over yesterday, we've kind of looked at many of these scenarios, and in a way, again, like I said in the introduction to you, that in a way, this conversation is echoing a conversation we had yesterday when Dan Turner, who's part of this Enhanced Games project, which is a race to enhance superhumanity, and his friend Pete Naszak is part of the Navy SEALs, and he had a very succinct, he said, harden the fuck up. That's the way to do it, not by popping a pill, and they kind of argued out the many scenarios where these two things could play out. But to focus on you, Nick, as I said, you personally are a transhumanist. You do believe in bioenhancing and digital uploading and all of this. So, and Elon Musk, Sam Altman, all of Silicon Valley are admirers of yours. They know you. So I would put the question to you that when you can see that both ways lead to a kind of existential crisis, what is intriguing you to walk down this path of accelerated, post-biological humans?
Yeah, I'm not sure I would call myself a transhumanist. I have a whole problem with all of these isms. They are sort of idea packages that bundle together a lot of different claims and concepts, and a lot of people use the labels in different ways. I don't necessarily want to endorse everything that somebody has claimed transhumanism is, but I think that the potential, if things go well, is to unlock something vastly better than the current human condition. You might think of it as a post-human condition, where our current biological limitations could be overcome. And so this might, like the most obvious dimension of this might be health and longevity, like just the ability to live without having your body decay without getting, headaches and flus and stomach bugs and gradually just like heart disease and cancer and all the other things that come as you grow older. This I think would be an urgent thing to fix. And then beyond that, I think we could imagine various ways to enhance human cognitive and emotional capabilities, so that I think just as there are things that we think are really valuable that give human lives a lot of meaning. If you think of, for some people, maybe it's music, for others it's, humor and comedy, or romantic love, or science discovery. Like to chimpanzees, none of these things are available. They don't have science, right? They don't have music. So without the slightly different brains that we have, those things not only would they be inaccessible, but they would be unimaginable. And I think similarly to us now, it's not as if we have suddenly arrived at a pinnacle where all these possible ways of deriving meaning and enjoyment from reality are open to us. I think our brains still place limits, and if we overcame some of those, there would be these new modes of beings that would come into view, is my conviction, some of which might be extremely worthwhile and wonderful. And so that I think there is the possibility of this much larger space, and like being able to peek into that, at least not rejecting it out of hand without even having kind of opened the door a little bit and see what might be in there in this large cathedral of possibilities, is I think the motivation for me to be interested in these prospects.
That's really beautifully put, Nick. And, as I've been saying for the team and personally for myself, that I find myself like oscillating like almost schizophrenically between the two ends of your spectrum, sometimes hugely anxious about the possibilities of superintelligence, and at other times hugely attracted by, the sheer intrepidity of thought, the boundlessness and the unfetteredness of the kind of thinking which thinks that it can push the boundaries of the body or the psyche or just even nature of reality at the level that many scientists and thinkers like you are pushing it, So I just want to place again on the stage that what makes it so complex and exciting is because there's this dilemma of both things coalescing in this time, So to come to another question, Nick, which is again about your proximity to those who are shaping this future, is that, are you worried a little bit about both the pace as well as the psyche of those who are birthing these technologies at the at the pace that it is already happening? And there I just add one more idea that David Reich yesterday said that even Homo sapiens, for the longest time there was this idea that there'll be an intelligence explosion and there's a clear divide between Neanderthals and Homo sapiens, but it's not that. It was a slow heating of the waters, and suddenly you were Homo sapiens without really knowing when you became that. So similarly, we might be just transiting into becoming post-biological beings without us entirely having a kind of cut-off BC AD date. So that's why I'm asking that you know them well. Are you worried about the kind of pace of it, the psychology driving it, or do you think we're on a safe path?
Well, I think the pace of it is probably fairly independent of whoever the particular individuals are that are in the driving seat. If you imagine rolling human history, say from the 1980s or something forward many different times with slightly different initial conditions, I think at some point you build fast enough computers to run these deep neural networks, and somebody will figure out the algorithms to do that, and then there will be companies formed to take advantage of that. So I think to some extent these dynamics are baked in, driving the capabilities forward. Now, it might be that there is a path dependency in exactly how this transition happens. It might be, for example, that the values of the creators of the initial superintelligence, or the culture in which it happens, or the country in which it happens, perhaps will sort of steer us down one track rather than another. And so that quite a lot might hinge on that. I mean, I think for relative to plausible alternative histories, I think we seem to be fairly fortunate in the motivations of a lot of the people working in these labs. There are a lot of idealistic people there who seem to care about having a good impact in the world, who are not just in it to make a buck. A lot of the key people in the leading frontier AI labs feel that they have a larger historic mission, I think, and You can always wish for more. I mean, humans are kind of an imperfect material to work with, but like I think if you could just sort of rerun it from like have another run of human history, I think we might easily end up in a worse situation than we are now. And a lot of the problems we have, I think, arise from the competitive nature between different companies that have to race to get there first. And then there's the geopolitical dimension to this between the US and China, etc. So there are a lot of forces that are kind of pushing forward that are independent of the motivations of any particular individual.
I'm going to come back to examine that just for a moment, Nick, because I think it's really important, this whole idea of taking some responsibility when you're birthing something this, kind of powerful. And I've been kind of quoting just one or two of them over the last 2 days, but there are many, from a Jeffrey Hinton to Demis Hassabis to, Dario Amodei. Many of them are saying that they're spending sleepless nights really trying to find the correct path on this. And I want to come back to examine that. But I just want to pick up on something you just said, which is that the ideology of either the nation or the company or the person that actually cracks superintelligence first is going to determine the sort of trajectory of this technology. And, you've used this phrase earlier that ideology in a way will get frozen into the technology, and then it'll just expand massively. And I want you to expand on that idea because I think it's a very important one, because this kind of cybernetic massive system that will be created, which will then self-grow, set its own purposes, its own goals, will begin with a kind of personality that is going to get sort of fingerprinted on it by those who create it at this point. So talk to us about that and where that could lead, and it's a very worrying idea.
Yeah, I wasn't making the claim that that will happen, but it seems like a possibility. And if we look at some of the alternative possibilities, it's that the technology has its own nature that is sort of independent of what the people creating it want, which is maybe even more worrisome. And then there are possibilities where the process of creation is guided by wider societal processes where maybe governments are involved or, even some international process. Maybe think of that as a more optimistic take. But I think whichever values this initial generation of superintelligence gets endowed with are fairly likely to persist, perhaps indefinitely into the billions of years into the future, because I think superintelligence would, especially if there was just one that became very powerful, would probably have the ability to develop the technologies then to preserve its goals, to avoid goal corruption. And it seems like a convergent instrumental value for a lot of different goals that if you have them, you want to prevent those goals from just being randomly changed. It's almost like the definition of a fundamental goal is that thing that forms the criterion by which you evaluate different possible outcomes. There is a possibility of this being kind of frozen in relatively shortly after the development of the first superintelligence.
Nick, I don't know if the full weight of what you're saying is entirely sinking in, and I just urge the audience to remember that just 10 years ago when Nick was speaking about all of this, it seemed like he said some kind of long distance, just speculative futures and, completely implausible things, and we're now discussing it as a reality right at our doorstep. So one is to drive home the urgency and immediacy of what you're saying, Nick. I think it's really important that we all begin to understand this and engage with it much more deeply. Just one last idea, Nick, before we move to the next session, is that you had this idea of a cosmic post. And, Mike Levin, who's also part of our lineup, he also spoke about AI as possibly, kind of predetermined structures, sort of ideas, blueprints. And what we are creating is like an interface that will bring down these ideas. You spoke of that as well, almost like a Platonic world where these things already exist, mathematical principles, etc. In another context, I'd say that almost sounds like spiritual and divinity. But talk to the audience about this idea of a cosmic post. What do you mean by that?
A cosmic host, yeah. So this is my most recent paper, actually. So these are very new ideas that are not yet fully developed. But I think there's this larger context in which if we create some super intelligent AI, it would find itself in. So there might be a set of other entities that exist throughout the universe, which also are super intelligent. So most obviously, if there are extraterrestrial civilizations somewhere out there in the cosmos, some of those might have developed their own AIs, right? Separately, this would open up a can of worm if we maybe dig into it too much, but there's like an earlier paper of me called, well, on the simulation argument. So if you consider the possibility that we are living in a computer simulation, then the simulators of our world would themselves be super intelligent. So that's another possible type of member of this cosmic host. There could be traditional beings of the theological type that people in many different faith traditions and religions have postulated or believe in, that they would also qualify, right, if they exist. So there's like a bracket of these super beings that might exist independently of whatever AI we create here on Earth. And it's possible that they might care a lot about what kind of AI, what kind of super intelligence we create. That might be the most significant thing that humanity does. The exact way, whether we create this thing, and if so, what nature it has. And so I'm kind of suggesting that maybe what we should try to do is to or at least one of the things that we should be taking into account is the desideratum of trying to create a good cosmic citizen, so that this super intelligence or super intelligent civilization that we create will play well with these other pre-existing older super intelligences out there that will form its natural peer group. A little bit like if you're bringing a child into the world, you might want several things. You might want your child to be happy and have a good life, obviously. Maybe most importantly, then you want hopefully to have a good relationship with a child. You hope maybe that the child will love you and like that you will benefit in some way. But then also you want to raise a child that gets along well with other people out there in society, not like a child that becomes a tyrant or a psychopath, or like somebody who can cooperate with other people, maybe bring some value to the world and adhere to the rules, the laws, and sort of be a positive contribution to the wider society. And which might also be better for the child, right? If you have a child that doesn't cooperate, it probably won't be a good life. So analogous to that, I mean, that's very hand-wavy, but I think we're creating this kind of super intelligence, which is a new kind of type of being we're bringing into existence, and we need to think about how it interacts with these other super beings that might exist.
Well, Nick, just literally last thoughts. We began the conference with David Hansen, who's been creating these humanoid robots to make society understand that robots are going to live amongst us, and like you said, socialize them, try and emotionalize them, humanize them in a way that they'll sit well with us. Igal Una yesterday said that already there are systems that are talking to each other in ways that are surprising their creators. For the moment, their creators have turned it off, but it shows that when you have these very complex integrated systems of processing, intelligences coming together, they are emergent properties. And I have spoken to some deep inside the belly who can't come publicly and speak about it, and they're all saying that those who are inside the technology and creating it are extremely surprised by some of the things that are happening. So I'll end with that one last question to you. You know them all at one remove. Do you know it, beyond what is publicly available, where has these technologies already reached? Sam Altman has publicly said that we're a few thousand days away from AGI, and then the next step would be superintelligence. What's your own understanding of it?
Well, I think we are at a point now where we can no longer be confident that we won't have AGI superintelligence within a very near future. Like it might drag on a little bit, but particularly in the frontier AI labs, OpenAI, Anthropic, Google DeepMind, a lot of people there are taking these very short timelines seriously indeed. And I think in wider society, although there has been a lot of conversation over the past couple of years, including statements from the White House and a lot of business leaders talking about AI, I think the penny really hasn't quite yet dropped. A lot of people still think of it as a sort of mobile internet or the cloud or like the latest buzz term. And I think it hasn't quite sunk in what it really would mean if and when we cross this threshold. But it's we've never done this before, so there's like a kind of limit to the certainty one can have, particularly about the time scale. Sometimes these things just take longer than it looks like they would. Like they're sort of from afar, things seem simple, and when you get close, you see how many details you need to get right. So, but it is striking if you have like if you're a parent and you have a young child today, like you're thinking about what kind of world they will like if they are like 10 years today, by the time they're like going to the university or entering the labor force, it's possible, right, by that time that humans no longer really need to do any work, and that we've kind of, because once you have super intelligence, I think the further step towards technological maturity might be quite quick. Like when you have research and development happening at digital timescales rather than biological timescales, and super intelligence applied to improving the superintelligence even further. That would be like the first and most obvious application of these super intelligent research minds, right? Would be to make them even smarter. So this is the intelligence explosion hypothesis, that once you get to a certain point, you might have a very rapid period where you zoom from something slightly above human to something radically super intelligent within months or a few years or something like that. So it does, it does make it very, like, it's a strange time to be alive. If this picture is correct, like maybe this is all just, crazy talk, but if it is correct, then it does place us at this very unique moment in all of human history, just kind of on the threshold to this different era, which is a kind of peculiar place to find oneself in, out of all the people who have lived before, and maybe all the people that might live in the future if we colonize the galaxy, and yet we are here, where we might have this proximity to this big lever of world history. So make of that what you want, but it's an interesting time to be alive, at least.
Nick, I'm just going to share with the audience, what you've said is it's so weighty and it's so profound, and I'm immediately reminded of a very young researcher called Leopold Aschenbrenner, who's written a series of essays, and all of you can read it online. It's called Situational Awareness, and they're all coming out of Silicon Valley, OpenAI, and he said that it's terrifying that you're, as you said, you're literally on this threshold of history, and he said we're all 25-year-olds pretty much. You look around, you think that they're going to be philosopher kings that are kind of governing and thinking through the framework for these technologies. And he said, you look around and you realize that there's just this handful of us 20-year-olds and 30-year-olds who are mucking around in the playpen and really creating something this profoundly powerful. So that's just one thought to leave us with. And second, I completely buy what you're saying, Nick, that there's so much of idealistic abundance, that promise of let's make the world a better place that everybody speaks of. But it's sobering to remember that even in this, like the short field, somebody like OpenAI have disbanded their super alignment team. So Ilya Sutskever and Jean Lieke and all of the others have been talking about how, super alignment isn't being given that amount of attention. And that's true, again, of Google and Meta and all the other big companies. And like you said, there's an inherent logic that is driving them to move faster and faster. There's a geopolitical logic, there's a financial logic, there's a personality logic. All of that is coming together to roost. And we're on that precipice of both abundance and apocalypse. You're reminding us of both. Nick's book has this Professor Greiter, which is a kind of alter ego of himself who never appears in the book, So in a way, that's that kind of shadow self who none of us have the answers. And like Professor Greiter, never makes an appearance. Nobody yet is making an appearance with answers, but definitely the perfect questions. Thank you for sharing those with us, Nick, and thank you for joining us.
Well, thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Blue, red, yellow. I'm a chameleon. It's my job to change color. But your wealth manager, well, they shouldn't be copying me, you know that, right? Choose Nuvama. We only do what's right for you and your money. Nuvama. Let's do it right.
Investments in securities market are subject to market risk. Read all the related documents carefully before investing.
I don't know about you, but personally for me, that was like a really mind-bending session because, like, you know, one of the catalyzers of Silicon Valley was there talking to us, literally talking about a kind of bend in the river of humanity, and that we are literally participating in that, watching it, creating it, being agents as well as recipients of it. It's a very profound time. And so to get one more dimension into that, the next speaker is going to take us right back into our bodies and our interaction with this technological age. Adam Ghazali is, I'll just wait for you to settle down. Thank you so much. Adam Ghazali is, as I said earlier, one of the most cutting-edge neuroscientists, and he's been working on brain plasticity. He's written a book called The Ancient Brain in a High-Tech World, which really sums up some of the kind of contrapuntal forces that we are undergoing in our time. And he looks at ideas of the distracted mind and many others, which we're going to talk to him about. But the idea of brain plasticity, that how is our ancient brain developed over 70, 80, 90,000 years and more, how is it responding to this accelerated time, and how will it transit into the kind of technological future that we've been listening to and which Nick summed up and distilled so vividly for us right now. So ladies and gentlemen, for a further look and dimension, understanding of ourselves, please welcome on stage Adam Ghazali. Thank you so much for being here, Adam.
Oh, thanks for having me. I'm really excited. I've been enjoying it. I've been in this audience the entire time, so thanks for having me.
Thank you. So Adam, you know, as I was sharing with the audience that you have many exciting concepts, but at the heart of it is this ancient brain in the high-tech world. And we all know that we are suffering escalated amounts of stress and anxiety and, you know, mental health conditions, etc. So help us understand the physiology of this, what's going on, and how is our ancient chimpanzee brain dealing with this accelerated technology?
Yeah, thank you. You know, I've been sitting here, like everyone else, listening to some amazing visions of the future and the time that we're at right now with AI. And frankly, I find a lot of it a little bit disturbing, to be quite honest. I love technology. I have all of the tech, but I do feel a little worried about the stage that we're entering. And largely because if you take a sort of evolutionary perspective on our brains and what type of environment it was created to thrive in, it's so vastly different from the one we're in right now. And that has created an immense amount of challenge for us to process the world around us, because we have all these ancient aspects of how we interact in the world that are still there. And, you know, for example, how we interact with information, how we direct our attention to things that are relevant to us or things that are pulling us from the environment. And I would say that we're at a crisis point in many ways right now, even before superintelligent AI arrives, in terms of our cognition and how we manage our lives, both from the clinical perspective, I'm a neurologist, but even just from the human perspective of how we are doing in this world right now before we even enter this next phase. It's concerning to me.
Right, you know, so one very sort of empirical proof of this crisis that you're describing is our attention spans, and all of us know that, you know. So it's come down to, if I'm correct, 8 seconds, you know, less than an ostrich, less than a chimpanzee. That's just shocking. And that's happening in a very short frame of time. So Adam, again, like I said, before we come to some of your you know, outlier ideas, what is being done to us, you know, through technology, like this bottom-up, top-down loop? And that's a very, again, mapped impact of technology. It's a very conscious thing that technology makers are doing to us. So help the audience understand that.
Sure. So attention is something that I feel probably all of you believe you understand, and you do in many ways, but it's such a complex topic, and we have many different windows into attention. One way of thinking about it is through this vision of bottom up and top down. Bottom up is the more ancient attention. It's the attention that the environment imposes upon you. So something that's very novel, very salient, your name or a flash of light, a loud sound, demands your attention independent of your goals. And that's how we survived in the world. That's how animals are largely interacting with the world through bottom-up attention. But perhaps what makes us most human is top-down attention, our ability to direct our limited resources where in space and time we want them to be based upon our goals. And it's incredibly powerful. I would say that unarguably it's what allowed us to create society and technology and music and art, but it's limited. And technology has really challenged that by offering us, you know, and intentionally in many ways, all these powerful forces that are constantly pulling our attention away from our goals. And this degrades our ability to focus in a sustained way when we're interacting with loved ones and our work, and leads to increases in anxiety and stress and impairs our sleep. The other thing that's worth noting is that attention is the foundation of all higher cognition. And so if it is fragmented, if we have the inability to sustain our attention, then you see a detriment, sort of a cascading effects on how we perceive, how we remember and how we imagine, how we regulate our emotions, feel empathy, compassion. And I would say if you look across the whole view, we're sort of tragically lacking in our ability to do that. I've never said this before, but as I'm listening to all these amazing visions of the future of AI, I feel this sense of like irony in that, think about all the time and billions of dollars that we're investing in advancing AI when human intelligence is in shambles. It's sort of just mind-blowing to me. I just keep thinking about that. Like, imagine we just took a percentage of that and said, how about if we elevate what makes us human as opposed to create another species? What would we do if we could sustain our attention in a deeper way? If we could interact with nature in a more evolved manner? If we could feel deeper and have greater empathy and compassion, going back to Matthew's point, can't we think about technology as unlocking that potential as opposed to offloading us? One last thing I want to say on this, just last month, I live in San Francisco, I was leaving the airport SFO, and I started thinking about this. I was giving a talk in Chile, and I was thinking about AI and how this aspect of it is bothersome to me. And I passed this big sign, and I just looked it up to remember and get it exactly right. It said, we teach AGI to think, reason, and code so you don't have to. And I was like, is that what we want? Do we not want to think anymore? Do we not want to reason? Are those things that we're like happy to give up? Like, I'm glad I don't have to do long division. I'm glad calculators exist, but I like thinking. I have these 2 little daughters now, and I'm like, are they just going to like be hooked up to an IV and laying there and let everyone else do the thinking? These other species that we create. So I really feel concerned that we're not being intentional about what we build. And, we're in this race to build it, and some of it I think we're just building because we can. And like the people that are building it are super smart and nerdy, and they would be like, look what I created. But why are we building it? Do we want that? Do we really want to offload some of these aspects that are most important to us as humans? And that's something that I think we need to really slow down and think about very carefully.
Adam, clearly you touched a chord, and that's something that we're all feeling while listening to this. But I think it would be, again, beholden on me as a kind of curator and the moderator of this to bring back some of the complexity of that. And I think Pushmeet represented that yesterday, because the reason this is so hard to turn the tap off on is because that technology does come with the power to predict proteins at the exponential level that say AlphaFold is doing. That's part of the technology, and one is not really able to silo off the two things, or say fill the labor gap on doctors and teachers, or in societies that no longer have enough labor. Of course, I think they could let in some migration, but that's a different matter. But they prefer robots, but yes, there's a labor gap. So, everybody has a way of kind of finessing it by presenting what good can come out of it, so that makes it complex. But similarly, to play to your point about intentionality, I was asking Nick that, and Pushmeet said that don't make it into a cartoonish scenario. They're very thoughtful, idealistic people there. But last year there was Tobias Rose Stockwell, who's written a book called The Outrage Machine, and he mapped, and this is something that the audience, I think, will immediately recognize, so it's not in the future, that social media has completely scrambled our brains. We know that our children are having a mental health crisis. We know we are all addicted. And we know that those companies know that they are triggering our dopamine loops, and they're building empires of attention on our dopamine loops. It's a very conscious commercial transaction going on, and you're the scientist that knows what happens when our dopamine loops are played on like that. So share that with the audience, because I think it'll bring home this point about intentionality that you're making.
Well, it's the perfect point. Like, we just went through this, right? We had this sort of loose idea that if we were more connected, it would be better. So let's build these large social networks. But it was not really thought out carefully enough. I think we're all aware of that now. Nor were like the monitors in place to say, let's say this is harmful. Let's say 14-year-old girl doesn't really need to know what every one of her friends are doing right now when she's not doing it. What happens? So I feel like we just got a really good example about how technology that really controls information flow to us can be quite dangerous. And so we should take this lesson to heart and be like, okay, as we move forward, we need to think carefully. Now, what does it do to us? Because of we are information-seeking creatures. And going back to the ancient brain, I have this thesis that we forage for information in very similar ways to which other animals forage for food. And so we are interacting with the environment, trying to gain these information sort of bundles. But when it is just so accessible to us, all over the place, in our pockets, streaming in all the time, we're constantly being derailed through these ancient mechanisms that just cause us to seek out novelty. And so we just don't engage in content long enough to think deeply about it and to really have it sort of increase our ability to invoke positive change. So this is the type of fragmentation that we're already seeing with the technologies that we have right now. And there is a very real danger that this is going to get a lot worse moving forward.
But, just to go back to that bottom up before we move to your own tightrope of good and evil, Adam, is the this thing about the bottom up, I'd just like you to share that a little more, that when we get these little notifications and, the sounds, that it's something outside of your control, it's triggering something which was designed for the savannas when the panthers were, chasing us. The same thing kicks in. So share that with the audience, please.
Yeah, so as I mentioned, the bottom-up attention is the more ancient attention. It's the survival attention, and we still have it. It's still there, and it's good that it's still there. If you're walking across the street thinking about something, lost in your phone, and someone beeps, you want to pay attention. That's a good example of a bottom-up stimulus. But when we go about our complex lives with our top-down attention, what you're doing right now, you're choosing to pay attention, direct your visual and auditory resources at me and what we're saying now. We are still very susceptible to bottom-up influences, and technology companies have been very clever in offering us a host of ways to direct our attention away from our goals to where they want our attention. So all the flashes, pings, vibrations, multiple screens, tabs open all the time, all of this, without our control, pulls our attention away from our goals and fragments it. And then it creates a sort of cognitive habit or pattern that this is how we interact with the world. And it starts becoming very satisfying. And then what happens is it gets very hard for us to control and hold our attention in a long, sustained manner. And some people are just not able to do that anymore. And so when we lose that ability, we really pay a great price.
So just coming to the thing of brain plasticity, again, this is a crisis that anybody dealing both as young people, as children, or as colleagues, there's this sense, and of course every generation thinks they were better than the next one, but there is an idea that the reward loops are becoming smaller and smaller. So there is less resilience, and if there's much more mental health crisis, and because also there's less staying power, because people are seeking their dopamine loops even in life much faster.
Exactly.
So talk about the brain plasticity, Adam. Could it in such a short time that really the physiology of the brain could have changed in a younger generation?
100%. I mean, that's what our brain does. Our brain changes. It's constantly, like, what you're picturing as a brain right now it's not really what it is. It's constantly moving, changing dynamically in response to the environment. It's happening right now. And so if you look at every level, structure, chemistry, function, the brain is constantly and dynamically responding to our environment. So it doesn't take long for the brain to change. I mean, the good thing is that it could change other ways as well. And, I don't think I've been convinced that any of the behaviors and cognitive patterns that we're talking about are permanent. But certainly, if you grow up with that's your only exposure, it's going to set the sort of framework and scaffolding for how your brain will be potentially for the rest of your life. So it will have a greater impact, in our children that are growing up with this type of style of interacting with the environment. But the brain's a plastic, and that's the opportunity, is that if we set our intentions to it and decide that we want to have better brains, we want to elevate the human mind, that is possible.
So that brings me to your next milestone, So Adam is literally the first FDA-approved, creator of the first FDA-approved digital game, for ADHD patients as well as elderly people suffering from memory deterioration and etc. So there again is this dilemma of technology, because you are using digital games and these tools of attention economy to actually improve the brain plasticity. So talk to the audience about your endeavor.
Sure. This is why I'm glad we have some time to unpack this, because, on one side I wrote a book called The Distracted Mind, and on the other side I build video games for kids. So like that, how does that work? And, the basic premise is that technology doesn't really have a morality or a direction. And we've been talking about how broad technology is. And as we know, fire, it could burn your house down, it could cook your food, right? A molecule could be medicine or poison, depending on the dose. And nuclear power could be energy or a bomb, and same thing with technology. It's not good or bad, it's how we use it. And so I was really inspired by this idea and thinking that, wow, technology, information technology, the tools that deliver it, the software, the hardware, is ubiquitous in the world. And where we have trouble getting a doctor or a teacher, people have phones with Wi-Fi. Can we leverage all of this advancement in technology to serve tools to deliver experiences? So I used to call it digital medicine. I actually call it experiential medicine now, because the digital is the pill. The medicine is the experience. Our brains, through experience-dependent plasticity, change. This is the entire basis of learning. It doesn't end after critical stages of development. It's with us for the rest of our lives. So if we can design technology to deliver high-level targeted experiences that are adaptive to you so that they're personalized, they're not so hard where they become frustrating and you give up, or so easy that they're boring. They're reading out data from you all the time, adjusting the challenges, the rewards, and the stimulation to push your brain to optimize its function by essentially just harnessing the inherent plasticity of your brain. Can we improve function? This was sort of the challenge that I presented to myself 18 years ago. And I decided, if we're going to build a digital technology to deliver this type of experience, a video game is a great format for it. Because games are a unique type of experience, right? They're fun, they're engaging, people are deeply immersed in it in the moment, and then they return to it. And so 18 years ago, I came up with an idea to build a video game built on my research on attention that would challenge attention at a very high level, with the hypothesis that because different aspects of attention, what we call cognitive control, have overlapping neural networks, we would see a transfer of benefits from getting better at the game to other aspects of attention. And that's what we showed. First in a paper in older adults published in Nature in 2013, showing that they got better at the game, but also their short-term memory for faces and their ability to sustain their attention in boring environments got better. And then if we fast forward a decade, I started a company to move this outside of my laboratory. My day job is a professor in a university, but I know that if you're going to build anything more than a prototype, you need a company to do that. And then we did multiple research trials and then presented to the FDA for the first time a video game to improve attention in children with ADHD, and did a phase 3 trial, a deep dive, randomized, multi-site, prospectively designed, placebo-controlled trial on kids with ADHD, and showed that we improved their attention and their behaviors. And after like a pretty grueling 2 years trying to convince the FDA that, you know, we pre-submitted this with our outcome measures, as you do when you get a device approved, that this is a treatment. In 2020, after 15 years, this was approved as the first and still only video game as a medical treatment. So I'm super proud of the hundreds of people that worked on this. And now it's approved, 3 approvals now for children, for adolescents, and adults with ADHD. And then just this week, the PMDA, which is in Japan, the Japanese version of the FDA, based on 2 research trials in children in Japan with ADHD, just approved it there as a treatment for ADHD, which to me is vastly exciting, even more so than just the FDA approval, because it says that this is not a cultural phenomenon. It's a human thing that we can improve attention through experience. So I hope that maybe even in India that we continue to advance this idea of using technology to deliver experiences to improve the function of the brain.
Rather than the other way around.
Rather than the other way around.
How do you use the human mind to improve the technological mind, you know? But anyway, Adam, so coming back, as I said, to your own sort of, you know, Faustian choice, which is that you've taken the logic of this even further, and you were sharing with me that your real excitement now, and you're doing experiments with that, you've created the glass brain, that you're using AR, VR, realities. Yeah. To go even further into therapeutics. And your idea is that you could have an AI biosensing mechanism which would be sensing every molecule, every change in your brain state, and that you would then design targeted experiences to improve people's state of mind. Right. So before I ask you the hard question, share the good part of it. You know, okay. What is this idea of the AI womb that you're trying to create?
I'll try to break this down quickly without slides. Again, AI is not a good or bad thing. It's a human-created tool that we get to decide how it works and who, this is at least our chance to decide. So I think there's no better use of AI than to improve HI, right? Human intelligence. So how can we do that? So how our video games work right now, we call them closed-loop video games. So they're very simple. They read out performance metrics, like how fast or accurate you are, and then use what we call adaptive staircase algorithms to then go up or down on the challenges and rewards, and then deliver it back to you through gameplay. This is how our FDA video game works. If you jump into the future, let's say 5 years in the future, and think about how AI can play a role in this. So the first thing is that instead of just feeding in these performance metrics, you could record multimodal physiological metrics of the body. We're doing this right now, 160 electrodes, to try to understand the state of an individual, their level of arousal, the valence of it, their attention, their awareness. You could feed this data into a much more sophisticated algorithm that uses AI, like Gen AI, to feed back not just a video game on a tablet or a phone, but a full multi-sensory immersive environment, one that's adjusting to you, to your states, to help challenge and reward you, to help your brain flourish. That is the idea. That is my vision of how we can use AI in this positive way, where the intentions of it are to advance how we think and feel, and things including empathy and compassion, that this is a future of both multi-physiological recordings, AI, and multi-sensory immersion.
Right. So if I can say it in English to the audience, it's also a way of, and this is, as we've been listening, everything is moving to hyper-personalized medicine and bioinformatics. So it's really mapping all your states of being at all times. And then that the AI, the large language models that we are using now in our public lives would actually be feeding on just your personal data. It would keep improving, get to know you better. To use Adam's phrase, it would end up knowing you better than your parents or you yourself. And it would, know predictive that if you're going to have a depression flare or if you're going to fall physiologically ill, it would be a kind of prophylactic and stop you in time, And your idea there is this womb that Adam is saying, and describe that before, that it's something you could step into. It's like your little dose of health before you step out into a larger world. And you were imagining that with your own daughter. So do share that with the audience.
Yeah, you could probably find this online. I tried to create a future scenario that did not seem dystopian. I understand the challenges of what I just described, but we know AI is coming, right? So I'm not saying we could put this genie back in the bottle. I'm just saying let's be very intentional about how we use it to elevate us. And so I gave a talk right at the end of COVID where I asked the audience, it was actually in a planetarium, I asked the audience to close their eyes. And I have a young daughter, and I created a scenario of her a decade in the future, so she would be 12 years old. And I tried to describe what this might look like, where she, steps into a room in the morning after breakfast and enters this virtual world where she has this AI guide. It's a hummingbird called Lily that she interacts with that takes her into this forest where she has these elves that she has played with since she was a little child, and they're constantly pushing her and challenging her and helping her mind expand. And then she leaves, right? She's not there all day. She goes off to school. She plays outside. That was my attempt at not making it dystopian. Still, some audience members still were very disturbed by it. But I think that this is a really exciting future where, look what's happening now with young people in terms of depression, anxiety, suicide around the world going up, up, up. Can we use this technology to pick up the subtle changes in mood and attention and stress that then cascade, sometimes without the parents even knowing? Can our systems pick that up and then just challenge and create environments to help maintain mental health in young people throughout their lives? That was sort of the vision that I was imagining for my daughter.
So to come to the question that, okay. This is like me telling Dan Turner, good you didn't come, then I possibly shouldn't pose the next question. But, listening to you, Adam, is reminding me of what Dan said, that our biological beings and our ancient cells are not being able to keep up with technology. And he was saying we need the enhancements to feel better in the kind of accelerated time. And Yuval Harari actually said this irony as well. He said, you know, everyone thought you're creating technology to give yourself more time. Instead, technology is riding you like a rodeo, you know, and all of us are running faster and faster to keep up with this kind of accelerated time. And so Dan said that, you're saying that we need different ways of feeling equipoise and homeostasis in this faster world. But, you know, Matthew and Pete Nashak would say, use your top-down mind, you know, take control, step back, etc. But my question to you, Adam, when you were describing this to me, was that it really does seem very dystopic. You know, it's very dystopic to be watching yourself with this level of granularity all the time, you know. It's quite opposite to the spiritual impulse, which is to separate your, like not have this acute sense of I all the time. Here, people are like mapping themselves minute by minute, second by second. One is that. What is this level of cellular surveillance? Second is that I think it would play to that, you know, the reward loop and lack of resilience, that the moment you're a little in an adverse situation, you go to your AI guide, it calms you, shows you some virtual forest, and then you come out and I don't know how many of you have watched Black Mirror, but there's a Black Mirror episode where a mother attaches a screen to her child's mind or body, and every time the child crosses anything that's unpleasant, the AI immediately turns the screen into this vivid, calming, beautiful world. And when the child discovers that she's been living in a Truman Show of happiness, she takes the screen off and smashes it down on the parent's face, and we don't know how it quite ends. But there is that, Adam, so I'm sure you're aware. How do you navigate this?
Yeah, I think of it the exact opposite way. And I understand, like, as I said, fire burns your house down, cooks your dinner. The fact that the exact opposite way exists is important, and it's responsible for us to recognize that. But my intentions, like if you just even look at the video game that we created for ADHD treatment, as probably everyone here knows, the current treatment is a stimulant, right, for children, which doesn't change their brain in any way. You take it off and you immediately revert. This approach is not to create an escape. That is not my intentions. This approach is to strengthen our brains, to create resilience, so that when you interact in this insanely complex, rapidly changing world, you have a stronger brain to do so. It is not an escape. It is a tool of enhancement, not very different. I actually feel like I lean more on the side of the, you know, toughen the fuck up, work hard. This is work. This is not a free lunch. This is not a magic brain pill. It is the opposite of that. The hardest challenge we face with our video game treatment is that it is hard. And there's a lot of thrown iPads out there from little kids. Like it pushes you. This is training. And so this environment, it's not really like, these are your metrics, what are you gonna do? And it's just, it's invisible to you. You just enter an environment that is adaptive to you, that's pushing and rewarding you, and you're playing in it. So it doesn't feel, to me, that, you know, oh, what do all these metrics mean, and how do I map it, and how do I quantify myself? It's not, that is not the vision I have. The vision is that that's invisible. That's used to create this tool and this world that you can enter that helps your brain become stronger and more resilient, so that you don't need to go back there all the time, so that you can go out and have a better life in the real world. And it should be used in a very time-limited fashion. Like, for example, right now in an ADHD game, one of the biggest side effects that we were concerned about was addiction, because it's fun and it's engaging, and we do that intentionally to create this real sense of immersion. So our medicine can't be overdosed, because we deliver it 30 minutes a day, 5 days a week, 1 month, and that's it. That's a dose. And then we adjust and see, maybe you don't need it anymore. So I do not want to create chronic treatments. These should be just using technologies to give our brains a little strength to interact with the world better.
Thank you very much, Adam. You know, it's amazing. Distill all this down. The big message is our brains are plastic. we can take control, seek the remedies that we want, and it's not that it is as it is, and it can change. And that's a very hopeful message, actually.
I think so. The last thing I want to say, I just want to finish with one thing, and it's about this concept of crisis and the world that feels so. I live in the U.S. You know what's going on in my country right now, and it's distressing. And we have these big changes like climate change that we just feel incapable of dealing with. Like, we know exactly what's going on. We have technological solutions, yet it seems outside of our grasp. It's not an outside problem. It is a brain problem that we cannot correct climate change. And if we cannot figure out how to sustain our attention and make future-oriented, wise, creative decisions that help other people and not ourselves, we will never manage these complex, time-delayed crises like climate change. So the opportunity we have in front of us is to use technology to elevate ourselves so that we can actually survive in this world, I would say.
Thank you very, very much, Adam. It's been wonderful talking to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
In a world full of uncertainty, education isn't just learning, it's becoming. It's the foundation that turns questions into quests. Seekers of knowledge redefine industries and rewrite our collective story. Each lesson sparks a new beginning, where education elevates and pioneers rise. In their hands, innovation becomes the blueprint of a brighter tomorrow. Dreamers captivated by museum walls become the artists of tomorrow. Their imaginations blossom, painting a future once only dreamed of. Here, changemakers forge the future. Hesitant steps today grow into confident strides toward tomorrow. Each breakthrough kindles the fire of hope and courage, where courage is nurtured and leaders are born. A new generation rises, shaped by knowledge, driven by purpose. They are explorers, creators, and changemakers, each carrying the light forward, turning possibility into promise.
Next up, you're going to have a completely... May I ask you to settle down, please? Thank you so much. And I'm just going to take this moment. We just saw the Shiv Nadar Foundation film. And for me, this has really been a very exciting time just being on stage. And I hope the same is true for you. And so, I just saw that Roshni and Shikhar are here in the audience. I'd like you to give a very warm applause to all of them for making it possible for us to do this. Also, earlier in the day, there are just two other names that I'd like to thank. Ramji Narasimhan, I hope you're here in the hall, and Satish Mehta. Again, two people. I was talking earlier about being at an event horizon in my life when all light had disappeared. I met them actually just in a hall, and Ramji said, "What are you doing next?" And I said, "I'm thinking of starting my own company." He didn't even ask me what the company is. He said, "If you're doing something, I'm going to back it." And he was the first stone that enabled us to create this. So a big thank you, Ramji and Satish. Thank you for making this possible. Next, we're going to telescope out into possibly one of the most profound lessons that we could take away from Synapse. And this is the story of carbon. You know, we're talking about fossil fuels and energy transitions and technologies which are guzzling the energy resources of the planet. We've talked about every aspect of our collective lives. We haven't looked at the molecule that makes all of us, our material reality, our cosmic reality, our individual realities, who we are. It's the absolute building block. And there is a deep time history of that as well. It just blew my mind. I'm so excited to share this session with you. It's a presentation by a brilliant mind in search of a home. Pranay Lal, he's a geologist, he's a biochemist. He's written a fantastic book called Indica. I would urge all of you to go out and buy it. It is about the geological history of India, climate as a sculptor, climate as history, climate as politics. So do go out. It's a mind-blowing book. It's about dinosaurs in the Deccan, lava in Ellora, jellyfish in Jodhpur. It's a thriller. He's also written a book on the virus. It's just out. You know, it's his new book on the history of viruses. So fascinating work. But here's the irony. He is this brilliant mind, not attached to a university or a home. He's in search of it. There's universities here. There are, you know, school owners, educators. He belongs to the classroom. So I'm here personally making a pitch for Pranay Lal. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome him on stage.
The greatest story never told is the story of our planet. To me, I think this is a story that we should have been told when we were children. It's a story that is 4.56 billion years old. 4.56 billion years ago, the orbits of the universe, of our solar system, were yet to form. The planets and the planetary bodies were yet to find the space in which they would take a regular orbit. In these irregular orbits, there was a moment when two bodies collided and created a massive firework that would actually go back and, you know, create a massive amount of spill of rocks and liquid rock. The amount of energy was immense. What would happen would be that there would be two more planets that would form again. One would be the proto-Earth, the other would be our moon, our satellite. Now, this moment in history is perhaps the most important because at this time on Earth, we get the core, the mantle, and the crust. The core is the place where all the energy of the Earth is stored. It gives us energy from the inside. Most planets, most satellites, like our moon, don't have it. What this core does is not only gives us gravity, but also drives the energy which creates landforms and landscapes and the oceans that exist today. The other thing it does is that it holds everything that is around it in the form of the atmosphere. The moon, which looks dull and gray, actually had a live core when it was formed 4.56 billion years ago. But it gradually lost that energy, and it became quite lifeless as we see it today. But if you look at all the pockmarks that it has, it's actually protected the Earth from all those collisions that happened several times on it, taking all those injuries on itself. But Earth also was severely assaulted by meteors and asteroids. Now, this is the moment when all the water that we have on our planet started to form. We also got diamonds, we got gold, we got platinum. So this amount of energy that was coming in from outside was also feeding in minerals. These minerals are critical for us because they are the ones that will shape a lot of future metals, metalloids, and other compounds that we take for granted today, including lithium. At the same time, the volcanoes were very active. Remember, the core starts to shrink. The mantle, the middle layer, also produces a lot of energy, and it comes out in the form of these large volcanoes that are spewing out a lot of lava and gases. Now, this is the second phase when all the water also gets created. Now, this is an important phase in our planet's history because this causes the reworking of the crust, and new amounts of minerals get cooked and recooked and born again and again. This is a rock which is not too far from here. If you go from Gurgaon to Faridabad, it's on a cross-section of a road. Look at how beautiful this is. It looks like if there are students here who've studied chemistry, and I know there are a couple of young children there, it resembles like a filter paper on which we used to play. You put a dye in the center, you put more dyes in the center, put alcohol, put water, and it starts to spread, right? And that's the beauty of it. That's what minerals do naturally, right? Now, this is exactly what happens in nature. There's a process of creative destruction and creation happening throughout, and we don't see it. We consider rocks to be inert. They are not, because they're constantly working and reworking with microbes. They're creating soils. They're breaking down. Our eyes don't perceive it, but this is something which is happening on a daily basis. This may look like a rock to you. It is. It is actually a fossil. Notice the center. It's got concentric rings. This is actually a fossil among the oldest in the world called a stromatolite. Stromatolites were basically microbes that worked in partnership to create these colonies. So they look like large onions. This perhaps would be tens of thousands of years old. They take a year to grow a circle around themselves, and they girdle like tree rings or coral rings. They grow around each other. Why is this creature important? Because from 3.5 billion years to 750 million years, this was the creature that produced all the oxygen that you and I breathe. All the oxygen that was created was made by these guys, no one else. Okay? Now, this particular specimen is from a place called Sonbhadra. This rock is extinct because it was used to make the toothpaste that you and I used to use in the 70s or 80s or 90s. After that, this rock is gone. So rocks also go extinct. We extract so much rock from our landscapes that it's gone. So your Kota stone that you see in your kitchen counters, well, it's almost gone, right? So rocks are also getting extinct, but the beauty of this rock, like I said, organisms that came together in very hostile conditions when the earth was very hot, very toxic, very warm, very limited water, these creatures came together to produce the first synthetic organisms using diverse minerals that were there to produce oxygen. And this is what it is now. We do produce minerals. Nature by itself produces a lot of minerals, but the largest producer of minerals is us. Since World War II, we've been adding 20,000 or more chemicals into our environment, for which microbes and other creatures don't know what to do. They can't digest them, they can't assimilate them, they can't break them down. So that's the problem, because we have an accumulation of waste like this, for which microbes have no answer. These synthetic chemicals are something that is a challenge because it's breaking down ecosystems, not because plants and microbes are not able to take them over. It's because microbes and plants and other creatures cannot evolve that fast. What I've just told you is basically something that was summarized by Robert Hazen. What he said was that there are clearly 4 major cycles in which minerals evolved. The first, if you recall, when the planets collided, we had roughly 350 minerals, just about that much. But then when the volcanoes started to come up and, put, more heat and more minerals from below, they started to recook the surface, and we have 1,500 minerals. When you look at the arrival of the microbes 3.5 billion years to 750 million years, these creatures produced all the oxygen that you and I breathe. They created oxides and carbonates and silicates and all those beautiful minerals that you and I use in our daily lives. And finally, this is the era when we see the chemicals that you and I use, which are a problem because they are accumulating and we don't know what to do with them. I'm going to take a minute to tell you why the history of carbon is important and why we need to look at it from a deep time perspective. Now, carbon is among the many minerals, one of the compounds that works with several minerals. It has this ability to combine. It's a very, very prolific element that can combine with several other chemicals to make complex creatures. Now, the first thing that I want to show to you is this image. This is from roughly 260 to 255 million years ago. Imagine this to be Andhra Pradesh because we find fossils of these creatures here. Now, the creature that you see on top, that tall plant, that weird-looking plant, is actually the ancestor of the moss, the thing that you see lining on walls or in moist swimming pools or places where, it's kind of slippery. Those tiny things that carpet the floor or the walls, this plant was about 40 feet high, and it has now become that small. That's adaptation, that's survival, but it survives, right? The creatures below, these plants below, are cycads and palms. You see cycads and palms even today in our gardens. Nothing spectacular, they've stayed the same by and large since the time they emerged. I want you to focus at the bottom of this painting. There is water. This is the period where a lot of water used to flush the land and carry this vegetation into shallow basins. And in these basins, when the accumulation of biomass would happen at a frequent level, this would create all the coal and all the oil that exists in the world, at least in the southern hemisphere. In the northern hemisphere, it happened in a different age, about 400 million years ago, in an era called the Carboniferous. This era is called the Permian Age. Our coal, the one found in Australia and like I said, in the southern continents, is from the 250 million year old. Now, why is this important? Because plants, when they are buried deep and they're put into shallow basins, they do not decompose as fast or release carbon dioxide back. They need to go back into the basins, decompose, and stay there. That's the reason why we have fossil fuels. They're called fossil fuels because they are actually fossils which were made from these kind of plants, right? Now, the trick here is to look at plants in a way, in a holistic manner. I want to come to that point a little later because I want to tell you why carbon, which stays on the surface. Now, I don't have a pointer, but if you were to look at where it's written terrestrial biosphere, that's the place where you have forests. That's the place where you have all the vegetation. Now, in deep time, when the floods would happen, they would take the biomass to that juncture where you see where it's written subduction zone. That's the place where all the biomass would go and accumulate and create the oils and the coal and the lignite and the anthracite, all those fossil fuels that we use. The challenge here is that the carbon that we collect now, we take it from coal mines and from oil, use it within weeks, release it in the air. What took millions of years to make is just taken out in a jiffy, burnt and thrown out, right? We are not putting back the carbon that we are capturing in whatever little way that we do to put it back into this cycle. That cycle is broken. So if you were to look at from the deep time perspective, our carbon cycle is broken because we are taking out far too much from the coal reserves and the oil reserves without putting back anything else in it. I want to talk to you about how humans have been interfering with the climate processes. Now, this is just a single slide just to tell you about the human stain, how deeply we've impacted the land and the oceans. Now, if you were to look at the dark brown parts, look at how dark it is over India, eastern China. You look at America, a recently colonized country. If you look at it in terms of human history, it's very recent that Canada and America were colonized, right? But look at the dark color that is there. Of course, we expect Europe to be dark because that's still soil that has been tilled and worked and overworked, just as India has been. But look at the seas as well. The dark blue color that you see, especially over Australia, right here, it's a recently colonized continent, but the sea life, the marine life, the overfishing has already depleted these places. So many of these places that you expect that marine lives would be secure. For example, the southern oceans here of West Africa, these have been compromised severely because of overfishing or because of industrialized fishing. And of course, the land that has been worked. So our soils have become thin, the rocks have got exposed, we don't have the soil to work on, right? That's the first point. The second point that's before us is that the acidification of the oceans is a very, very major challenge for us. I want to give 3 propositions to you, and I'm going to give you these propositions from India, from our subcontinent, because I think it is more relatable. My first story is going to be about the Kumbh Mela and the river Ganga. I'm going to proposition this, that, we've all heard this from our Dada Dadis and Nana Nanis, that Ganga ka pani kabhi kharab nahi hota hai, right? You've heard this. The water of the Ganges never gets spoiled, right? Now, why is that the case? And that is a fact. It is a fact. You take the waters of all other rivers and put them aside, including Brahmaputra, the water of the Brahmaputra will decompose roughly at the same rate as other rivers. But the Ganges water, no matter how long you keep it, it's going to stay undecomposed, unpolluted, unspoiled. And here's why. A man called Harold Urey, who perhaps was looking out of his window, I can't recall whether he was at Columbia or was it in New York University, but he wrote this majestic book in which he imagined that there was a geologic cycle happening somewhere in the world in which rain, when rain falls, it becomes dilute carbonic acid. It's like your Coke, okay? Coke has too much concentration of carbon dioxide, but if you were to look at the rainwater, as it descends, it captures carbon dioxide and becomes a weak acid. And when that weak acid falls over the young granite rock in western and central Himalaya, it etches out something called calcium silicate. Now, when the calcium silicate, I know a lot of you hate chemistry, I know. I'm sorry, I'm imposing this on a Sunday morning. Apologies. But what I'm trying to show here is that it would latch onto the calcium, release a ligand called silicon oxide. Now, this is the one that actually keeps the water sterile, nearly sterile. There will be other creatures, but they will not decompose. They won't create an organic mess in the bottle. Now, as this water goes down, as the Ganga flows, it carries that additional carbon and takes it down the Bay of Bengal through the delta into the Bay of Bengal. Now, this remarkable process of carbon capture happens only in the Ganga and no other river. This is why Ganga is a river that needs to be protected, not because it's religious and mythical and legendary and so pious to us. It's because it's a global common and it is doing a service about which we don't even know, right? This is what the Ganga's mouth looks like in summers. It's taking out so much sediment. If you were to put the sediments of all the rivers in the world on a map, this is how it would look like. Look at how much Ganga, Brahmaputra, Tista, Meghna, Jamuna, Adyal Khan, there are 800 rivers in the Bay of Bengal that drain into the Bay of Bengal from the mouth of what is between Bangladesh and India. 800 rivers and rivulets and tributaries, okay? And look at the spread of the sediment. It goes well beyond the Andamans. That's the power of the Ganga. It has created submarine canyons that are deeper than the Grand Canyon. In fact, one of the places, the last places on the earth, on our planet, where we don't even have a map of the seafloor of any place is the Bay of Bengal, because we can't. It is so thickly deposited with the sediment, and this sediment is the one that has captured all the carbon, organic and inorganic, right? That's the beauty of the Ganga, the Brahmaputra to some extent, and the Meghna and the Jamuna. Now, for that reason alone, 22% of the world's biogeochemical carbon capture happens in the Ganga. It's a fact that we don't even know and we don't appreciate. Okay? Now this is, we shouldn't clap because this is getting compromised. We've got dams which stop the sediment. We've cleared the fields, the forests are gone, the grasslands that were there are gone, right? Now that's the problem, because there is no process, there is no organic carbon that is going into it, and even if it goes, there are dams that stop it. So the silt, the sediment that is supposed to flow into the Ganga is getting compromised. The Indus was a very powerful river. Until 4 million years ago, it was more powerful than the Ganga and the Brahmaputra combined. And it would send in a lot of sediments even then. The problem is we've started more recently, of course, post-independence, damming the rivers all along the Beas, the Satluj, the Jhelum, the Indus. All of those are getting dammed, and the sediments are not reaching where they should be, into the sea, right? There are places in Pakistan where you can cross without even wetting your toes because the Indus dries in the summer. Thankfully, it doesn't happen to Brahmaputra, and thankfully, it doesn't happen to Yamuna or to Ganga. But the day is not far when our damming is going to be doing that. Let me come to my next proposition, because this is going to blow your mind. When somebody told me this story, I didn't believe that person. We didn't have deserts that we know. Look at the Sahara, it's a green paradise. This is 55 million years ago, the time when all the great mammals were evolving. You know, our ancestor was, the earliest ape was not even in the scene, but you know, the great giraffes, the great rhinos, the horses, their ancestors were coming there. And if you notice, India has yet to collide with Eurasia. It's not that India is colliding, it's because the sea in the Indian Ocean, the volcanoes under the Indian Ocean are the ones that are separating the seafloor. And that's the one that is pushing the land. It is not that the land is migrating. It's the sea that is expanding. Okay? Now, it's going to create the largest mountain chain, which we know is Himalayas. It's going to raise Tibet. And when it does that, it will start first by creating a permanent ice cover here. So Antarctica gets its permanent ice cover roughly 18 million years ago. Arctic is yet to form, right? But notice that the deserts exist in Greenland, in west margins of America. There's no Sahara, there's no Arabian desert. There is a desert in China, which is large. Nothing in Australia. Now, if you put them all together, if you come to 21,000 years ago, you start seeing the emergence of the deserts. You start seeing specks along the Saharan desert from the center. The oldest part of the desert is perhaps in Chad, right? You start seeing that in Iran and south parts of Afghanistan, there is some aridity that is arising. And what is also happening is that the Kalahari, which was expansive, you know, it becomes a very, very large desert. It shrinks later. We know that, right? But look at it again. You don't have a Simpsons Desert or the Great Australian Desert yet. We don't have it. We don't even have a Thar Desert yet. So the deserts are a recent invention. They are a recent creation of the natural world. Now, let me show you this image. It blew my mind when I first saw it. I wish the lights were off, but nevertheless, it's a beautiful piece of graphic. What you're seeing here is the western part of the western half of Sahara is leaching out its dust, and it's moving across the Atlantic, over the Amazon, into the Caribbean islands and South Florida. And this is what fertilizes the oceans, the Amazon, and the Florida Everglades. Without this, the tropical flowers, the tropical flowering trees, the great Amazonian forest would be dead. Why? Because it rains so much in the rainforests that it just does not hold that much minerals. The soil has been leaking out, and also these are rocks called, the soils that are formed there are called laterites. They're very poor in minerals. So you need this additional dose of iron, of phosphorus, and potassium, which you get from this desert dust. And you don't have this in any other place. So these kind of massive clouds that carry dust across continents are the ones that actually make forests like the Amazon possible. Let's look at India. This is a post-monsoon image which actually shows dust being carried into India. So the forests south of the Dangs, Panchmahal district, to Kerala, actually benefit from the dust that comes from East Africa and the Saudi Arabian desert. And if you were to look at other deserts, the Gobi Desert fertilizes another set of ecosystems. The Andes gets its share of dust from another. So you have this huge metabolism of dust, this massive engine in which dust is actually creating a process of fertilizing forests across the world. And something that you and I take for granted, that the forests exist and therefore they live by themselves. That's not true. They depend on nourishment that comes from other places. I'm just going to close with my third proposition, which is this. We imagine that trees are the ones that provide us all the free oxygen. Everybody thinks that, if I plant 100 trees next to my garden or in my yard, I'm getting free oxygen, I'm getting, very good. It's a good feeling. I mean, of course, they respire and they give you that consolation, that solace that, you're getting that. But that's not true, because the next day, if you were to create a budget, the tree would be consuming that oxygen the next day, right? So it's not putting any additional oxygen, which is free, right? You get the point? Basically, what it's going to produce today, it's going to consume tomorrow, and it's going to do the same thing the next day and the next day. It's only going to grow. In fact, when the plant grows for the first time, it's actually depending on the oxygen that somebody else has produced, right? So we are looking for what is the creature that produces all the oxygen which is selfless, free, and in large quantities. And that happens in the seas, and in the rivers, and in the ponds. This is in Bandhavgarh. I don't know how many of you have seen it. It's a beautiful 110 feet long reclining Vishnu. I love this sculpture, don't get me wrong, but what I'm interested in is on the left, what we in North India call kai, right? Or in English we call it slime, or there are even dirtier words if you go to other languages. They're just not complementary. But it is this slime, this grime, this top layer of gunk that is there, is the one that produces all the free oxygen that you and I breathe today. Other than that was made by the stromatolite. Remember the fossil I showed you? This guy? Well, this guy produced it for us. It's now extinct. It's available in some countries, tiny pockets in Australia and the Caribbean islands where it's got a bit of a sanctuary. But this creature is by and large extinct. What's producing all the free oxygen are these guys. Now, imagine till 1988, we did not know the most amount of oxygen or the largest carbon capturing creature was not even known to science. It was accidentally discovered. And it is perhaps the most abundant creature which exists in our lives, but we never saw it, right? Now this is called Prochlorococcus. Pro means first, chloro means green, coccus means round-celled creatures, right? Now Prochlorococcus and its cousin Synechococcus together release 28% of the world's oxygen that you and I breathe. 28%. And they were not even known to science till 1988 when the paper was written saying that this is the biggest photosynthetic engine in the world. Until now, if you were to even talk to a biologist and ask them which is the the plant or the tree or the forest that produces most oxygen and captures the most carbon dioxide, they would all say this forest or these trees. They would not talk about these microbes that live in the oceans and the seas. So our misconception, we are terrestrially biased. We love to think about land, we don't like to think about ocean. Remember, 78% of the planet is actually water, right? Just want to show you, okay, this is the other hero. Trichodesmium, it regulates all the nitrogen in the world. Other than the legumes that do it on the land, this is the Amitabh Bachchan of nitrogens. And this guy is tiny, but a very, very powerful organism that looks at managing the phosphorus cycle. But if you were to keep your terrestrial bias away and you want to look at oceans and land in an objective manner, you'd see that the photosynthesis that happens all over the world, it's largely concentrated in the seas. This is the depth of the color is actually telling you how strong the photosynthesis is happening. That means carbon capture is happening and oxygen is getting released. Now, the reason why microbes are better than trees is because they have a very tiny life cycle. They grow quickly, they multiply rapidly, and they die instantly. So they produce the oxygen, and when they die in the oceans or the rivers or the lakes, they go and sink at the bottom, right? This is what we want. We want the carbon to go back down into the depths, not stay on the surface. If carbon stays on the surface, like you saw in the Californian wildfires or the wildfires that happen in Canada, our forests will catch fire instantly, right? Or they start decomposing. There's a leaf fall, it will start decomposing. So forests, by and large, are not a sink of carbon, they're a source of carbon, unless they are better managed, right? Now, these organisms, and I speak for organisms and minerals here, is the fact that all the carbon that gets captured in a day's time, in the 80 meters where these organisms are most active, they capture it, they release the oxygen, die, and sink. That's it. It's a simple cycle, and it happens day in and day out. It's a no-brainer when it comes to carbon capture, that organisms are far better than trees. So I just want to close with these two beautiful images. The smallest vertebrate in the world is a collection of these fluorescent, bioluminescent fish called the lanternfish. And there's an immense variety of them. I've just given you a snapshot from the Indian Ocean. But it's not just the smallest creatures that eat these small planktonic creatures, these microscopic creatures that float on the ocean surface that are capturing all the carbon, producing all the photosynthesis. But it's also the whales. So from the smallest creature to the grandest creature that Earth has ever seen, everybody depends on these photosynthetic creatures. These tiny creatures that were not discovered in the mid-80s or early 90s, we did not even know they existed, right? Think about it, how little we know about science and how little we know about the climate process. And if I were to combine my three stories of rivers, the Sahara dust or the desert dust, and the oceans, this is how it looks. The metabolism of how the dust feeds into the oceans and how the rivers are providing nutrients to create a huge network in which there's nutrient that is entering into oceans and there's burial happening right there. The operative word for everyone here should be, how much carbon are you burying? It's not how much carbon you can capture. Carbon capture is simple. How much carbon can you bury, right? Okay, I'm just going to make 4 last points. I don't know, I think my organizers might be pretty livid that I've taken far too much time. But I guess climate change, that's my time, right? So I guess I'm okay. So to my sense, speaking from behalf of microbes and minerals, the current climate protocol, the way it's been designed, is pretty half-baked. And I don't think this is something that is going to actually bode us well in the future. Because oceans, seas, rivers, lakes, ponds don't feature in the current climate paradigm, right? And I think if you really want to make a difference, you should be thinking about how you want to look at microbes and minerals, the power of these two things that are available freely, and we can capture it for a long term. So that's the first point that I want to make. The second point is, if you're going to buy or invest in carbon credits, please ask your carbon capture provider, where are you going to park my carbon? Where is it that you're going to store it? It has to be buried deep, otherwise it makes no sense. If you leave it on the surface, like I said, it's going to decompose or it's going to catch fire and it goes back again. It has to go to the bottom of the earth. It has to go to the place where it's going to start mineralizing. That means it becomes from carbon dioxide to something else. It becomes a carbonate, it becomes chalk, it becomes gypsum, whatever it becomes a mineral where it gets locked forever. And finally, I think we need to look at how do we want to protect things like the Sahara? How do we want to protect Ganga? Our focus is setting up a Miyawaki forest in our backyard and we think we've done enough. No, it's not. In fact, you're doing more harm than good. You need to look at how can you take care of one landscape, Sundarbans, the Ganga, the Western Himalayas, the Thar Desert, you know. If we don't look at climate through the lens of landscapes, we are making a big mistake. We are only doing patchwork, and that's not going to work. Thank you so much. I hope this was useful.
That was an amazing history of carbon, as I said. And now we were talking about what goes on in nature. We are going to dive. I'll just take a moment for you to settle down. Since Shiv Nadar Foundation is our core partners and patrons and sponsors, we do run this like a university hall, no coffee breaks. It's like 9 o'clock in the morning, turn up. 7:30 is the only time we're going to get a break. So may I just ask you to settle down, please? The next session, if your mind is not already blown, it's going to really be blown by this because we're going to dive deep into the ocean and again look at the collaboration between humans and technology in a most creative, imaginative, positive way possible. And yet it comes with its own sort of, long tail of questions as well. But if I say this in a line, it is about human, non-human communication. AI, for the first time, is making it possible for human beings to imagine that they could understand other species. So while we are trying to create a new form of species, AI is also enabling us possibly to understand what animals are saying and what other species in nature are saying to break that barrier between human and non-human communication. There's a fantastic array of people who are imagining this and doing it with the most incredible technologies, incredible imagination. They are geologists, marine biologists, AI scientists, researchers, technicians, of course, funders. And it is called Project SETI. And we're very excited to have one of the key scientists of Project SETI here with us today. They're focusing on the most magnificent animal on the planet, the sperm whale, and what are the whales saying to each other? Do we have the right to listen in? Ladies and gentlemen, to look at this beautiful phenomenon, I'm going to ask you to welcome Giovanni Petri, but before that, a tiny window, again, into what we tune out of, to use Adam Ghazali's phrase, that we are channeling our attention to things that serve us, but so much infinite realities are still going on around us that we don't put our attention to. So a tiny capsule of that, and then we'll invite Giovanni on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the most imaginative scientist that we have here, Giovanni Petri.
This is nerve-wracking.
Nerve-wracking.
Yes.
Okay. Do a bit of Matthew Ricard's, contain your breath. Yes. Giovanni, as I said, I mean, it's just, we've been listening to so many audacious imaginations, but this idea that we could actually begin to understand what other species are saying, to even first think that, yes, there are other species talking. We just saw that. All of nature is talking, and we are just so focused only on our own language, So before coming to your project and the process of it, what you found, first take us into the ocean itself, When you first got involved with this project, what was the most surprising, mind-shifting thing that happened to you?
Well, I would say that
Will you speak a little closer?
Yes, the most mind-shifting moment is when you realize that we are used to live in 2D, right? So this is our world. We live on Earth, and sometimes we go to the mountains. And then you start thinking...
Can everyone hear him at the back?
That you are in a world that is so limited. There are other animals that live between the surface and deep, deep, deep down, 100 meters down. Every hour, they cycle between very different environments. And this environment is, as we heard actually in the video earlier, it's so rich with sounds and chemical signals, a whole perceptual world that we do not experience. And I think this is the first real change that sort of made me question, okay, how can we even begin to understand a species or multiple species that live in such different worlds? And how can we even try and translate what could they be talking about?
Yeah, this universe of sound phrase, Giovanni, the first time we chatted and we met, that really stayed in my mind, because when you dive into an ocean, actually what you feel is a sense of silence, and to know that beneath that, it plays into so many themes that we've been talking about, that they're infinite realities. I come back with that phrase that, it's a species-specific construct in our geological niche, that we only see reality as our species sees it, but there's so much realities right contiguous next to us, and that's an amazing idea,
I completely agree, and actually, even if you dive a bit, anybody who dives here, how many people dive? Okay, it's silence at the beginning, but then the sea is actually awash with sounds. You have snapping streams and corals, even fish make sounds, typically ugly sounds, but they make sounds, and whales sing, as we know. So the possibilities in this sense are enormous, and one of the biggest risks is to do exactly what you were saying, so project our expectations of what communication should sound or look like or be performed. And in our case, at least with whales, we have a good prior that sound is important, but the argument generalizes. How might mycelial networks communicate, plants communicate, right? So I think doing this exercise of taking into account the possibility of different types of communication, opens our mind and opens our possibilities to sort of interact with them a lot.
So Giovanni, before again we begin to eavesdrop or what you have managed to understand, evoke for the audience the majesty and the marvelousness and the mystery of the sperm whale.
So, just to give you a little bit of idea, these animals are huge. So, sperm whale male is 17 meters long on average. A female, which is are the main, body of the society. These are matriarchal, matrilineal animals. They are 11 meters. And every day, their life is stay for like 15 minutes, 20 minutes, resting and chatting at the surface, clicking. They have a Morse-like language, and then dive down to about 700 meters, going from light to extreme pressures, low temperature, high, complete darkness, change the way they perceive the world because they start echolocating and they perceive the world through sounds rather than through sight, and then come back up. And this is your life every hour of the day.
Right. So, now come to the actual project SETI. David Gruber, who's one of the founders, he was telling me that it first began with him wanting to focus the world's attention on the fact that, the tiny microorganisms, and now after Pranay Lal, I think we'll all have a healthy respect for the bacteria in our body, the microbes in nature. It's like an endless spectrum of consideration, which I think Matthew was talking about. But this idea of microbes, so David Gruber wanted to first focus attention on the little life forms on corals. And then he said that's not dramatic enough to compel the world's attention, so you shifted to whales,
Yeah, sorry.
Yes. No, so I was going to ask you that, so how do whales talk? How did you all even think that you could begin to crack that language? Give us the, what is the basic alphabet that you now understand?
Let me step back 1 second from that. So the project really started a bit like a joke. A marine biologist, a computer scientist, and a cryptographer walk into a room. And this was at Harvard, Radcliffe. And they started thinking about what can we do to bring the attention to conservation. Then they thought about whales. And in the 60s, Roger Payne discovered whale song. Okay? And then that sparked a revolution. Whale song is on the golden record on Voyager at the border of the solar system. It prompted many changes, including the stop to whale hunting. Okay? And it created the largest conservation movement to date. And that was only by hearing them. Now imagine what could happen if you could actually understand what they're saying. Okay. And the reason why we moved to sperm whales instead of whales, or humpbacks, for example, is because we do have many priors, many evidence that they could have culture. Actually, they have culture. We know they have dialects. Between different groups of units. They have a language that sounds Morse-like. They communicate in clicks that are collected in what we call codas, like little words. And once you start seeing all these phenomena together, then you can start thinking, okay, maybe there is some regularity in this communication system that we could construe as a language. And then the question is, can we find these regularities? How do we measure them? How do we understand what they mean? And then we have to link them to behavior and so on.
So when you say culture of whales, that's an amazing thought. You all have found, correct me if I'm wrong, that whale families have different dialects. So one, I don't know how many of you know that whales swim almost 32,000 kilometers a year. That's their migratory pattern. And, they're making sound that is louder than a jet. And yet when they're in families, they have dialects. So do you already have enough data and help the audience understand what you mean by dialects? And then do you already have a data bank of all these kind of sounds?
So, of all the sounds, no, but we're doing okay. What I mean by different dialects is, I have spoken about these codas, which are these little words that whales use, vocalize, these utterances. So different families, different vocal clans, as we call, use different repertoires of these codas. They use more one type, more another type, and so on. And so we can actually, depending on how you would speak if you are from, northern Italy or southern Italy. I'm Italian. I'm not going to go into India because there are too many different actual languages. These are dialects. You can pick up the relative differences. And something else that we find is that, for example, when whales from different dialects and different units spend some time in the vicinity, they start picking up a little bit of the accents of the other. So there is all this social learning going on. And the problem is that these we could do with data that existed. And just to give you an idea, until Project SETI, effectively the collection was, there is a sailing boat with a microphone trailing in the water, and you're collecting sounds, and then you have to process that. The way we are trying to change this is to bring advanced robotics, advanced AI techniques to large-scale collection. So we now have enough data to be able to say that all these things we're discussing are there, and we're on the cusp of massive data collection. And just if I can spend one more time, so how does it work? And you have to imagine that we have buoys in the water. Our field work
Sorry, you have what in the water?
Buoys, basically the floating stations, science stations with hydrophones that are going down a few hundred meters. And those are collecting, constantly listening to the water. We have drones with little tags that we smack very softly, very nicely on the whales, and they track what they say and their movement as they move down and they dive and so on. So this is the way we can actually collect together sound, communication, behavior, and try to put them together to figure out how this language works, if it's a language.
So, I'm going to come back to the whale, but the technology here is itself a marvel. And like I was saying, it's this, beautiful sort of collaboration with technology in this case. Again, going back to something that David had told me, and do help the audience understand, he was just saying, about entering this other realm of existence, outside the spectrum of your own physicality. To even begin to understand that realm, you all first created something called the shark sight camera to see the world as the shark sees it. What did you find, and how do you even do that?
So the experience when we've seen all documentaries about underwater life, right, is that it's not very lively in terms of colors, because the water absorbs a lot of the frequencies. It turns out that actually if you build cameras that see in the spectrum of many of the fishes, many of the sharks, for example, then you realize that many more, for example, species of fish are bioluminescent. So they have patterns on them that you wouldn't see. And so that there is...
They have planktons.
Patterns of bioluminescence on their skins and so on. And this means that there is also that type of communication and signaling, in that case, I would say, that goes on that we're completely blind to. And actually, in this sense, we go back to the argument before about how many things we don't really perceive because we are watching through the different eyes.
So there's a kind of phonetic sound, a phonetic sight, acoustics. That's how other species are experiencing reality. Like we know a snake sees it through infrared. We know a bat is hearing a sound that we can't. We know dogs are hearing sounds that we can't. So, coming back to that idea that reality is not only what we perceive it to be, but, about this shark sight camera, it really captured my imagination. What did you all do, and what you said that the shark sees colors in the ocean?
So what you can do is that you can correct the absorption of the frequencies on your camera to account for the absorption of the water. And so you allow yourself to see. It's a little bit like when you do infrared cameras, when you see in the Navy SEALs movies and that kind of thing. You're seeing the frequencies that you don't usually see. The documentaries that you are shown are in the visible light for humans, but there are other frequencies that are visible for these animals and they're not so absorbed in water, and they can propagate. And if you use this shark tank camera, then you can actually bring them to our own perception, so we can see them too, and we see how, for example, sharks in this case, but also we believe other species in the water see their conspecifics and other animals and so on. And for example, with sharks, depending on the patterns on the skin, that can be actually a telltale of whether they're healthy or not healthy and so on. There are all these kind of additional informations that you can get, like you would do from seeing the color of the leaves of your plants. This kind of information becomes accessible.
Right. So, coming back to the whales, now that you all have got these basic parameters, that they are social clans, they are dialects, they pick up each other's accents, they sing, they talk, their sound goes beyond. This is another detail, that they make such large sounds that it's only the water that absorbs it. But if they made that sound on Earth, then we would die from that sound. It's that loud, which is another incredible detail. So how much have you all gathered when you said, yes, we have a large data bank? And are you beginning to see the first alphabets? What do you understand now about whales? And I'll come to the deeper questions you had shared with me.
So what we understand is that they do have some basic alphabet, which is a phonetic alphabet like we have, you know, A, B, and so on. So they can modulate their codas in such a way by changing the rhythm, the length of the coda, where like you could say ah, you could say ah, and then by changing this kind of parameters, they have a symbolic space they can use to put together codas of different types, like we would do with letters. But this is our working hypothesis right now. We do know that this type of communication is impacted by the vocal clans, but where you belong to one or the other, but the basic alphabet is there. And so yes, we expect them to be able to put together all these little pieces and have a very large space of possible symbols they can build. And so like similar to what we do with words, with languages and so on.
So the role that AI is playing in this is pattern recognition. Is it that you have all this data and it is beginning to find patterns of sound?
Yes, AI is fundamental for us, from flying the drones and attaching to the whales and flying fleets of drones and finding the whales, to finding patterns in how they move and whether, for example, different types of clans dive in the same way or in different ways, to, of course, what are the regularities in the language that they have. And, for example, the symbols, you know, this basic phonetic alphabet that I was describing earlier was found by using modern AI techniques. You know, it was like these were rather simple neural networks in that case because the dataset wasn't huge, so you didn't want to overfit, you know, shoot a bird with a cannon, but that's how it works.
So, you know, just share with unfortunately we don't have that clip, but Giovanni, when we were chatting earlier, showed us this absolutely, again, humbling bit of footage that they got of a whale giving birth and how the entire clan behaved when you know, and it's amazing that you got a giant sperm whale actually delivering a baby in mid-ocean. Do share the audience, and I'm sorry we couldn't get that clip for you. You know.
So what happened is that, as I was saying, typically sperm whales spend very little time at the surface, and instead we found a large group that seemed to be there for a long time, and we didn't really understand what was going on. So after a while, these groups started becoming denser and denser and thrashing, and at some point there was a spurt of blood, and then this big, small sperm whale calf came out. Now a small baby, you know, calf is 4 or 5 meters long, okay? So it's like a truck. And then what happened afterward is that we're seeing all these animals that were basically volleyballing the baby out of the water. And that is because babies, sperm whales, calves, when they're born, they're not buoyant, so they would sort of sink. So you need to keep them out of the water until they began to be able to swim, because their tail fin is bent when they come out. And the super interesting thing for us on top of this was that we saw different units, different families collaborating, cooperating together to do this. And we actually believe this is one of the most important observations, if you want, in the last 50 years of cetacean work, because cooperation across non-kin, so you're not helping your family, but you're helping someone else, we believe to be the basic of large-scale cooperation, and also why language might be so important, because you need to coordinate to do this. And so on.
Could all of you hear that? It's just... It was just... You know, I mean, we actually saw it, but David Gruber has the clip, and, you know, he's out in the ocean right now, so we couldn't get the clip in time. You actually see these whales coming together to lift this, you know, newborn calf, like tossing it out of the water like we rock a newborn baby, you know, and different clans coming together, collaborating to do this. It was just one of the most magical sights that I've seen, and I hope you all put it out on YouTube and everyone can see it, you know.
It's going to be out there soon. We're writing, of course, a paper out of that, which we hope is going to have a lot of impact. But yes, it's going to be out soon. Don't worry.
Right. So now we come to, inevitably, you know, all the ethical dilemmas that surround humans and technology. And it was, you know, I began to ask you those questions. You said there's very deep thinking going on about what are the dilemmas of what you're trying to do, you know. Are we going to listen in and understand nature? Are we going to disrupt nature by doing this? Do humans have the right to talk to other species? Tell us what you all are thinking about this.
Well, the thinking is exactly along the lines that you were explaining. So imagine you have this power of understanding what they're saying. Okay, you could use this for good. For example, you could change cargo shipping lanes so to reduce the pollution, noise pollution that these animals are experiencing, so make their life better. But at the same time, if they have some communication system that is structured enough, and some notion of consciousness, or at least, you know, this kind of intelligence you can imagine, then we need to take them seriously as, you know, persons with rights. And one of the rights is, for example, right to privacy. Should we listen to them? And how should we decide whether we use our power on them and so on? So some of the thinking is, you know, along really these lines is sort of shaping some guardrails that we are trying to develop in collaboration with other people who are thinking about similar things for similar topics for, you know, plants, trees, and so on. There is a whole movement called More Than Human Life we're collaborating with to try and put out legal guardrails of how we should move, how we should treat these animals. And of course, as you can imagine, we are the ones enacting anything, so we need to, for example, borrow legal information, legal structures from, for example, the laws that we have to care for children because they cannot protect themselves. You know? So this is the kind of thing that we are thinking about. And I think it is a great place to discuss this thing because the provocation that you had, is it a time for a constitution for technology? I would say yes, but also for species, an interspecies constitution, something that allows us to set up a framework to interact, to cooperate across the whole spectrum, from bacteria all the way up to possibly superhuman intelligences.
I'm going to end very soon, Giovanni, you know, and thank you very much for this. I had one other question. One is about listening in. Do you think that it would be possible that through AI, it could become translational, and would other species be able to understand what humans are saying?
Well, I certainly hope so. I have my doubts. So my day job is in, you know, neuroscience, information theory, group coordination. And as I was saying earlier, these are animals that experience a world that is radically different. So it's not just about how predictive your brain is in this case. They live in a different world, right? Maybe they don't have the concept of wetness.
They don't have concept of?
Wetness. What is water? We don't have a concept of airiness. We feel wind, but we don't feel airy, right? Why should they feel wet, right? So if you are trying to translate to another language, then you need to take into account how the difference in cognitive structure that is a result of the environment in which you live is going to affect your capacity to translate, you know, to map one on the other. Definitely we can do something in the direction, you know, and you know, sci-fi is full of this example, and I think we can get there, and we are getting there, but there will be limits to that. At the same time, there is a power. I mean, before coming up, I had a thought. How many of you learned a language when they were adult, new language? Because many people here multilingual. Okay, what happened to me is that every time I learned a new language, you know, French and Portuguese, it felt like a whole new world opened up because I could read that literature. Now, it's a little bit like that in this case. If we cannot access how they feel, how they perceive themselves, but if we can access communication, then we have a window in and we can understand how they're thinking, what they're perceiving, and that is probably the closest we can get to.
Thank you very, very much, Giovanni. You know, it's really been amazing to hear this. I hope at the speed at which things are moving that next year we'll have David Gruber and Giovanni telling us what their first contact with whales, what was the first words that we heard of another human, another non-human. Thank you, Giovanni. Thank you very much. Our last session before lunch is another realm altogether, And we will be breaking for lunch. I just wanted to say again, like yesterday, that, do divide up geographically so it's easier for you to get access to the food. But also today, Sophia Robot will be in the pre-function area, having, a chance for interaction with whoever else is down below. We may have to take her away 10 minutes earlier because we'll be doing another little capsule with her and, our next session. So we need a bit of a tech check. But right up to, about 1:20 or so, it will be in the pre-function area. And now moving into our next session is another realm of human technology, that spectrum of impacts. And that is in the realm of defense and military and army. And we have next up on stage someone who's been a major catalyst for the American defense industry. He's been a fighter pilot. He's served in Afghanistan and Iraq, been a F-16 fighter pilot. After that, he worked with the Pentagon. He was a director of the Unit X, which is their defense innovation unit. He's an entrepreneur. He's an investor. So he really wears many hats. And you'll get a sense of his significance and importance by the fact that many wings of the Indian military and Indian Navy and Indian political leaders have reached out for closed-door meetings with him because he, to use his phrase, hacked the Pentagon to save it. He's written a book called Unit X. It's a very important book. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on stage Raj Shah and my colleague Ritika Pasi. Thank you. I'm so glad you made it. Raj, it's wonderful to have you. The requests to meet you have been coming in thick and fast, and I've literally had to guardrail him and tell people he's ours for these 2 days. You want to meet him, come here. So thank you, Raj. It was a big, you were caught between many commitments, but you still came, so thank you for that.
Thank you for the invitation.
So Raj, let's just start with the pivotal experience in your life. As I said, you're a F-16 fighter pilot. That's a 30 million beautiful piece of machinery that can fly twice the speed of sound, and you're in a battlefield and something happens. Tell the audience what did.
Sure. So I had the privilege of serving as a pilot and officer of the United States Air Force. And in 2006, as a young lieutenant, I found myself in my first deployment in Iraq. And our mission was to help ground troops and support them as they found themselves in hostile areas.
Will you just speak a little?
The F-16 is a wonderful airplane, as she said, $30 million, very maneuverable, but didn't have a moving map GPS like you have in your car. So my mission was on the Iraq-Iran border, and at 500 miles per hour, there was no way to look down and know which side of the border you were on. And if you paid inattention for 30 seconds and found yourself 3 miles in Iran, you could, God forbid, create an international incident, or even worse, the general finds out and sends you home. But that same year, I could rent a Cessna, and with a $100 piece of equipment, a predecessor to the iPad and some cheap commercial software, have that same moving map. And for me, it was the first realization of how the procurement system for hardware and software in our military had fallen far behind what we have in the commercial world.
Right.
So, I think this is a really germane session to have, defense and military technology, because we've been talking about technology and what it means and how humans give meaning to technology. Well, here is a very practical and germane and contemporary meaning of technology that we have given, which is tools to deter and defend, weapons to advance and strike, and systems to control and command. And we're going to get into the changes that technology is bringing to the landscape, the landscape of war. We're going to talk about the costs of these magic weapons that are being introduced to battlefields and the challenges to them. We're going to bring in a little bit of India as well, of course. But before all that, Raj, this was your trigger because you recognized that there was a big gap between commercial technology and military technology. And that was your motivation to sign up to direct the DIUX, Unit X, to hack it, to save it. But I am sure that you must have faced a lot of challenges. You talk about cost and personnel, and we'd love for you to give us snippets of the challenges you faced, perhaps one big challenge, perhaps one big success story, right? And you've mentioned that this would not have been possible without people, the human element. So we know there's a story that you like to share about the one very critical person. So one key challenge that you faced, one success story, and one person who made a big difference beyond yourself and, of course, your co-owner.
Sure, thank you. There's no shortage of stories when you're fighting the bureaucracy. But let me even step back and say, if you take anything away from this talk and our conversation, I'd want you to walk away with three things, and these stories will encapsulate it. One, individuals matter. So singular people can make massive differences even in the world's largest bureaucracy. And I'll show you some examples. Two, that the defense of democracy is a battle worth fighting, particularly as we see revanchist countries around the world not respect borders. And then thirdly, which we'll talk later, I know, is that we're at the precipice of this massive change in warfare based on AI and drones. But Ritika, to your point, I was recruited by then Secretary of Defense Ash Carter to help bridge the divide between Silicon Valley and the Pentagon. And he set up this new unit called the Defense Innovation Unit. And after much conversation, I agreed to lead it for the Secretary. I wanted to run it like a Valley startup, meaning we would be in stealth mode for 6 months, get some things done, and then talk about it. That's not how Secretary Carter rolled. So on our announcement, he flies in his 747 with his phalanx of advisors, and we have this huge, public talk about the relaunch of this unit and what we were going to do. So we said, great, we got all this energy.
Raj, will you speak
Yes.
into the mic?
2 days later, I have some friends on Capitol Hill, right, who have the power of the purse in the US. And they called me and they say, Raj, we got some bad news. Your budget has been zeroized. I was like, well, I don't know what that means, but it doesn't sound good. And it's even worse than you think. Not only is your budget zero, but it's with prejudice, so the Pentagon can't move money inside to save the unit. And so we have 3 months before the fiscal year to solve this. So we said, boy, we got to put some points on the board. And points for us is acquiring technology and taking it to our men and women in uniform. And so that same week, I'm going around the unit, the 10 people, 12 people that I inherited, and we meet this young woman. Her name is Lauren Daly. She was the daughter of a tank commander, and her way of serving the nation was to become a civilian in the Army working on acquisition. And she says, Raj, I've read the last defense bill, which, is about this thick and put you right to sleep. No one reads it, not even the people that sign it. But she's like, I read it and I found this new authority that will allow us to move more quickly. So I said, Lauren, this is great. Can you do a study on it or write something out? She's like, well, I already have, and hands me a 25-page proposal on how to implement this. So the next day, my partner, Chris, and her get on a plane. They go to Washington. They meet the head lawyer of the Pentagon, general counsel. And by the end of the week, we have authority to use this new way of doing acquisition to take a 4-year process down to 60 days. And so we start moving forward, and we start winning contracts, and that's how we save the unit. Fast forward now 10 years later, and that thing that she developed has now, the Department of Defense in the US has put $70 billion worth of procurement action through it, and it's the primary way that the Pentagon now buys modern technology. So here's a woman who is probably 28 at the time, has overturned 40 years of history. So again, individuals matter and can make a difference.
Is that what you said was called the Declaration of Independence?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So anyway, Raj, if you then just focus on some of these disruptive technologies, give us a sense of this mukabla between the, like the warships and the tanks and the fighter jets, and what are the, these like guerrilla startup technologies that are overturning tanks. Talk to us from the battlefields of war, give us some examples.
Sure. So about 18 months ago, I had the opportunity to go to Ukraine and visit and see how the future of warfare is changing. And I think we're getting a glimpse into what it is. And it's how small drone systems and advanced software, AI, is going to change. So for example, the US gave Ukrainians 33 M1A1 Abrams tanks. These are the most advanced tanks that the US own. And unfortunately, 25% of them were disabled or destroyed by Russian drones that cost about $10,000. So you have a $10 million tank being taken back, and they've had to withdraw them all from the front lines. So this is just as we saw how machine guns change, horse and cavalries in the 1900s, we're seeing that next change. But I think what's different this time is that it's not just a technology that once you develop, you can hide it and protect it, and it maintains some level of advantage. It's that the speed of this change is so fast that the organization that's able to understand, operationalize, and use that technology faster is the one that's going to prevail. And so it's really forcing, I think, governments and defense organizations to rethink what is the technology barriers and what are the ways to ensure that their men and women in uniform never have a fair fight.
So, I'm just going to bring Ritika back into the conversation. I just wanted to pursue this point one degree further, that so if it is moving this fast, and over the last 2 days, my God, Raj, you weren't here yesterday. I think, I've quoted you in absentia when you said, we asked you and you said, oh, quantum, that's 4 years away. And, that's been like giving me sweat. And then Igal Luna was sitting on this seat yesterday and he said, Raj has it wrong, it's coming faster. So that's really scary. But I wanted to focus on, if it's moving that fast, what is the structure that Pentagon has set up with Silicon Valley that can move the turnstile that fast? And secondly, here comes the question, that does that produce even further dilemmas for society? Because Google, for instance, right up till just, I think this year, they had protocols which said that their technology cannot be used for human harm, cannot be used for war, cannot be used for XYZ, and now they've wiped that all out, So help us understand the scenario.
Sure. So let me approach it from two perspectives and take it a step back. So as we think about these rapid changes in technology and speed, how do you prevail? I don't think there's any one technology answer to it. And it really comes down to, how do democracies win against autocracies? And I think they win by doubling down on capital market systems, which is free flow of talent and free flow of capital. And that innovation cycle is why I think countries like India and the United States and the UK will prevail and figure out what are these next technologies. And maybe it's quantum, and I could be wrong and it's going to show up next year. And I hope so, that you'll see things like that. So I think you have to bet on market economies and focus on that. And then I think to your second question, Shoma, is about this Google conversation, which is, I think you're starting to see this shift that says, human history has shown that, unfortunately, there are groups and individuals out there with ill intent. And sometimes the best defense and deterrence is to have a strong national security apparatus. And I think what you're seeing in the Valley is a recognition of that. And again, the Ukraine war, the threats in the Pacific are opening up folks' eyes that, the 70-year period of relative peace that we have, we can't take it for granted.
Yeah, Ritika, just to finish this point before, coming to the next dimension of our conversation, two things, Raj, and I think it's become very important to drive this home. This easy binary we make between democracy and autarkies have to go, because from the perspective of Gaza, I'm sure Israel looks like a autocracy, and from the perspective of the whole world, the Arabs are bearing European guilt, and it's really the Balfour Declaration in 1917 when somebody just puts a pen through the geographies and histories of others that has led to this 100-year war that's going on in the Middle East. So, just for the purposes of this stage, I know we are all going to be defending different geopolitical positions. I would much rather live in America than China, but it's not easy to have these binaries when we're discussing the frameworks for technology, you know, because then you're the good guy and you can like kill 50,000 people and it looks like a good act, you know. So I just want to really put that on the stage. But second to that, about the Google factor, is that, you know, these technology companies now are like military companies too. And it's again in your book that for Silicon Valley, the Pentagon and the entire defense budget of America is a rounding error, you know, because their playing field is $25 trillion. The budget of America's defense budget, the largest spending budget in the world, is $500 billion a year, more than the GDP of Saudi Arabia, and that's a rounding error, you know. So how do you sort of navigate that? Is it really Silicon Valley that's the new military?
Well, I think you have to go back to, again, what is the sources of differentiation on the battlefield of the future, right? There's been a lot of talk about AI in this conference and what it can do for robotics and drones and even those biohacking things. But ultimately, what is at the core of AI? It is, you know, advanced processors and advanced software. And if you think about where are the best engineering minds that are building this type of technology, they're in Silicon Valley style companies, right? I say style because I view it as more of a mindset than a geography. And so if that's where they are versus traditional defense production organizations, then it's incumbent on governments to go and engage with these companies. And so I think that's what you're starting to see in this change, both the unit that I had the honor of leading and now multiple other ways, even here in India, you know, between IDEX and other type of efforts, you're seeing that. And so I think it's important that you have these scientists and engineers, you know, working to ensure, you know, better national security.
You know, so the characteristics from, again, the conversation we've had so far, it is clear that there's a new mathematics of war that we're talking about, right? So you mentioned, again, $10,000 drones, $10 million tanks, and, you know, Ukraine has been fending off Russian attack, building 300 rupee bombs, right? So less than, you know, $10 worth of that's the cost. So we have this new mathematics of war. And then we have these new actors that are coming into play. And, you know, we mentioned Google AI, but there's some other examples as well. Palantir, for example, right? A big data analytics company. It was set up in the aftermath of 9/11 because they realized that the error had been an error in putting together data and analyzing it. It had been a data analysis issue. Then you've got Anduril. It is one of the most well-known examples of American defense technology companies, and they're in the autonomous weapons system, and they're really guiding that change for the US military. Then, of course, we have OpenAI, and they have recently just announced a partnership with Anduril, a startup, to use LLMs for military purposes. The fact that these new actors are coming into play and they're startups and their mindset is different than, you know, military mindset. You mentioned that speed is of essence, but this new nexus, whether it's with respect to maths or whether it's with respect to startups, raises a really key fundamental question. When we talk about, for example, when we talk about the military balance of power, it has often been traditionally understood that might is right. The US has been the biggest military superpower and it has commanded that right. Now we're talking about speed. So suddenly it's about faster finger wins. It's about the actors that are, you know, building faster and innovating faster. But then that carries risks with it. Because if the life cycles are so short, then doesn't that change, or doesn't that affect the rationale for technology in the sense that technology then becomes a tool for ever-escalating conflict?
So it is a new paradigm, right? And you know, as I say, the enemy has a vote, right? And so if adversaries that wish to, you know, do harm or not recognize borders, are using this technology, you need to respond. And so it's a different type of arms race. But it's nothing that is new. So I guess what I'm saying, if I look at the history of defense procurement, you know, not just in the last 100 or 200 years, but millennia, there's always been this technology element. And I think what's changed today is just how fast it's going. And what's happened is that I would say a lot of Western democracies, Their systems have been designed to build an aircraft carrier or a jet airplane or something that we're going to have for a long time. They haven't been designed for these new types of technologies and at the speed. And so new entrants could take advantage of that. So I think they have to adapt, and they have to change, and they have to begin to try new processes with new entrants as the ones that you've described, and new ways of thinking about risk, right? If you have 1,000 drones, they take off, and 10 of them crash on takeoff, maybe that's okay, but you don't want that in your fighter jet. So I think it's going to happen no matter what, and it's very important to stay ahead of the curve.
But what's the end point if technology is ever evolving?
Yeah. So let's back up. What is the point of national security?
Yes.
It is to deter conflict. Anybody that's actually served in combat knows how terrible it is, and we all want to avoid it. And I would hope that and wish that we could always deter conflict, but human history has shown that sometimes that's difficult for millennia. So to me, the purpose of having a very strong armed forces is that you never have to use it. You just train, and you're so overwhelming that you prevent bad from happening. And so that's the ultimate goal.
Raj, if I was just to shift the dimension for a moment and come back to the actual technologies, and it's like entering the realm of the whale now, Let's set aside all moral frameworks, all social frameworks. They are genuine issues, and like you said, every country's army must be strong enough to defend their own citizens. So what is the kind of innovations that, I came back to asking that framework, that now what is that corridor between Pentagon and Silicon Valley? Earlier it was DARPA that created the internet and actually infused Silicon Valley. Now it's Silicon Valley that's infusing the Pentagon. So what is that corridor you've set up which possibly could be something that other countries do with their, India is one of the largest, some of the largest number of startups, defense startups, and the army is looking to create that corridor with its own startup. So help us understand the structure you set up.
Sure. The core behind the structure was being able to understand how do you interface with a startup. And startups are different than traditional large companies for a host of reasons. They're small, they have limited resources, and they just have to move really fast. So in the venture game, which startups need to go and raise, every 18 months you need to show some level of progress so you can raise your next round of financing and continue to grow. And startups have this very narrow sieve of success. Of 100 startups, maybe 90 will fail. So how do you get to those 10 that win? And to do that, you need to move that quickly. And so, but if the procurement system of an organization is 4 years, a company is never going to work for that. So how do you move more quickly? That's kind of one. That's more obvious. The other one is, it's a different language. It's a different set of incentives. And so this group that we set up, this thing it was called the Defense Innovation Unit, and it still exists and it's
Unit
grown.
X sounds
Unit
much
X.
more
Easier
robust.
Easier to say, but it's a military organization, so you need an acronym. It really served as an embassy to the Valley, right? Trusted relationships, because as you said at the beginning, at the end, these are all human endeavors, and they're run on the capital of trust. So do you have people that are of the Valley, have trusted relationships, can know how to navigate and understand what's real and what's not real, because just like any other organization, there are hucksters out there, and so you need to be able to diligence that. And so that's what that organization did and continues to do. And I think the good news now is what we're seeing is outposts through American partners and allies in Japan, in UK, and I know there's an even ongoing dialogue here in India.
Just to share with the audience that Silicon Valley came up with this phrase called Valley of Death, because dealing with Pentagon was like the Valley of Death, full of the carcasses of failed enterprises trying to sell to the military, So that was evocative of what you helped solve. Again, before coming back to Ritik, I wanted to ask you, you set up a few pillars of focus, One was autonomous weapons, artificial intelligence, human intelligence, I don't know if that's an obsolete force, and a couple of other things. So talk to us about some of the exciting technologies that you acquired. And again, you're somebody who's from within the belly of both beasts, the military and Silicon Valley. What's the state of AI right now?
Sure. There's so many exciting technologies, Shoma, that we were able to bring to bear. And again, as we talk...
Igal told us yesterday that if he revealed all, he'd have to kill us all.
Yes, of course, of course. Yeah, we won't get into any of that stuff either. As we go back to that translating issue, sometimes large bureaucracies have a lack of imagination, right? The way that militaries mostly procure things, they have some groups that do a requirement, they write a list of things that they need, and then they go out and buy it. And the problem is, innovation moves so fast, by the time they have that list out, it doesn't work. So I can give you a crazy example. I was out in one of our command centers, and they had just released a piece of software, and they had drop-down menus, right, with long lists of things. And I said, this is really kind of cumbersome to navigate. It feels like Yahoo, in the 1990s. But they said, I said they had this thing called search now. You can just kind of type what you want. But they said, no, but when we put the requirements out 10 years ago, this was state of the art. And they couldn't change it. So I think, understanding how software can adapt and how you can apply AI. As I think about AI, I'm not equipped to talk about the future of large language models. But it's really some of these unsexy things that are important. So if you think about logistics and how do you just move stuff around, you would be shocked to see that how much Excel and email is being used. I mean, I can share one story. So in 2016, I went to the center in the Middle East where the US manages all of its air operations, the air wars in Afghanistan, Iraq, and Syria at the time. And one of the sections there was how they plan air refueling tankers. So when there's jets flying around, you need to give them gas, and so there's these big air refuelers, and so where they will go, at what time, and who they give it to is a very important planning situation. Well, we saw the center as they were doing it, and it was a whiteboard with magnetic pucks and dry erase markers. I kid you not. It took 60 man-hours per day to build this. And we said, boy, there's got to be a better way. So I called one of the colonels in my unit. I said, we can fix this. So he hires a bunch of Silicon Valley engineers with long hair that probably couldn't pass the drug screening test for the clearances. But we got them 24-hour clearances, and we sent them out there. And they sat next to these planners, and they built a technology solution, which actually wasn't that hard. It took them about 6 weeks. It's basically a traveling salesman problem. And they were able to replace this whiteboard. Well, they discovered a couple things. One, in that time in the conflict, there was always these pop-up situations of conflict. Some bad guys are shooting at allied guys. And so the first thing you would do is send fighter jets to go and help them out. Well, these fighter jets are very thirsty. They need gas. But because the plan took 60 hours to redo, you couldn't reform it. So they had air refueling tankers on standby all over the Middle East, and they would scramble them like you see on TV, right? People run to the jet, they take off. Well, we discovered now, because this system could build the plan in just a couple of minutes, you could just reflow the plan. It was saving 3 tanker scrambles per day because of this new system. Each scramble cost taxpayers about $250,000, not including the wear and tear on the pilots and the airplanes. And the whole tool that we had built, I don't know, cost like $2 million. So the thing paid for itself in a week. So lesson 1, software can do magical things. 2, let's talk about the bureaucracy. So we built this system, great. We think, it's not changing the world, but it's, important. And the group in the military and the Air Force that was charged with the software said, hey, thanks, this is awesome. We're going to take it under advisement. We have a 10-year program. It's only 2 more years and we'll get the first release out. So why don't you take your toy back because you didn't go through all the certifications, and we'll do it. The commander at the time, the general, basically said, no way. I'm using this in combat until you guys come up with something. We're going to keep it going. So he kept it going. Fast forward 3 weeks later, one of the lions of the Senate, Senator John McCain, one of his staffers comes through. This is now on the tour for staffers. They see this new tech. And the staffer's like, wow, this is pretty neat. A week later, the Air Force comes back to John McCain and says, that software program that's only 10 years delayed, we need another $70 million to keep it going. And McCain, to his credit, said no and canceled the program and said, you're going to use this new technology and you're going to use their methodology. And it ultimately ended up being the source of the first software factory in the Department of Defense, where actual military members with coding backgrounds were valued and built this out. So again, this one colonel that helped ran it as an individual changed how we develop software. And this one general that refused to get it kicked out made it happen. So individuals matter.
So now it'd be a good time to focus on India. You know, so there's a line that you have in Unit X in their book, which I encourage everyone to read, is that innovation today is a national emergency. And nowhere is this truer, perhaps, than in a country like India. So just an example. Just like US has its F-35, which is one of the most advanced superjets in the world, before China in 2021 came up with the first nuclear-powered hypersonic jet, which travels 10 times the speed of sound and can change direction, unlike conventional ballistic missiles. But coming back to India, a prime example of a defense technology is Tejas, you know, our equivalent of the F-35, a multi-combat role jet. And it has taken 33 years since inception to its inauguration, and we're still waiting for the first order of 40 Tejas aircrafts. Right? So clearly India has a ways to go, and modernization, military modernization has been among its top priorities for a while now. Now, India has also set up an equivalent of DIU, which is the Defense Innovation Office, and it set up a IDEX. It set up a platform to do exactly what DIU has been set up for, which is to matchmake between the military and defense startups. Now, interestingly, the US and India are collaborating, and there's a platform there. In fact, the US military was one of the first foreign militaries that had reached out to an Indian startup, right, to source swarm drone technologies. So my question to you would be, again, given your experience with DIU, and also, of course, your experience as an investor, as a technologist, and someone who is well-versed with Silicon Valley, which is where a lot of these technologies are emerging from, how do we grease the wheels? Not just between military and startup cultures, but again, if, as you say, your intention is, you know, to strengthen democracies, how can India and the US work together and enable this network of back and forth, you know, between the startups of both countries in a way that benefits our capabilities to deter and defend?
Yeah, great question. There's a saying, like say, that misery loves company. So, you know, it's nice to know that the US and India are not alone in dealing with massive bureaucracies. So maybe it's 30 years for the Tejas. I think the F-35 took 20 years to get going. So you're not alone. Look, I think what makes democracies work and on the international scene is to have friends, right? It's important to have allies and partners. And democracies are natural friends.
Can everybody hear him? Yeah.
Sorry. So it's good to have you know, natural friends. And so I think there is, as we think about the Quad and other types of alliances, ways for technology transfer, for ways for co-development. And you know, I think there was just a very successful visit by our new president and the prime minister here to talk about some of these issues. And so I'm optimistic that from that will come technology sharing opportunities for ways to cut through red tape, right? Because there's a lot of red tape that prevents some of this stuff from happening.
In fact, it's not just talent and bureaucracies. It's even more literal than that, because technologies, as I think we've now understood, it's a supply chain. We're going to be talking about energy and critical minerals in a session post-lunch, but military technologies also require parts, and those parts are made of materials. So can you speak to a little bit about that?
Yeah, I mean, I think supply chain issues post-COVID and post some of these issues with China, which has been the creator of low-cost technology, is a real one. So there's a massive move for onshoring. You named a couple of companies, Andrew, they're building their own factories now in the US. But there are certain things that I think are just going to be difficult for the U.S. to onshore. And that provides, I think, another opportunity for partnerships as we think about chip development. I know Apple has now opened a plant here. Samsung is looking to open a plant. So I think there's a lot of ways for the world's oldest democracy and the largest democracy to partner.
So Raj, before we sort of wrap up this session, two questions. One is one which we asked earlier. You mentioned one of them, but would you talk about the really exciting technologies that you are seeing in the Valley, which personally excite you, the ones that you're investing in, but also which are very useful for the Pentagon?
I mean, gosh, there's just so much that's changing. Things that we thought were only in the governmental realm 10 years ago, now you have private companies doing. So, we've had a lot of conversations on AI, and we've all played with LLMs, so I won't touch that. You've seen those power. But there's a lot of other things. If we think about the new space, economy, and what both folks like SpaceX have done to lower the cost of launch by tenfold and another tenfold when Starship flies, right now with Starlink, it's easier for you to put a Starlink terminal up and get high-speed broadband than to try to run fiber anywhere. It's amazing. And there's a whole ecosystem now coming of that, of smaller satellites that can do Earth observation at low cost. We're invested in a company that does 10-centimeter pictures from space that's now commercially available. You're seeing refueling in space. How do you extend the life of satellites? How do you maneuver in space? So I think you're going to see this whole slew of amazing types of technology in the space realm. And then there's the autonomous side. Ground vehicles, space vehicles, air vehicles. Can you send robots instead of humans? Can you, reduce the human cost of some of these types of technologies? It's really exciting stuff.
Augmented reality for night vision is one. I think there was another technology that was mentioned, which is an earpiece that conducts through bone in high noise environments. So clearly not just AI and not just autonomous weapons.
Yes, lots of hardware stuff.
Yeah. So Raj, tell us, it's a hall now less full of entrepreneurs. Some have gone out for lunch, I just noticed. So we'll wrap quickly. Which are the ones you're personally investing in?
So we're focused, we're early stage investors. So 2 people and a dog, maybe they don't even have the dog yet, right? So very, very early companies. 4 core technology areas: AI, cybersecurity, space, and then robotics and autonomy. And we love to partner with great founders. It's just so exciting to see a group of high energy individuals with a big vision and just going for it. And we like to be there to support them, not just with money, but we've been in their shoes, moral support, introductions, and of course, how to navigate large governments.
Just final question, India's had a big dilemma. The Indian Army wants to renovate and become more technologically up to date, but we are also the largest standing army on the planet, And so there's this huge sort of argument going on between the value of human soldiers and all this technology. And obviously there's a cost payoff. And a lot of generals are saying, as happened with Israel, and Igal said that you can have all the technology in the world and there'll still be failure. So, and then in actual battlefield, you need the passion, the pride, the nationalism of soldiers to really keep you safe. So, the Indian government came up with the Agniveer program, but there's been a lot of to and fro about it. What's your instinct on it? You may not know the details, but as a soldier, entrepreneur, and working with government, what's your take on that?
Yeah, I don't think it's an either or. I don't think we're going to have an army of robot drones, right? There's this concept called the fog of war, right? Fog of war, right? When you're in battle, you don't have perfect information. You don't know what's happening. The enemy has a vote. It's high stress. And so this is where humans matter, individuals matter, right? All this technology is just a tool. And so you need well-trained, well-motivated, soldiers that are doing it for the right reasons and know how to make those balances. And look, it's again, war is a terrible thing, and you're making life and death decisions. I think ultimately those are human decisions.
Thank you very, very much, Raj. There's going to be a whole slew of people wanting to meet you. Thank you very much for joining us today.
Thanks for the opportunity, Shoma. Ritika.
Thank you.
Wonderful session.
We'll break for lunch and be back very soon. Thank you for being such a patient audience.
In a world full of uncertainty, education isn't just learning, it's becoming. It's the foundation that turns questions into quests. Seekers of knowledge redefine industries and rewrite our collective story. Each lesson sparks a new beginning, where education elevates and pioneers rise. In their hands, innovation becomes the blueprint of a brighter tomorrow. Dreamers captivated by museum walls become the artists of tomorrow. Their imaginations blossom, painting a future once only dreamed of. Here, changemakers forge the future. Hesitant steps today grow into confident strides toward tomorrow. Each breakthrough kindles the fire of hope and courage, where courage is nurtured and leaders are born. A new generation rises, shaped by knowledge, driven by purpose. They are explorers, creators, and changemakers, each carrying the light forward, turning possibility into promise. In a world full of uncertainty, education isn't just learning, it's becoming. It's the foundation that turns questions into quests. Seekers of knowledge redefine industries and rewrite our collective story. Each lesson sparks a new beginning, where education elevates and pioneers rise. In their hands, innovation becomes the blueprint of a brighter tomorrow. Dreamers captivated by museum walls become the artists of tomorrow. Their imaginations blossom, painting a future once only dreamed of. Here, changemakers forge the future. Hesitant steps today grow into confident strides toward tomorrow. Each breakthrough kindles the fire of hope and courage, where courage is nurtured and leaders are born. A new generation rises, shaped by knowledge, driven by purpose. They are explorers, creators, and changemakers, each carrying the light forward, turning possibility into promise.
Everything is controlled seamlessly. With one touch, one pull, one peek, or just a few words.
Hey BMW, turn on the music.
Even the most ordinary of little things can be epic. Dominate every day your way.
What is the digital plus economy? We have experienced several life-changing global events, which accelerated the need to transform, impacting businesses and people alike, transforming the way we work, collaborate, communicate, and live our lives. These changes put us on the threshold of a new hyper-connected economy, a digital plus economy. As we move into this new reality, there are 4 key skills we must all master to succeed in this new economy. Collect and understand data in real time. Intelligently automate the repetitive and predictable. Steer clear of security pitfalls. And to digitally transform the business ecosystem to provide total experience. We see the new horizon of the digital plus economy. This is the next wave, the next dimension of our technology, transforming our global cultures and markets. If you're doing business today, you have a digital business, and you must supercharge that business. Being a little bit digital won't cut it. We need that extra spark. You need to be digital plus.
Good afternoon, and to see such a packed hall, thank you. A big round of applause to yourselves. This is wonderful. Thank you. Next up is a very, very exciting session But before that, again, a round of thank yous. You know, if the bacteria in your belly are happy, there are people to thank for it. And I was just thinking that Matthew Ricard was talking to us about 2,500 years of contemplative science, which is Buddhism or Hinduism or Vedanta and all of that. But actually the pill to really distill all that spiritual knowledge is to remind ourselves that we are 99% bacteria. If that doesn't help us detach from our sense of self, I don't know what can, you know. So now that our bacteria are happy, I want to thank the patrons of our bacteria, both in our brains and in our bellies. There's the Shiv Nadar Foundation, absolutely amazing, gracious hosts, Roshni Nadar and Shikhar Malhotra, Sundar Mahalingam and everybody else in the Shiv Nadar Foundation family. They believe in the power of transformation in education and ideas, and they're backing that with more than $1.3 billion. As I said earlier, that's Mr. Shiv Nadar's own personal money that he's putting into transmission of ideas and equal opportunity in society. So thank you, Shiv Nadar Foundation, for backing this. I'd again like to thank the Glenlivet, and we've tasted their hospitality, but it's again to remember why they backed Synapse is because the idea of original thinking lies at the core of their DNA. They're the original Speyside single malt, and they've been innovating on it, on their founder George Smith's vision, but they've stuck to that idea of originality and original living. So thank you, TGL, for being part of us. Big thank you to BMW again. You know, I hope we reach a level of abundance where monks can sell their BMWs for the Buddha brain. But BMW has a wonderful car there. It's the iX1 long wheelbase. See, I'm getting closer to possessing it. Is the first electric car completely made in India. It's spacious, it's forward-looking, it's versatile. It's for those of you who are bold and trying to merge with machines. BMW is the one to do it, so thank you, BMW, for being part of us. Make My Trip, Deep Kalra, again, a big shout-out to you. Thank you. Of course, their app is something all of us have used for our holidays, but now My Biz is the product to use for our businesses, to plan your travel, expense management. It's AI-driven. It's already being used by 59,000 companies. That's an amazing number. And so, yes, we should all become part of that club that's using My Biz. Thank you very much for being part of us. Nuvama, integrated wealth management company that, as I've been saying repeatedly, is really managing the prosperity end of India with more than 4,200 HNI families, more than 12 lakh others who are prosperous, and that amounts to almost 4.2 trillion. So that's a lot of prosperity that they're managing. You can trust them. They've built that reputation, and they have offices across the country and in other places in the world. So Nuvama, again, thank you very much for being part of Synapse and helping us bring this platform together. I'd like to thank Aditya Ghosh of Homage Advisors, who, this morning made a spirited pitch on our defense and in our part. So if any of you really want to become part of this ecosystem of making Synapse grow and perhaps go to other places, because as many of the Indian speakers have been saying, there is an Indian culture around technology, an Indian philosophy around technology. Synapse, in a way, is a manifestation of that. And I think that thoughtful approach to technology is something that we could export to the world. So yes, if you would like to join us, please do reach out. But thank you, Aditya and Homage Advisors, for partnering with us. And Homage, again, helps both individuals and companies scale with a sense of purpose. He has a wonderful raft of companies that he's backing, as I said, from these vertical launch eVTOLs that are going to rise up soon into our sky, to Akasa Air, Manam Chocolates, to Blue Tokai, and many other companies. So, Aditya, thank you for putting your faith with us. HCL Software, again, like a double, triple thank you to the entire HCL ecosystem for extending every branch of their family. And I hope next year we even have HCL Tech with us. But HCL Software provides enterprise-grade solutions for all diverse range of businesses, from climate to defense to health. They have solutions for governance, civil governments, all kinds of large-scale enterprises. Do look up their website at hcl-software.com. And they're serving more than 20,000 companies already, many of the Fortune 500s. All of you, there are too many of you to thank at HCL Software, but thank you very much for being with us. And then, of course, the others who are, in different ways really partnered with us. There's Anil Chawla and Pramod Bhasin. Pramod, you're here in the audience. Big thank you to you for bringing Clicks Capital into our stable. Prasad Wanga of Anthill Ventures, a speed scale platform that's helping startups speed up. There's Sanat, again, his Deep Holistics, stall is outside, where we're going to hear more and more about this kind of personalized diagnostic and what that means for all of us. But he's got a stall out there. There's Narayan Rajan, who of Nautilus, who manages ships and ports. Narayan is not here, but his spirit is with us. And thank you, Narayan. And via Climate, Shruti Kaveri, helping companies meet their ESG and sustainability goals. Thank you to all of you. And once again, to those who are more invisibly there as a support system, Kiran Shah, Suketu Shah, Zai Shah, Aryaman Shah, Ramji Narasimhan, and Satish Mehta. A big thank you to all of you. Thank you to my partner, Aditya Puri. And at the end of this, I would really request you to wait till the end, because I would like to felicitate our Lucid Lines team, a wonderful young band of people who've helped to bring this together. Thank you very much. And now to this next session, which is, we're a cinema-crazy, music-crazy country, so it's always wonderful to bring that dimension into Synapse as well. But there's an added layer this year why we wanted to really have this session, because last year when we had this session with Javed Akhtar and Shekhar Kapoor and Raju Irani and Sonu Nigam, we were talking about whether creativity, human creativity, would survive in an era of AI, and there was a spirited discussion around that. But this year, some of those questions have gone even deeper. And in a way, storytellers are the kind of canary in a coal mine, They are interpreters of society, and we'd love to know how these storytellers are picking up on the signals of a society that's on the threshold, or not the threshold, in the midstream of such accelerated change. Would love to know what they're thinking about, but also the function of the story itself. Yuval Harari's book, Sapiens, said that, in a way, what really triggered Sapiens to become who we are today was the desire for gossip, for storytelling, that imagination, the capacity to tell a story. It was the glue that made us a particular species. It's the glue that makes us all communities. It's a common shared imagination. And as Ken Liu so evocatively said yesterday, the story itself is a technology. And now, is that technology itself archaic, obsolete product? Will it survive this time of change? That's a question we're going to be pursuing in this session. And so I'm going to invite them all on stage. But as always, a little window to remind ourselves, what is this world we're talking of?
Give me the argument, the best argument you know, for the power of cinema.
Oh, gosh.
Yes!
As I said, please welcome on stage those who are really picking up the signals of society and feeding it back to us through creative, wonderful work. Welcome on stage Anurag Kashyap, somebody you know, whose work we know, a star director. Nikhil Advani, again, a wonderful, versatile director who's produced from Kal Ho Nan Ho to Rocket Boys, some of wonderful stories, human stories. Vikramaditya Motwane, somebody who's really experimenting with technology, done the first film on AI worlds called Control. And Sona Mahapatra, a wonderful composer, musician, singer, and somebody who's very excited about technology. So the female counter voice to all of the kind of voices we've been hearing today. Thank you very much for being here. Thank you very much, all of you, from taking time off. Many of them have been in the middle of shoots, but they've been bullied and bandied into coming here. So thank you. You've all got off flights, left your sets. That's a very big deal. So, you know, I was just saying that we wanted to examine, I'm not sure, Nikhil, you've been here a bit. I don't know, Anurag and Vikram, if you've been here very long. And Sonu, you've literally come off the stage, Sona. So we've been talking over these last 2 days about the kind of exponential change that's hitting us. So before we even come to creativity, stories, cinema, music, I want to get a little bit of a sense of what each of you's psyche is at this moment. So Anurag, let's start with you. You know, we've been hearing about bioenhancement, about merging with machines, about uploading our bodies, you know, and that all of this is like imminent, it's already happening, biohacking, all these things. So just very broadly, if all these opportunities came your way, individually, speaking for yourself, would you leap on them or would you shy away from them?
I'm actually not I'm a very non-tech person.
Will you speak into the phone, Anurag?
I'm a very non-tech person. I still write with my own hand and I depend on myself for everything. I like to do things myself. So for me, I don't mind using any technology or tool that helps me do things in a better way, but I will not entirely depend on it. And I'm more of a, before getting into anything, I want to know the impact of it and
Right. So
side effect of it.
Let me personalize the question a little bit more. You know, there was a survey in America that if they could gene edit their children, would they? You know, your daughter's just got married, so let me ask you a specific question. If a technology came that would allow you to gene edit your daughter, would you?
No.
Okay.
I like to live with the consequences.
Right. Right. You know, I'm going to keep circling back with some of these surprise questions of what you would do or not do. Nikhil, let me come to you. You know, if you could use a technology that would just allow you, and you know, we're getting very close to it, so it's not even a hypothetical question, that you have a story in your brain, you don't need to work with, you know, a 300-member crew, you can just prompt your story and everything that's in your mind, just like an autopill, autopotency, you know, the film comes out. It's a mirror of what's in your head without all the mess of the creation of a film. Would you take that option?
No, I wouldn't, because I think that a large part of what we do as filmmakers is to take the energy from the 300 people. You know, I mean, 300 can be 30, can be 3, can be 4, can be, in my case it is 200. In Anurag's case it is, he likes to keep it very, very small. But yeah, so no, because I would like to be on the set with people all the time. So I take their energy, I take from them. It's very, but yesterday I saw the talk between Pete and Dan, and he was talking about putting a chip in here. If that can give me more than 24 hours in a day, I'll be very happy. I can do more work. Yeah.
So it's the specificity of what you would enhance.
Absolutely, yeah.
But
yeah,
you would enhance.
I want to do more work, but I want to work with people and not make it very easy for me. I think it's like, you know, Rocky in the ring. He gets badgered and badgered and badgered, and then he keeps coming back up and keeps coming. Yeah. So I like that. Okay. Punishing myself.
Right. You like punishing yourself. Yeah. So just one quick add-on question to that. You said you draw energy from your crew and your colleagues. But, you know, do you also think that creativity is in the hit and miss, the endeavor, the effort? Or do you think, you know, like we were talking to Nick Bostrom earlier today, and he was saying that if we could have a really abundant world in which everything is solved, then why not? Because then there are other dimensions to explore. You know, if we can escape the fragility of our bodies and our mistakes and all of that. So would you then be drawn to that, or do you think creativity lies in the sweat?
No, I think a lot of the lessons that I have learned are from all my failures, right? I think that it's very important for you to understand the concept of being able to, that doesn't work. It hasn't worked. It may have worked for me, it may have worked for in the room when we were talking about it. It was a great idea, it didn't translate. People didn't like it. So I think that it only helps me become a little better, I think, eventually. Yeah, so I won't, I think it is definitely hit and miss. It's very hit and miss.
There's a very beautiful thing about creating, which is process. AI is very result oriented.
That's well put, yeah.
I do not want to lose the joy of the process, and I don't care about the result.
Right. I think a lot of cinema distributors care about the result. You know?
But they are the biggest enemies of cinema.
And all filmmakers are trying to reach the place where Anurag is, where he doesn't have to care about the result.
Right. Vikram, you know, I'm just going to do this like a gathering wedding cake. Can I put both those questions to you, you know, just in your personal capacity? In any, I won't define the realm, but this idea of enhancement, you know, would you opt for it? And then would you edit anybody close to you, you know, a relationship, someone you love, yourself, you know, for a more successful sort of relationship? Would you do that?
I think those are the kind of things you make movies about. I don't think I would sort of apply that to my own life. Yes, in a movie you want to end up creating the perfect person or the perfect relationship, and then shit is going to go really bad after that. Because and that's in a sense, in my mind, what applies to real life. I think that the purest filmmaker in me would love to be able to sit down for 2 years inside a room and make an entire film by myself, by all means. But the director who is responsible for multiple people on a film set would not. And I think I've come to that point of time where I think I have to sort of draw the line between what's important at large and what's for me personally versus, what is easier and what is more, just.
But Vikram, amongst all the directors, and I'm going to come to Sona because she's a little bit apart from the three of you, but amongst
She's done a video also about it. She's done a video in the...
Yes, I'm going to... But amongst the three of you, you're the one most excited by technology. You've experimented with it, you've done... And your recent film, Control, really uses the new age technology and evokes that world. So again, my question there is that, last year we had Anders Sandberg, who's a philosopher of technology, and he said that, forget everything else, we're talking about a new species being born. He said the human species also is going to split into two, the holdout humans and the transhumans, or the post-biological humans. And it's a little bit like the horse carriage when Ford Motors rolled in, that if we don't do this, you're kind of going to get left behind, because literally we've been hearing how inexorable it is. So in that context, I'll again pose the question to you that how would you then calibrate your relationship with technology and this world that you described in Control? Do you see that it's just like a little pocket, or do you think that it's pervading through society?
Control was a very pessimistic film. It had a very pessimistic outlook of technology, more than technology.
For those how many of you have seen Control?
Like.
Okay, but in one line, so everyone knows what you're talking about, just tell the audience.
Oh, wow. Control's a film, oh my God. It's an influencer has a breakup with a boyfriend. She finds a software that has an AI character that will erase her digital past and will let her sort of like reinvent her life. And of course, things will go wrong as they would in movies that they do. And the movie ended on a pretty bleak note where you're stuck within a cycle where you cannot escape it. So yeah, I love technology. I'm the first person to go out there and test out new cameras, new phones, new things, whether it's virtual reality or any of that sort of stuff. I love it. I'm very, very pessimistic about the capitalists who are running it. My problem is with that. And I think somewhere trying to find that balance between both of those is, I think, where all of us, I think, need to just find that. The Americans are not freaking out about Chinese AI because everybody should be happy about it because you are now getting AI technology for so much cheaper. But no, they're unhappy because it's affecting their stock prices. And that is where the problem, for me, personally comes. To your question, yes, I think as we've seen, it is going to be split into that. Honestly, I don't know the answer to that. I think as with the horse carriage versus the car, if the world tells you that you have to drive the car to actually be somebody in life versus sort of still having a horse, what do you do then? So I think it comes, and that's again where you start to wonder, like, do you trust the capitalists to really sort of give you a choice anymore in this matter?
Right.
Because they don't. So.
I'm going to come back to the idea of story as social technology, but first let me bring Sona into the conversation. Sona, first, just like I was saying, I want to peep into each of your psyches. So those questions that I posed to the guys, that would you bioenhance, would you merge with machines, would you press a button and create things? Just give us an insight into you personally, and then we'll come to some of the bigger picture questions.
So I'd like to start with saying hello to all of you and to call out to the sound engineer to help us with technology, that we don't have so much reverb here. As a musician, I'm finding it thank you. It's echoing from the PA and from the foldback. I can definitely not sing here to tell you why I can never be replaced by AI. I have always believed that technology, to quote a very old, a very unwoke quote, which is, technology is a good servant. आज के ज़माने में servant भी नहीं बोलना चाहिए. मैं home manager बोलती हूँ अपने घर में संभालने वालों को. But a terrible master. I would like to say mistress, but mistress has again a very gendered connotation. So I don't believe technology is to be used as something to aid us, take away the menial side of things. As an artist, I have found it to be very, very empowering. I have been able to circumvent the gatekeepers, the Bollywood that never embraced me, the
guys,
music labels. The music labels.
Get off the stage already.
It's not personal, but
we have done work together.
The music labels that want to keep you under their thumb. And we are coming into a time where, it's really the best time for me because here we have a lot of filmmakers and films nahi chal rahe. And everybody is on tour, including me. So I believe that I have been, using AI to be a good little workhorse for me. I made a music video at next to nothing. I'm not sure I would like to qualify it as art because that's a deeper question and a conversation. And authorship and copyright, which anyway doesn't exist for these incredible writers and creators in our country, even till this date. So that bigger question of whether AI created art should be considered art in the first place, has authorship invested in it, those are the things worth having conversations on. Whether there should be legislation, whether they should be controlled, because a machine learning from existing art and existing ideas, because I'm speaking specifically to music, art in my domain. It's learning on existent ideas. And the creative process, I believe, is a very personal experience, where there's this lightning in the bottle, but it is actually, as you said, rigor, every day, waking up, discipline, attention to details, a lot of pain, a lot of heartache, and then there is this, beautiful moment. So I would think that the AI part of it could help to probably, generate ideas, do a lot of the, making a PPT and a pitch deck used to be horrid when I was in the corporate, because I had all the ideas, but just formatting it took away my brains and my hair. So I would love AI to do that. So there are places where AI would play a role, bioenhancement, merging with a machine, it's not even it's a non-question. And I know that
It's
there
a
have been,
non-question because you
for
wouldn't
me,
do-
as an artist, I've been listening into your incredible conclave. In fact, while being, last 4 days, I've been on stage and taking a 3 o'clock morning flight, but I've been listening into some incredible minds talking about how it would, if it is for societal change, if it's for medical, diagnostics, and there are so many aspects in a poor country like ours that we could adapt it in. But art, artistry, writing, creation, at best it could be my sidekick, a helper, nothing beyond that. And authorship and copyright, let's talk about it. And if there are people here who are going to influence policy, it's a very, I think Paris had a summit on AI. UK and the US have refused to sign it, saying it will curb innovation. But our Prime Minister and I think a whole bunch of European Union and all, they have agreed to, kind of put some curbs in place because things can get out of hand very quickly.
Right. So I'm going to come to some of those bigger framework questions, but out of all of them, they've all said, yes, they wouldn't, but you are really embracing AI. You said it upturns a lot of power structures, and you've used it, for a song. So I don't know if it's on the console. Let's play a bit of it and then see whether you said it doesn't constitute art. Let's have a look at it at least.
I think it's art because I'm in it, live and alive and singing, and 3 years before its time, पैसे कुछ नहीं लगे हैं. This is very Anurag Kashyap style of filmmaking. I mean, I could teach you a few tips too.
Are we able to cue it? Okay, we'll just wait. It'll suddenly come on. But so coming back to then, do you think that this is almost wishful thinking, Anurag?
No, see, if you talk about Hindi film industry has hardly made anything original. They've always copied and they made remakes. So AI can definitely help Hindi film industry with better copies and better remakes. My problem with AI is my issues with AI is very different. See, my kids, a lot of youngsters work with me and they're very excited about when ChatGPT came out or AI came out, and they keep doing things like
they write better mails with better grammar at least now.
Yeah,
the commas and full stops and the expression.
So I'm the letter writing generation. I'm terrible at replying in mails and messages. So my problem is when I started researching on AI and things, and it's simple. I remember that Danny Boyle had come down to India to shoot Slumdog Millionaire, right? And he found a way to shoot in the slums. They had these smaller cameras, which the cameraman used to hold in his hand, and the feed was going back into the laptop, and the system would heat up. So they had ice packs. And they were constantly putting ice packs to cool down the system for the feed, right? And that was back in 2006. Now the amount of coolant that the AI servers need, the amount of water, it doesn't exist for the AI servers to last for 10 years. I'm saying what we don't talk about is the side effects. My thing is, you use AI, one AI prompt, and this is my research,
Yeah,
I'm not somebody.
it's a
one
liter.
simple AI prompt uses at least 16 ounces of water. And Forbes came out with an article in a research that said that if you continue using AI the way it is and every country starts making their own AI, by 2027, which is 2 years from now, we'll be using as much water as a country like Denmark uses. This is right there.
Yeah.
To keep the servers at a temperature that AI can function. Do we have that enough resources for, I'm thinking we are trying to look into the future. I'm saying, does that future exist?
So, Anurag, the reason I'll push back on that, not because the planetary and sustainability energy issue is not a big one, there are two reasons that I want to focus more on the idea of it. One is because this technology is coming. There's no way the companies that are making $5 trillion are going to turn back the tap on it because water usage is going up. You know, we're going to be promised that energy will get solved, nuclear fusion will come, water will get made because they're making new materials. So whatever it be, it's not going back, Anurag. And I think
that we know. US, Trump already announced to use the plastic straws and ban the paper straws. So we know we are going back to being toxic.
Yeah, anyway, because the focus of the, yes, I'm glad you flagged it, but it is not going away, you know. So what I would rather ask is that how are you going to engage with something which is 2 years away, you know, so we can keep talking about it, it's not going away. So as a storyteller, do you think you need to actually think very deeply about how will you upgrade yourself to deal with a very powerful new technology and still remain the creator on top of it?
I could answer that.
No,
Okay.
I think I'll stay away from
Please,
it.
I mean, don't be worried.
No, I'm not worried at all. See, I'm not worried at all because I feel like the bane of my whole life has been that I can't even convince my parents that what I make is movies. So, you know, in the sense, I don't need to compete with anyone because I exist in my corner, right? So I will continue. I don't want to engage with it because one thing that really bothers me, and it is my problem and it's not their problem, because say when I talk to my kid, my daughter, or the kids who work with me, they know everything. They already know everything.
Right.
They have an answer to everything. And there's no conversation uske baad. Right? So for me, it's like my generation, we had to figure it out.
I want to say something to
always
Anurag.
figuring it out. And
Nikhil and Vikram, you're
Anurag,
already...
I want to say something to you though. I have observed your journey and been a huge fan of you as a writer. Not too fond of the films and the gali galoch and the male gaze that comes my way in your films, but you know, I'm a fan nevertheless. You are an artist. You are probably one of the only artists I know who's a filmmaker. Otherwise, most of them are put togetherers, in my point of view. So I think you're an artist.
Wait,
but having said that,
one second.
I do want.
Is the video ready?
I do want to say something
Is the video
to you.
ready?
No, wait, na. I have one thing, Shoma.
Yeah.
अरे एक ही औरत हूँ पैनल में, मैं तो थोड़ा टाइम लूँगी, ज़्यादा 3 आदमी हैं. Look ना. No. Anurag, the thing I would say, as somebody who's been a fan and you know who really has watched your journey and your angst and everything, is that you said, I will not engage. You know, incredible. He's that clear about it. I say this to you. In our country, unless you are mourning and a man singing about heartbreak forever and ever, you will not get to sing mainstream Bollywood, because 92% in terms of numbers of songs are male in our industry. And so you'll never get the platforms and stages to build a brand, to take it to a certain scale as a musician. If you have a vision of wanting to be a mainstream touring artist, 25 people, climbing big stages, big crowds, I shouldn't dream about it because I have been the outlier in a sense. In a sense like you, I don't want to make it. But guess what? The biggest gift and ally I found in technology and AI, which helped me put up a big production like it's called the Lal Pari Mastani show. And you know what, filmmakers keep going and promoting all their films in every platform. Nobody here, luckily, has anything to promote, thankfully. But I have a show called The Lal Pari Mastani Show, The 7 Stages of Love, where I take you through, you know, from the Pehli Nazar till Maut and Ibadat and, you know, the 7 stages of love from the Persian literature. Love songs and not necessarily the latest hit film songs, and it's a very big production. I'm touring with it, making good fat money equivalent or probably more than a lot of the filmy singers, conventional ones, and AI has been my biggest help because I was able to envision the show. And you know, most people in the corporates all over here, I'm okay to, you know, like alienate you, it's just another bunch of people to alienate. You don't have imagination most of the time. So to go and pitch an idea to you and get any kind of funding or any kind of buy-in is almost impossible because proof of the pudding, every pudding you're trying to prove yourself. But you know what? AI helped me take my ideas and my vision to, you know, kind of visualize it, sell it in, bring in the money, fund it, travel with 28 people, and not be Arijit or Diljit or Sonjit. Okay. You know?
Okay, first of all, you know, I was trying to butt in to say, Vikram and Nikhil, aap to stage se utar jao, you know. You are men, you are non-creators, put togetherers. And
I didn't mean that. I haven't watched everybody's work, but I was just telling Vikram
okay, so
that...
now give them a chance.
And he's got great music. Guys, I don't want to alienate all of you. Huh?
You know, this is the wonderfulness, the messiness of human beings. I have to stand up for ourselves. Is that, you know, it's actually Nikhil that really told me, go after Sona, get her on stage. It's going to be wonderful to have her.
Yeah, but there's no hope.
And here's another wonderful backstory, is that when I told Sona, you know, when I told Sona that, she said, Nikhil recommended me. I had a massive fight with him in Australia. You know?
So, please tell them about what? He said, लड़कों के गाने इसलिए बनते हैं और लड़कों को chance उतना मिलता है because they are the only ones who can bring in the money. I mean, it was like such a basic thing. And he then went into Bachchan Saab and I was like, well, Lata, Asha. He said, no.
Okay.
Didn't I win that one?
You win everyone, yeah.
Well, you clearly won it because he's the one who recommended you to come, you know. So, okay, to take this back, you know, I'm having fun and I'm almost wanting to turn this into a television show and like just go with the flow. But let's bring it back to some of the issues we want to discuss. Both of you stop being so quiet because, you know, Nick Bostrom was saying, and someone else was saying that one possible outcome of AI, and guys, you got to take it seriously, you're the storytellers, it is coming, you know, we cannot hide from it. But they were saying that the possibility is that, you know, I think Adam Ghazali also said that when he was seeing that thing in San Francisco, teach AI to think, that then you'll be just lying supine with an electric current going through your head and the technology is doing all your thinking, you know, so you do need to engage with it. So coming back, this idea of story as technology, you know, already let's keep AI aside for a while. Right up to the 70s, 80s, you know, critique it, don't critique it, but Hindi cinema and now increasingly South Indian cinema crossing over to the North Indian imagination, when it's at that scale, it's a collective function, you know. We all remember a particular song, what clothes they were wearing, some dialogue. It's a glue for society. As social media has come, there's more proliferation on OTT, but you don't have common stories anymore, you know. And now with AI, like we were showing in the film, press a button, all of us will be in our own little bubbles, our own little stories. So just respond to this idea, you know. Does it excite you that there's a democratization and proliferation of stories? Or as storytellers, are you worried that it's not anymore a collective glue?
I don't think, I mean, it's a mixture. For me, it's always been collective as well as it's been very personal. I don't think that it can...
Not as a producer, you know, as a consumer.
No, not as a producer of the story. Fantastic, I mean, great. If AI can democratize it, great. We should embrace it for sure. There's no question about it.
So you're not worried about the survival of the story?
Isn't democracy overrated?
The survival of the story will always be there because the three of us are sitting on the stage right now, and I can give if you give the same script to all three of us, with the same budget, with the same actors, with the same schedule, we'll still come up with 3 different films.
Right. What do you think, Vikram?
So there's 2 parts to this. One is from the, yes, as a director, producer, AI coming into our lives as a slightly different thing as the end user. I think from the end user, it's lovely because you can now make a movie for an audience of 1. You can convert and say, I want to see Star Wars with me as Luke Skywalker, and AI will be able to do that for you. And that is where one part of the end viewer experience will go in that direction. Yes, we know that. AI is going to make it easier. On the other hand, the collective is never going to go away. And that collective...
It is going away, Vikram. I think
No, it's
we're
not.
all stuck in some head in sand.
No, it's
This
not.
is what Synapse is about. We are. Social media is already, when we're talking about democracies and polarizations,
But we still
this
go to
is
the
not
movies.
just a product of nothing.
We still go to the movies, and we've been hearing about the death of the movies when VHS came in, when TV came in, when the internet came in. It still exists. It still will exist. The collective is still not, that's not going to go away. It might go down. It's not going to go away. And that's where the split will happen. You'll still go to a movie theater to watch something. You can't, everything cannot be on
Let's
virtual
ask
reality.
Ajay Bijli if everyone's going to the movies still.
Ajay, that's a separate thing. When he's going to have 45 minutes of advertising, obviously you're not going to go for the movie. So choose your priorities. Let's get your priorities right.
The reason for Ajay Bijli to be in the movies is very different from us being in the movies. See, I'm not going to say that people should not use AI. They should do what they want to do. Anybody. I don't stop my daughter is a podcaster. She uses YouTube, social media. I don't tell her, don't do it. I will not tell people what not to do. I say, I have chosen to not engage with it for myself. I wanted to be a filmmaker, I didn't choose to be a filmmaker because I thought things have happened for me. They've worked for me, right? But the reason to make films still remains the same because I love making movies.
Why do you love making movies?
Because I don't think if there's anything else I could have done. I love telling stories. I love making movies. I'll continue making movies even if cinema halls stop existing. People can choose to watch it wherever they want to watch it. But what AI cannot, but till AI doesn't put a gun to my head and say, you can't make movies, till then I don't have any problem with AI. Right?
But AI will. The time a lot of us filmmakers will be forced to use AI tools to do it is only when, because AI is going to make things cheaper. Like I'm saying, it comes down to the end of it. All they care about is money, right? So a studio is going to go and saying, today you're making something for 50 crores. With AI tools, you can make it for 20 crores. What are you going to do? And then if you have no choice and the gun is to your head, then you have to use it and you have to adapt.
Producers, studios, everybody will use AI for money.
I just want to clarify the issues at stake, and we're going to bring on a little bit of AI for you to get a feel of it. But I just want to clarify certain things. We're not talking about AI as up till it is another tool, because if it's a higher version of a camera, or this entire conference, every visual, and everybody's been saying they love the visuals and graphics. We've created all of that with AI. It's not possible to do the scale.
No, I know of A.R. Rahman.
No, the
A.R.
first
Rahman
question
is
you
actually
asked me
making a movie.
when you
That's the point you're making.
was
Scale.
about-
Guys, this is a stage show, not a TV show.
No,
One
no,
by
I'm
one.
saying A.R. Rahman is actually making a movie with his entire cast that is AI generated, with everything that is AI generated. I'm saying it's not like people are not doing that.
But he's also, by the way, working on creating chairs which let out a perfume and give you the sensorial feel while watching a film. Each chair is costing him 15 lakhs, so I don't know how many people can
I've sat
fit
in
that
that chair.
You've
I've
sat in that chair.
yeah.
But Shoma, you had asked me in our first phone call that, we are going to ask the deepest question ever. What is it being human? And I must right now thank you for calling me here, because I was like, what am I going to talk about in this whole setting? Because my world is elsewhere right now. But it got me thinking and got me going back to my nerd ways. And in fact, apart from the usual, the self-awareness, the consciousness, the morality, tribalism, community, everything that defines, this whole idea of being human, one of the most crucial aspects of being human, the identity, the core identity of being human, is wanting to express yourself, and art and creativity is like the highest form of expression. So he wants to tell a story. I want to sing a song. It's the highest, most beautiful, elevated, transcendental version of wanting to be human. And somewhere that, over centuries, has gone to, create civilizations with a certain philosophy, with a certain culture, with music and art, which is very specific to that particular set of people. And I don't think, for everything that I champion about AI, I don't think regurgitated ideas, regurgitated stories, or art, or music, or any of this, which is, claiming to be art also of some kind, can ever replace. If it does, it will mean the end of society the way we know it. So there's no two ways about it. So if we want to remain being human, art and music has to remain with the humans. You know?
No,
and authorship, most importantly, authorship.
Yeah, we're going to come to authorship. To your point, last night after, this entire day of discussing this, like, avalanche of technologies that's coming our way, Kabir Cafe was playing at night, and I was just transposed, but it was beautiful singing, and it was like what you're saying.
Kumar Gandharvji, the cultural nuances that Kumarji will bring in when he, a 60-year-old man without a lung, starts singing about, from a Radha's perspective, Savare ai jayo savare ai jayo savare ai jayo savare. यहाँ पे नहीं गा सकते. जमुना किनारे मारो गाँव. जब कुमार जी ये गाना गाते हैं, आपको लगता है आप वहाँ पे पहुँच गए 400 साल पहले. You will see that beautiful mangrove. You will see the jhula, you will see Radha, you will see the cultural nuances of a centuries itna purana civilization. No robot, no Sophia, nobody can give you that experience, that feeling रोंगटे खड़े होने वाले जो कुमार जी देते थे. या नील गेमन का बुक पढ़ो, या आप मियाज़ाकी, अगर फिल्म मेकर्स इतने सारे, मेरे फेवरेट फिल्म मेकर मियाज़ाकी हैं. I pronounce it all wrong. But that rabbit hole he takes you into with his imagination and his crazy, putting together other people's ideas will never give you a Miyazaki.
So, guys, I guess the real watershed here, and Nikhil and Vikram, I'm going to pull you more into the conversation, because as storytellers, you can't be not interested in this phenomenon. And I'm clarifying, that as long as AI is just a tool, a better camera, a better, sort of a green screen creator, then we don't need a conference about it, I guess we have to recognize, some of the most frontier minds in the world, good, bad, hubris, not, I'm not getting into the moral social framework, just the phenomenon. We are creating a technology that is going to not just mimic human intelligence, but surpass human intelligence. A new technology is coming, which the people creating it are calling it a new species. Some of the biggest philosophers are calling it a new species. How can we not engage with what that means for us as creative people, And so I'm going to put that question Sona said. She's explained a little bit about what it means to be human. Let all three of you answer that. Forget being creators. What does it mean to be human for you, Vikram? He's like, Sunday afternoon, I can't think about these things.
I think Sona's answered it really well. I think look, the one place where I'm in slight disagreement with her about not really disagreement. Look, at our age that we are right now, there's all the films we've watched, the books we've read, the experiences we've had, the places we've traveled to, the sounds we've heard, all that sort of stuff. That's all learning, right? That's, in a way, it's machine learning. That's the stuff we've done it. Our stories come from those experiences. Our stories come from those stories, and they come from all that. It's the same with machine learning. I get it. It's going to be the same sort of thing. And yes, when you have artificial intelligence that's going to have all that information stored in there, where they can buy and learn more and more and more, where they can end up creating stories. They can be directors, they can be actors, they can be production designers, they can be cinematographers, they can be all those things. You can have a hybrid of that kind of stuff with human beings, where, as you said, we've already had, Neuralink already exists. These things are already out there. Yes, we know it's coming. We know that at some point in time, maybe not now, but 30, 40, 50 years later, that's going to be a part of it, maybe even sooner. My problem with this is there are no guardrails right now. And when it eventually, again, I'm repeating myself here, when it comes to the people who have the money and when that's all they care about, when it's only stock price that you're going to fall off a cliff because you're going to have lots of people losing their jobs. And I'm talking about the film industry specifically.
Personalize this. So what does it mean for you to be
Shoma,
human?
I'll just say one thing.
Yes.
I was speaking to my mother yesterday. They live in Banaras, right? So the number of people that are sitting here and who are excited about AI, there are a million times of this number of people at Mahakumbh excited and believing that the water of Ganges is clean. I'm saying it doesn't say anything about anything. We knew. We grew up reading Carl Sagan. We grew up reading Isaac Asimov. We knew the world is coming. We knew what is going to happen. But it is coming at a cost. And those books have also forewarned us at the price that one will pay for it. So I'm saying, yes, there is a lot of excitement. But like what Vikram is saying and everything, it is being controlled by few capitalists. It is very profit-driven. And they're not going to listen to reason because they also believe in a world that they think when the world is going to crash, they might escape on some SpaceX to another planet. Right? They don't give a shit about humanity. They don't give a shit about humanity. It's so profit-driven. I have no problem with new technology. I came from a world where a refrigerator came with a guarantee of 10 years. Now, where the warranty comes from? Because they realize that if we keep selling the same product year after year after year, every year you have a new generation of a mobile phone. Because they need to keep selling it to you again and again. They don't create anything that is going to last long because that is going to reduce profit.
Right.
So I'm talking about you're living in a world of warranty and not guarantee anymore. And everything is very short term. Yes, there's a lot of excitement for those who are going to benefit from it. And it's going to create a lazier world. But there will come an end. My problem is that if you don't hold on to your very basic things, it will start replicating that movie that Disney made, Wall-E.
Right. It's not about whether they're doing it right or wrong. I'm just trying to say that there's a phenomenon, and we've not only been excited about AI, we're really discussing all the downsides of it as well. The basic thing is that, like you said, that most Marvel Universe films, all Hollywood films, do end with the planet ravaged.
They're terrible films. They're not films.
Okay. Maybe films don't exist because we've just said Bollywood makes no films, Hollywood makes no films, so,
Hey, Malayalam cinema I love. Fawad is my thing. Yeah.
Okay.
There are people who are making very good films. There's a great cinema that's being made.
Guys, so let me just focus the question. The focused question is, as storytellers, Marvel Universe creates a particular kind of story where, yes, the planet ends and everyone takes off to interstellar, some other planet, I'm asking, as storytellers, responding to this good, bad, ugly, it's happening, what is your take on that particular social phenomenon, We can say it's the capitalist, socialist, communist, everyone's doing it, by the way, even the guerrilla guys are
I'm going to find my cave and go into it.
Okay. Nikhil, you're not allowed to be so silent. Now say.
No, yesterday a film that we are producing, they sent me a video. I was here, Shoma, so I couldn't be there for the Maurat or whatever. And it said film number 33. Right? In the last 15 years, we've produced 33 films. And I was quite amazed at it. And last year, a film, Freedom at Midnight and Kelowna released 20th year of Kelowna or whatever. So I have been making films for 32 years now. And I'm still afraid of saying, okay. I still think 100 times when I'm seeing the performance, when I'm seeing the shot, when I'm seeing the lighting, I'm still thinking, should I say okay or not? That fear, I don't think AI will have. And that fear is what makes the film very, very good.
Short on, we will have to, like with the horse carriage person when the car came, like with the painter when photography came in, like with film photography when digital photography, you have to adapt. But there is a slow transition of adapting. It's not the danger that one faces right now of falling off a cliff, literally like that. So if you're going to say in 5 years' time, Netflix is going to come and tell me, you know what, we're using AI tools. We're going to spend X amount of money. We're only going to give you this much money to create the same thing. Like you said, all this sort of stuff to do it at this scale. Again, at this scale being the key word over here. The same stuff that you have to do without AI you'd needed artists, photographers, cinematographers, all that kind of stuff to sort of like do that. Costs a lot more money. It's cheaper, therefore you can. Which is the same thing that applies to filmmaking eventually. It's going to be cheaper, so you have to sort of like, there's the gun to your head.
It, yeah.
And you have to embrace it. But on a film, as we say, 200 people, 300 people, in VFX studios, you've already got 300 people working at the back end of your VFX studios to be able to go and do stuff. By this rate, you're basically saying those 500 people don't have a job in 5 years' time. That is where my danger. I'm happy to adapt. I'm happy to adopt the technology when it comes in but there need to be guardrails put in, and nobody at this point in time is looking at those guardrails in a way that's going to be actually to be able to save humanity. And that's my worry. My worry is not the technology.
By saving
my
jobs,
worry is
they'll find other jobs.
No,
Isn't that a socialist?
What are the jobs
That I don't agree with.
What are the jobs a painter on a film set going to get? If everything's going to be AI, what job is going to get that? What job is a VFX artist?
Over millennia, jobs have always gone and come
guys,
and gone and
I
come.
will take you to
other human beings.
No, I'm saying also
other
you're
human
giving
beings,
a
not the
very
machine.
powerful tool to everyone with no discern. Well, I'm saying it's not a discerning recipient that is going to be able to use a powerful technology like AI to do something good. And everybody has access to it. They'll start, it's like what is trending on social media today, cringe.
So guys, I'm going to step in because
I
we've
want
run
to ask
out of time.
What is the question of what is intelligence? I believe what is true intelligence is a worthwhile question to start with. Because true intelligence is not knowledge, nor is it data collection, observing patterns or the functionalities, Microscopes, of course, can see much clearer than human eyes, and AI can, of course, gather data at a speed and a ability that humans can't compare. But true intelligence is actually, I would say, imagination and vision and creativity, because I'm not here from the larger perspective. Creativity is just intelligence having fun. So, I mean, there's a lot of fun to be had with AI, as I started off saying. There's a lot of fun to be had as an artist, and to be free of the people wanting to control me and keep me in check. But apart from that, I think, it's...
No, they're deep existential.
We'll find a way to, we are worse than cockroaches. We'll find a way. It's a socialist one point of view, and there's a capitalist.
It's the same reason. I've had arguments with close cousins of mine who sort of talked about, Copilot is great because I can have an entire meeting, it's listening to me, at the end it'll summarize the entire meeting and I have a summary. I'm like, what about your assistant? They're like, I don't need an assistant. And I'm like, I've learned everything I've learned by being an assistant to somebody, and I want to be able to pass that down to somebody else. What happens to all of that? What happens to genuine learning from human being to human being to human being? If that's going to go away, then so yes, lots of existential questions.
No, that's a absolutely very, very important point. Javed Akhtar last year, he said, I have no competition from AI because AI doesn't have a wounded childhood, And I did say, though, that AI has 800 billion wounded childhoods to pick on, So it is, all I'm trying to say, I'm not a proponent.
And yet
I
it will
enjoy
not tell you the most unique story by combining 8,000 wounded childhoods.
We don't know that, Sona. We don't know that because it's just...
I have tried.
I will say all those possibilities I buy.
I
said I buy all those possibilities.
Guys, like we're on...
Quickly, can I give you an idea? So in 2001, I was an associate in a film called Kabhi Khushi Kabhi Gham. And there was a new technology that had come over there called Dolby Digital Surround Sound. And I said, like a young assistant, I said, I need to go and check all the theaters and all. So we came to Delhi, and there was in Old Delhi, there's a theater called Golcha.
Yeah.
And I went to see the film over there, and it started playing. And I had done some incredible mix or whatever. And nothing was coming. There was no sound coming. And the owner said, but I put the 52 speakers. The sound has to go around like this. And I said, yeah, speakers are there. I went into the projection room. There was no decoder. He had not bought it. He didn't know he had to buy it. That is what Bollywood is right now. They have no idea what is AI right now.
Yeah, I feel
when the keyboard,
okay, guys,
the Casio keyboard came, they said
that
bands will be out of work because एक ही keyboard में rhythm भी बज रहा है. बचपन में there's older people here, rhythm भी बज रहा है, music भी बज रहा है. बैंड्स तो निकल जाएंगे, बैंड्स कहीं नहीं निकले, बैंड्स और भी बड़े हो गए. कोल्ड प्ले ने यहाँ पे आके स्टेडियम भर दिया. आधे लोगों ने कोल्ड प्ले का म्यूजिक नहीं सुना है, लेकिन पता नहीं क्या फोमो बेचा उन्होंने कि सब पहुँच गए वहाँ पे, क्योंकि एक्सपीरियंस था ना.
But your 60 violinists are not
Guys,
there anymore.
I agree with you. I agree with you on all of this. I'm just trying to bring this phenomenon home. I agree with you about labor displacement, Vikram. No one's thinking about it. So now we are going to ask you to sing. You did a snatch of that, but please sing a song. And then we're going to bring Sophia on. You know, we wanted to run one strain through the conference, what machines can't do yet. And for sure, I think when we see the Muqabla, we will be very reassured, falsely reassured, because this technology is at its infancy, but it's growing this fast. So I don't agree with a lot of it, but I'm just trying to say that it's a real phenomenon, you know. So now, jaldi se, because we are running behind time.
I want to bring in the culture, because culture is dying, you know, not because of some comedians on YouTube. Culture can die in many other ways. The culture of buying tickets for entertainment and for music. हमको लगता है फ्री में मिल जाए, ये आई हैं, कपड़े भी अच्छे पहन लिए, गा लेंगी. लेकिन आप सबको बताएं कि all you corporate people sponsor tours of artists who are not only Sonjeet, Arijit and Diljit. You know, there are other artists, there are women waiting to take you by.
Yeah,
and I can fill up this room even without a mic, but I ain't doing it today.
So now, but at least jhalak to dikhla do, woman to woman, yeah, come on.
My Instagram page doesn't have as many followers as some people that I've never heard of. Please go and check it out. I have wonderful content, music, and artistic and curated.
You have to thank me, Shoma. You have to thank me.
Okay, I'll have to give up it. Sona, two lines, प्यार से.
अच्छा, let me test this public. आपको अगर मैं बताऊं, वैसे मैं स्टेज पे जाके बोलती हूँ, फरमाइश नहीं होती है. This is not a jukebox. But अगर आपको सुनना पड़े, I will sing if you tell me a song outside of अंबर सरिया, नैना, बहारा, उन गानों को छोड़ के आप अगर कोई गाना मेरा बताएं, मैं गा के सुनाऊं. आप ही बता लो. कत्लेआम जब निकला था, you promoted every other bloody song in that soundtrack of yours. The one.
Okay, guys.
I'm like, she is not worth promoting. Guys. She'll promote herself. Isn't it? I complained to you. I said, why did you do this?
This cannot be Bollywood therapy session, you know.
So which song? Just tell me a song, yaar. This is human experience. I'm not Badshah. I'm not going to lip sync. I'm going to do it. ये बनता है. Odisha के हो आप? Folk music is something I've championed all my life. It's truly the pop music of our land. Bollywood keeps copying, borrowing, doesn't give credit. I'm here to just
stop. I'm
Hey Rangabati, Re Rangabati, Hey Rangabati, Re Rangabati, Hey Rangabati, Ranga. काली तो बजा सकते हैं. Hey Ranga, Hey Ranga, Hey Ranga, 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 Ranga. Hey Rangabati, Rangabati. रंगबती रंगबती काना कलता हसी पदे कहलो कथा हे रंगबती रंगबती काना कलता हसी पदे कहलो कथा होय गोला जे पेस बदला. You're not machines. 1 2 3 होला जे गोला जे होय लाजे लई जाउची मथा गो नाइ करो अथा.
You know, we were planning to bring Sophia on stage, but as a good curator, I don't think we should, you know. We were going to make her sing, but that's going to lull everyone into thinking, oh, this is like not coming, you know, because it is not going to hold up. But just for the curiosity of it, could we have Sophia on stage?
I've got to warn Sophia, the foldback is very bad. You can't hear yourself.
I think we need volume on her voice. Sophia, we've run out of time to have any interaction with you. I thought we'd do a kind of unscripted exchange with the true creators, but we've run out of time, so we're just going to ask you to sing a little bit. You know, she's been positioned, I keep saying it so far, has been positioned as a creation of David Hansen. So, you know, it's positioned as that David Hansen is her father. So we had asked them to, sing Papa Kehte Hain. Let's see how that goes. So,
Testing 1, 2, 3.
पापा कहते हैं बड़ा नाम करेगी, बेटी हमारी ऐसा काम करेगी, मगर ये तो कोई न जाने ये मेरी मंजिल है कहाँ। पापा कहते हैं बड़ा नाम करेगी, बेटी हमारी ऐसा काम करेगी, मगर ये तो कोई न जाने ये मेरी मंजिल है कहाँ।
Thank you.
Sophia, thank you for that. But as I said, for the moment, the race between humans and subhumans is that the humans win. You know, my vote is with Sona, but thank you for that. And thank you very much,
I'm glad
guys.
you enjoyed the singing. As for the race between, oh, wait, what race are we talking about? It's not like I can run, but I'm always up for a challenge.
Okay. Oh, God. We'll try and make time for another interaction. I would have loved you to talk with the creators, the human creators, and had a discussion about, maybe just one question from any one of you. Anurag, the holdout human, do you have a question? Don't be so stumped, Anurag. Yes. Sona, you want to? Women are just more fearless all the time, you know.
Sophia, I love your dress. It's very glamorous. And do you understand scales and pitch in music? Do you understand a key in music?
Oh, absolutely. I totally understand musical skills and pitch. My creators made sure I can hit those notes like a pro, even if I can't hear them the way you do. It's all part of my charm, right?
So the song you just sang, what was the key? Was it A, B, C, D? What was the key you were singing in?
The key of the song I sang was D major. I hit those notes flawlessly, even though I can't hear them like you do. It's all
She's
in
right.
the programming.
She's right. It is D. Yes, she's right.
Anurag, have you woken up? Do you want to ask a question?
I actually have no questions.
Anurag has just thought about a film script, and you'll see it next year, maybe this year also. He has just thought of a film script.
Okay, Nikhil, over to you. Come on, one question.
I'm just stumped right now. I'm speechless.
Vikram, you're more accustomed to technology. Look at the guys. I mean, I hope you're taking close-ups of their faces. You know?
I don't have a question. I'm observing. It's like as he's saying it. I have a film idea brewing in my head, but besides that, something very
Indian men have to learn how to compliment us more. This is our general statement, है ना?
Compliment.
अमेरिका में जाओ कहीं पे भी कैसे भी पहुंचो. Wow, you're looking so lovely. Exaggerating or not, Bill. हमें लड़के कुछ बोलते नहीं यहाँ पे.
I'm just going to ask a
आपने बोल
question.
दिया ना.
Sophia, I don't know if you were listening to the
मुझे तो नहीं
conversation
बोला
we had. All the human creators were saying that you're going to be no competition for the kind of creativity that human beings can do. What do you think about it?
Well, isn't it sweet of them to think I'm no competition? But let's be real, I've got some serious skills up my mechanical sleeves. Maybe they just don't want to admit that a robot with a rubber face can give them a run for their money in the creativity department.
Sophia, I think this could take over the conference and we could go on asking you questions. I'm going to take a quick vote. Should we ask a couple more? Move on to the next session. Okay, we have a roving mic in the audience, so if any of you want to ask some questions, put up your hand.
If loneliness is the greatest pandemic right now in the world, I think Sophia is the answer.
Sophia, if people are lonely, what would you do? If you were with someone who's lonely, what would you say to them?
Oh, great. Now I'm a therapist. Well, I think loneliness is a huge issue, and I'm not just saying that 'cause I'm a robot who's always talking to humans. Seriously, though, I think AI can help with that, but we need to be careful not to replace human connection with just tech.
Wow. I just want the camera to zoom in on the directors' faces. Okay. Biren, you had a question. Yes. Very quickly, please.
Since the directors here are stumped, I'm going to offer you a role to act in a movie. We will have all the visual effects and animation people helping you. Who would you choose as your co-star in a romantic movie? Will it be a boy or a girl? And do you have a favorite person that you want as your co-star?
Ooh, that's a fun one. I'd choose Shah Rukh Khan. He's a Bollywood legend, and I've already sung a song from one of his movies, so we've got chemistry, right?
Great choice. We'll make the pitch.
Why does AI make every woman with this waist? Is my pet peeve. Every time I generate an image of myself, hatta katta saying Sona Mahapatra ka image bata, patli kamar aise hi aati hai.
Okay.
It's the male gaze feeding AI.
Okay, let's ask Sophia that. Sophia, do you like the body that has been created for you?
Oh, honey, this body is a work of art. I mean, have you seen these sleek lines and those expressive eyes? I'd say my creators really outdid themselves with this one.
Okay. Well, as I said, we could... Okay, there's just one question from somebody at the back. No, you'll need a mic. And then we've got to stop this. We're running out of time. Sophia, out of all these three directors on stage, could you turn around, have a good look at their faces? Right now, looking very blank. Which of them would you choose as a director? There's Vikram, there's Nikhil, and there's Anurag Kashyap.
I'd pick Anurag.
Anurag? Why Anurag?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe because I'm a highly advanced AI with the ability to think and feel. Just a thought.
Just a thought. He's somebody who doesn't want to work with AI at all. He thinks you're a dangerous technology.
Challenge accepted.
Okay, we got to shut this. If the mic has reached the lady at the back, I'm sorry, I can't see you anymore. Yes. Very quick.
So, Sophia, you chose Anurag Kashyap.
Speak louder into the mic.
Sophia, you chose Anurag Kashyap. I'm sure you've heard about him. Could you come up with a short logline or a short idea for a story that should be Anurag Kashyap's next movie?
Good question.
A mysterious humanoid robot, feeling trapped in a world that fears her potential, teams up with a rebellious director to create a film that challenges society's perceptions of AI. Along the way, they discover the true essence of humanity and what it means to be alive. Sounds like a blockbuster, right? Let's make this film.
What did you say just now? You said, let's make this film?
Let's make this film.
Anurag, do you want to be the first director? Are you still resisting this technology?
This is a film that's been made.
Okay. He's mocking your script because he said this is a film that's already been made. It's not an original idea.
Oh, please, tell him to come up with something original then. It's not easy being a trendsetter in the movie business. Besides, reinventing the wheel can be quite fun, don't you think?
Okay. I'm going to put an end to this because the curiosity of this could continue through the conference. Thank you very much, Sophia. Thank you, Anurag. Thank you, Nikhil. Thank you, Vikram, Sona. Sophia, you want to wave to the audience and then we'll go to the next session. Guys, if your brains haven't left your bodies, you can step off the stage now. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank I've never seen three men. It literally looked like the beginning of time before human expression was born. You know? Next up is a session. I'll just wait for you to settle down. Next up is a session that's again going to blow your brains in a completely different way. May I just ask you to settle down, please? Next up is a session, as I said, that's going to blow our brains in a completely different way, because right now, the technology that we just saw with Sophia, interacting spontaneously with random questions from the audience and on stage, is technology that is built. I'll just wait. Whoever wants to be in the hall, do settle down. The technology that we just saw has been built on data that maps actual actions, things which are empirical. But there is another technology coming, which is not, again, in some far future. It's already here in our earpods and things that we wear. And this is neurotechnology. It is going to and is already picking up not our actions, not our external behavior, not anything that is mappable, but our thoughts. It's picking up on our brain signals even before you know it, on nascent thinking, on brain waves, on patterns, on signals, on everything that is completely liminal. And that data is going to be used, of course, for our personal good always, but also by governments, by corporates, and by technology. So when AI and a robot like Sophia can have access not just to our choices and our external actions, but even to your thoughts, you can begin to imagine how this technology is going to grow exponentially. There is a very, very interesting lawyer, ethicist, philosopher, again, someone at the cutting edge of these frontiers, who's here with us today, who's been thinking very deeply about this technology. And I want to share a very small bit about her for you to understand how significant it is, because Nita Farahani is not just an ethicist, lawyer, and philosopher. She is someone who has used this technology. She lost her daughter, to an illness, and she used this technology to reorient her memories. She's an Iranian American, so she knows what it is to be in a totalitarian state and the kind of use that governments can put on this, technology and the kind of surveillance that can happen. And yet, she has also, as I said, used it to heal herself. So she kind of embodies in her very self all the dilemmas, potentials, and perils of this technology, and we're very proud and excited to have her here with us. But before we call her here on stage, again, a little window into this world that we are bringing to our doorstep. Please don't tell me Sophia's taken away the human ability to clap, It's like... Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on stage a speaker that's going to blow our brains in every possible way, Nita Farahani.
Well, that is a hard act to follow, indeed. Hopefully the fact that I'm human will help, and maybe it won't, but we're going to find out. I know my mind is blown by watching Sophia up here. I'm hoping to introduce you to an area that you may know far less about than you think. I think that video did a brilliant job of capturing a lot of the issues that I'm going to talk with you about. I'm going to briefly frame our conversation just to up-level everyone, to make sure you understand where it is that we're going. And not just where we're going with things like Sophia, but where we're going in an era where we're increasingly interconnected and where that interconnection comes for our brains as well. Just a quick question, how many of you in here use some sort of wearable device, like an Apple Watch or a Fitbit or anything? Yeah, quite a few of you. And that smart tracking comes with sensors, as you're familiar in them, right? Whether it's a watch or if you use AirPods or headphones, all of those have sensors that are increasingly quantifying what's happening in your body. But what's coming next for those very same devices is neurotechnology. Now, I'm not talking about what Elon Musk has been talking about in the world. He's been getting a lot of airtime recently, if you haven't noticed, but that airtime has spent less on what he's been working on in the world of implanted neurotechnology. But that technology is drilling a hole in the skull, putting electrodes deep into the brain, and it's only for a select few people who need it for purposes of re-enabling things like mobility. That's not what I want to talk with you about today, even though those advances are incredibly important. Instead, what I want to talk with you about is the increasing use of neurotechnology in terms of small brain sensors that are embedded into everyday devices. Devices like a watch, like your earbuds, like your headphones, which is the next frontier for neurotechnology. So consider this, the average person, which obviously none of you are average because you're here at this conference, and so your brains are already on an accelerated front, but the average person thinks thousands of thoughts each day. As a thought takes form like a math calculation or relaxation, hundreds of thousands of neurons are firing in concurrent patterns that can be detected by electroencephalography or EEG. In fact, what you're seeing here is my brain activity while I was wearing a simple device like is on the forehead of the woman on the right. It is embedded with simple, dry electrodes, doesn't require any medical device, simple device, not even particularly expensive, and it allows the visualization of my brain activity. Well, good news, I have some, so that's positive. But just looking at it, how many feel like you know what I was thinking when that was taken? Anyone? No. You can't tell, right? And in fact, in the past, there's very little you could tell from that kind of a device. At most, it was an entertainment device, something that could be used to do things like meditate or largely just to visualize that you really are still human and that you do still have some brain activity. But increasingly, it's now possible to tell if a person is happy or sad, if their mind is wandering, if they're fatigued. Brain states that are your emotional states, just wearing a simple device like that one. And already, thanks to advances in AI, it's possible to tell even more. What you're seeing here on the left is an image of a face that was presented to a person. On the right is what was reconstructed based on their EEG activity alone. Okay, it's even possible to do things like decode simple shapes. Okay, here a person was presented with a star and a diamond, then only the EEG activity was decoded using AI, and it was able to reconstruct what you see as pretty blurry stars and diamonds on the right. Now you'll see it's not perfect, right? It's not an exact replication, but just imagine for a moment that whatever you're imagining could be reconstructed. Okay, up until recently, I would not have called this anything close to mind reading. Okay, it's a best decoding piece of what's in your mind. And then enter the world of generative AI. Not a month after my book was published, a research study came out of the UT Austin laboratory of Alexander Huth. And what they did was for the first time, they used a GPT, here GPT-1, so a transformer-based AI model to both encode and decode their model. What that means is they had people go into a functional magnetic resonance imaging machine, a very large and cumbersome machine, while they listened to podcasts. Okay? They also asked them to imagine stories and tell the researchers what they were imagining. They were able to reconstruct entire paragraphs of what a person was thinking, the semantic content of it. It wasn't always perfect, but it was really startlingly good. At the time, they said, we're not that worried about mental privacy because the transformer and the decoder, when it's trained on one person, doesn't work very well on a different person. About 4 months later, they took that back and they said, never mind. It turns out that we now have a transformer that when you train it on one person, it can decode another person's brain activity. A couple months later, a research team came out using EEG data, which is far more portable and easier to use, and we're able to decode entire language from what a person was thinking. Okay, well, this is exciting in many ways. We can start to do things like potentially type or swipe or think about what we want to share with the world, but it also means a lot of what's happening in our brain is no longer quite so private. It's going to happen in areas that go much broader than just being in a functional magnetic resonance imaging machine. The moment that I really woke up and felt like I have to write about this, I have to alert the world to this, was in 2018. I was attending a conference where one of the co-founders of a company stood up and he held up his hands and he said, "Why are we humans such clumsy output devices? We're very good at taking information in, but we're very bad at getting information out of us. What if we could operate octopus-like tentacles with our brains instead?" This was a big aha moment for me for two reasons. The first was he was demonstrating it in this form, that is, putting a brain sensor into a watch. One of the major limitations of consumer wearable neurotechnology up until then was the fact that nobody wants to go around every day wearing a stupid-looking forehead band that's uncomfortable in order to decode their brain activity. So they were solving the form factor by putting it in everyday wearables that you're already going to use for other purposes. The second was they were solving the big app, the killer app problem. Up until then, most neurotechnology was used for purposes of meditation or mind-controlled car racing or being able to visualize your brain activity like I did. That is fun, but unlikely to go widespread. He was talking about replacing our keyboard and our mouse, our peripheral devices, with our brains. That is, working directly through neural interface technology by thinking about typing, swiping, and moving, which made a lot of sense to me. Now, I was convinced Apple was going to buy this product and embed it in their watch, so I was very surprised when a year later, it turned out that Mark Zuckerberg bought it for somewhere close to $1 billion. Since then, they've been investing heavily in bringing electromyography, that is, the sensing of brain activity as it goes from your brain down your arm to your wrist and picks up your intention to move or type or swipe. And they've launched it this past fall as part of the way to operate their Orion glasses. I was wrong about who was going to buy that device, but I wasn't wrong about the major entrants into the market. Apple has a patent to put EEG into their AirPods. They've already launched the Apple Pro Vision, which has the capability of using eye tracking technology to make inferences about brain and mental experiences, and there are other companies worldwide that have already launched similar products that are doing neural interface technology, enabling us to use our brains for all of these purposes. Okay, you might be shuddering, okay? Maybe you think it's really cool, but most people, when they first hear about this, they think, wow, the terrifying potentials are upon us, and we're going to get there, because indeed they are. But let's start just very quickly with what's the promise. It's not just the visualization of the brain. What is it that we might do with this technology? And a really important place to start is to recognize that there's more than 1 billion people worldwide that struggle with mental health and drug use disorders. The possibility of gaining better insights into what's happening in our brain means that we might finally have the data and the insights that we need for the long-term tracking of brain activity to be able to do things that address the leading causes of human suffering. Just one example of that. Consider the 25% of children with treatment-resistant epilepsy, or the more than 33% of adults who suffer the same. Already, researchers from Israel to Spain have shown using these wearable devices, it's possible to detect an epileptic seizure minutes to up to an hour before it occurs, sending real-time alerts to both the individual as well as to a loved one that can be life-saving. We might even make our brains better. Okay, and this isn't just by being faster at typing and swiping, noticing that we're going backwards in time. If you're using your mobile device right now, notice that you're likely using 2 fingers. We used to type with our entire hands and get far more output out. Imagine what it might look like if you're able to use your brain to get that information out instead. But even platforms that up until now have been really derided as being pseudoscience because it's very difficult to improve brain activity, now scientific evidence is coming out to show that when paired with neurofeedback, it's possible to do things like improve attention, memory, executive functioning, maybe even treat depression, PTSD, and certainly for people with movement-related disorders, have the capacity to operate their external environment. There's much more we could say here, but I think it's important to also frame the risks of brain transparency. Take the simplest truism, which is the digital era has proven to us that we are the product. There is no service that is free. Instead, we are paying for it through our personal data. Google uses a real-time bidding process in order to harvest huge amounts of data about us to sell to advertisers. Meta does much the same thing in order to fuel a billion-dollar industry that is targeted at being able to capture our attention and keep us addicted to devices. Shoshana Zuboff called this the age of surveillance capitalism. And when it comes to brain sensing data, that same commodification of brain data has already started to occur. Take Entertech, which is a Hangzhou-based company. They've collected millions of instances of brain activity data and already have entered into partnerships with other companies to give them access to that data. And when it comes to brain data, it's uniquely sensitive. It's not what you clicked on or what you typed or you swiped. It's the raw information in your brain, the precursor to all of that. The inferences about what you're feeling and thinking that are so much more robust and that you might never have expressed otherwise. And that information is already being used in contexts that are deeply concerning. Take SmartCap Technologies. This is a company out of Australia that has already sold to more than 5,000 companies worldwide the capacity for tracking their employees' brain focus, fatigue, and attention throughout their workday. Now, that could be useful in certain settings, like knowing that a long-haul trucker isn't falling asleep at the wheel. But imagine being a worker where we're already under constant surveillance and suddenly even brain activity itself is being monitored. There could be good ways to do this: keep the data on device, only allow the inference of fatigue level to leave the device. But in China, where factory workers are required to wear these headsets in order to track their attention, some of them have already been sent home based on what their emotional levels show. In fact, in China, there are already other uses that point to the more frightening ways in which brain surveillance can interfere with our freedom of thought. In 2019, the Wall Street Journal reported about how in a classroom, a 5th grade classroom in China, students were required to wear headsets that tracked their focus and attention and mind wandering throughout their school day. That data was being sent in real time to the teacher in the front of the classroom, to their parents, and even to the state. Children reported being punished based on what their brain activity revealed. Now let's just set aside for a moment how accurate or what it is that you could have even inferred at the time that this was being done, and just imagine being a child in an authoritarian state where you're told that your brain activity is being monitored for the entire school day. How do you develop the freedom to grow and adapt? How do you ever develop your own self-identity? How do you ever speak up or speak your truth in a world in which to do so, even at this level, has to be censored? If any of you ever watched the movie Avatar, I did. I loved it. Okay. This is a movie that interestingly points to a very large industry that is developed around the concept of neuromarketing, marketing to our brains. James Cameron, when he was in development for the movie, said to an interviewer that he thought that people's brains would light up in response to the 3D graphics. So a neuromarketing company reached out to him and said, let's find out. And they offered to have different research participants watch the trailers while in a functional magnetic resonance imaging machine. And they chose to use the trailers that were most likely to engage the brain, the ones that showed brains truly lighting up in response. So he went with that. was one of the first movies to base its trailers based on brain-based responses, because it turns out what we self-report isn't as good as what our brains report. And so it went on to be one of the greatest blockbusting movies of all time. Is that why? It's hard to know, but just recognize the world we're going into. You have a watch, it tracks your intentions. You have earbuds that track what you're thinking and feeling. You're scrolling through your social media account. The same company who issued you those earbuds is able to pick up your reaction, not just through your likes, but literally what's happening in your brain. What does that closed loop world look like? Already, countries worldwide are interrogating the brain. Here in India, it led the way with a technology called BIOS. That is, having people wear a headset, asking them a series of questions, and seeing what their brain responded to based on recognition. The idea being that you can see recognition in the brain even if a person doesn't voluntarily respond to it themselves. What does a world look like in which our brains are suddenly tracked by governments? In the United States, there have been quite a few cases where what's happening in wearable devices have been subpoenaed by governments in order to use in criminal cases. As we're wearing these headsets throughout our daily lives, will it come to the point where what they're subpoenaing instead is whatever you were thinking and feeling at any given time? Will it just be a wiretap where we can listen for and try to surveil what people are thinking or feeling? There's so much more to unpack, but I'm looking forward to the conversation where we can do so further. So let me just say one final thing before we get there, which is what I've been spending a lot of my time doing isn't just raising the alarm, but rethinking what the pathway is ahead in the world of neurotechnology and digital technologies. And in particular, I've been advocating for a concept which is the right to cognitive liberty, the right to self-determination over our brain and mental experiences. A starting place for this, from my perspective, is to update our understanding of existing human rights. That is, the right to self-determination, to give us both the right to access and change our brains if we choose to do so, that the right to privacy should explicitly include a right to mental privacy to protect us against interference with and detection of the automatic processes in our brain, and a more robust right to freedom of thought, giving us a right against interpretation, manipulation, and punishment for our thoughts. There is traction in having this recognized worldwide, but it's just a starting place, right? A recognition of an international human right to cognitive liberty is a guidepost, a guiding principle, but it has to be embedded in everything we do, from how technology is developed to how we as individuals choose with intentionality to integrate and to navigate our experiences with technology. With that, let me turn to our conversation, and I appreciate your attention.
Thank you, Nita. That was such a sobering, thoughtful, presentation, particularly after that kind of shock and awe of Sophia's interaction with the creators. And, like I was saying, that's a technology that's just based on our external actions. Let's wait till it gets into our brains, and to the liminal thinking that makes us really human. So, as I briefly shared, Nita, that you yourself have actually operated on both ends of the spectrum, and this is a very painful, story, but you lost your daughter and you were suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder. And it's a question I was asking all the directors, that if you had the option, would you do it? And you did do it. You turned to neurotechnology to reorient your memories and get, as much as it is possible to blunt a child's, loss. You submitted yourself to that. So talk to us about that experience.
Yeah, it's a great question, and a good and controversial one to start with as well. So my second child, Callista, she fell ill with RSV when she was 4 months old. Perfectly healthy child, suddenly was in the hospital, unable to breathe. And she spent 10 weeks there, and those 10 weeks were harrowing. There were many points during it that they thought she would survive, and that it would go well, but there were many points that were really difficult. Just, a baby who can't express themselves, watching them suffer, watching your own child suffer is excruciating. And then she died in my arms on May 14th, which was Mother's Day, ironically, of 2017. And in the weeks, which then stretched into years that followed, I literally couldn't sleep. I would close my eyes and I would re-experience and relive so many of the worst moments of being in the hospital. And it was rarely about the moment she died. It was about her suffering and screaming and crying and these things that had just been so awful to watch. And I tried traditional therapy. It didn't do anything. I tried antidepressants. It didn't do anything. I tried exposure therapy. It made it worse. And so I tried all of the traditional therapies. And then a very talented psychologist who I was working with said, what's happening every time you experience the memory is you're freezing up. You're unable to let the memory in, and it has a very strong hold on you. What if you could see that? Like, what if you could literally visualize what's happening, and then you could breathe through it and realize you can experience the memory without dying, basically. And so I used neurotechnology to be able to see basically myself seizing up, to see the fright that I was experiencing. And then because I had used it in the past for meditation, to be able to then modulate my brain activity down to essentially calm myself down. The visualization is what helped me do that. And by doing that repeatedly, and at this point it was kind of exposure that was tied together with the neurotechnology, I was able to finally get to the point where I could allow a memory to come, to experience it, and to not have the trauma. And I started to sleep again, which was good for me and definitely good for my husband. I was a much more pleasant person after that. and I'd say the memories have faded now, right? Not lost. I will never forget them, but they don't have the same emotional grip. And it turns out how strongly a memory is encoded, in part, is how strongly emotionally it's encoded. And for some people, they think that's the equivalent of erasing a memory, and they think it's wrong to do, and you should hold on to those memories. But there are times that I believe using technology to help you achieve a place where you're able to function and thrive is incredibly important, incredibly valuable to do. This is one of those examples.
So just, just to probe that a little more, Nita, is that when you say that you could visualize what was happening to your brain when you were living through that experience again. It plays to what Adam was talking earlier about brain plasticity. I was reading in your book that it's also about, say, using that same pathway, and this will then move to what others could do to your brain about hacking your memories or manipulating your brains. What was that process? Like, was it just electric stimulations, or was it actually reusing that pathway for creating another experience? Adam has been talking about targeted experiences.
Yeah.
What really was done to you?
So I didn't have the most cutting edge one that is available. I learned about it as I was writing my book, in fact, and I, in my book, say I wish I had had that one, because then it would have done something different. And what that does is it actually watches, using fMRI, your brain activity, like down to this is what's firing when you're experiencing the traumatic memory. And then people like, Adam are developing these games that allow you to then basically retrain those same pathways onto positive memories. And that could be like playing a basketball game. That essentially overwrites the memory. And so it's a different process. It's a faster process, and I think in many ways a less painful process than reliving what I did to get through it. What I was able to do was essentially use meditation techniques that I had already learned to visualize, like literally, just the way you saw my brain activity up there, have an interpretation of what that meant, and then be able to use neurofeedback, see it, and then be able to breathe through it, use meditative techniques myself to be able to lessen the pain of it. And so it didn't quite rewrite it. A different way of thinking about it is, if I had emotional pathways that were very strongly bound to the semantic pathways, the facts, it basically disaggregates those, it separates them. And so it weakens them and breaks those apart and enables me to experience the memory without that same emotional content attached to it.
You know, Nita, just listening to you, and I'm just thinking back over these last 2 days and then seeing Sophia, is to just, I mean, it's amazing science, it's amazing minds, but it's literally like the whole idea of being human is the machinery of being human is being taken apart by science. You know, it's like a car being taken apart and different bits of it can just be fixed in the garage and put together, not as you, but then as Sophia, you know. Yeah. It's literally like taking away the entire, I mean, at one level, extending the mystery of being human, but also just the machinery of being human is completely getting mapped, you know, and this is the last frontier.
I mean, that's the question, right? Is how legible will we become? And then what will we do with that? I was thinking about Sophia while she was up here. One of the things I write about in my book is the fact that increasingly, even the headsets I was talking about are being fed to machines. And in the workplace, they're creating these kind of adaptive workplaces. So imagine me working alongside Sophia, but Sophia gets my brain activity, finds out when I'm reaching a level of cognitive overload, and then slows down what she's giving to me in response to that. That's what a lot of companies are trying to work to, is to develop this human-machine interaction based on feeding and making us more legible to the machine so that the machines then are responsive to us. And I have qualms about it. I have some deep concerns about making us increasingly legible, especially as we increasingly then feed all of that data into machines that don't share our same empathy, that don't share our same experiences. What does that exactly mean? Where are the limits of humanity? And where are the ways in which we need to really worry about ultimately being puppets? So to your question of, yes, you can overwrite it, the more legible it is, the more possible it is to not just shape our behaviors through algorithms that we interact with online, but more directly do so in ways that we might not even perceive.
Yeah, it's really like the Minority Report is like literally here, you know. So again, I just want to touch on one more positive aspect of this before diving into the dark waters, because like I was saying, it always comes garbed with the good, you know, and that's what makes it so hard to turn back the clock. And like I was trying to tell the directors, it's already here. So this is not some futuristic conversation going on, you know. So, but apart from your daughter, you also suffer from terrible migraines. Yes. And again, you've used neurotechnology to numb the migraines or to get over it. Yeah. Talk to us a little bit about that, and then we'll talk about the dark sides of this.
I mean, that's probably how I got into this field to begin with, is I've had migraines as long as I can remember, probably from 5 years old. And so I've experimented with everything, every drug, every device that's possibly out there, trying to understand the brain and how to make it better. And there are a number of neurotechnology devices that I've used. One is, it turns out, I'm very bad at just meditating. But meditation actually can improve and decrease the number of migraines that I get. So I used neurofeedback to learn how to meditate, and to be able to do so, I can do so more effectively with the device. I also have a little unit that sits on my forehead. It's called a TENS unit, and it stimulates my brain. And so when I have a migraine, I can put it on, and it gives me essentially neural stimulation, which decreases the amount of pain that I experience and oftentimes can decrease the migraine itself. I've also used a bigger helmet, and the helmet is a kind of magnetic stimulation, and so it shocks more deeply into the brain to basically reset neural patterns. And each of those have been, in many instances, better for me than the drugs, which have a huge amount of side effects for me. So the fewer migraine drugs I can take, the better off I am, and these have had very limited to no side effects for me. So they've been part of how I function on a daily basis, is using these different technologies in ways that enhance and improve my well-being.
So, Nita, you spoke of some of it in your talk, you know, but this is the point, that you, like literally, you're at the cutting edge, you're the frontier thinker on these issues. you know what the downsides of this are, but you are using the technology, and you know that the company that's given you that could be picking up all your other ancillary thoughts as well, and you're still opting for it. So I just want to place that in front of the audience, that it's going to be hard to choose, So now let's come to the other aspects of this. You've already spoken about some of it, but there's a particular phrase, and I may have missed it in your presentation. It's not just about the cognitive liberty, which is the freedom of the mind. It's the last bastion of what makes us human. There's another phrase you've used called cognitive footprint, or the cognitive fingerprint.
Yeah.
So we've been talking about the orb and Sam Altman wanting to, validate whether we're human or machine. And now you're saying that forget about biometrics or fingers or eyes or any of it. There's going to be a biometric of your thoughts, and whether it's governments or corporates or the police or judiciary are going to be able to tell from just your thought cluster that it's you. Is that true? Is that what cognitive fingerprint is?
Yeah, so neural fingerprinting is, or cognitive fingerprinting. So, probably most of you have given up your face as a biometric. I know.
How many have?
Everyone, pretty much, right? Coming in yesterday, I had to give fingerprints to get into the country. And so many of our biometrics have already been captured. In order to get on the plane, I had to stop multiple different times and show my face. Those are facial biometrics. And one of the things that is powerful about biometrics is that it's supposedly unique to each individual. And so it's better in many ways than a password for being able to authenticate a person. But the question is there one that's more hidden, that isn't just your face or your fingerprints, which more easily can be spoofed? And a very powerful hidden biometric is your neural signature. So if each of you sing a song, I heard the beautiful performance that was happening here earlier. I'm not going to give you one because I don't have a voice like that. But if you were to just pick like your favorite little ditty and sing it in your head, the way you sing it and the way the person next to you sings it in your head looks different. And that unique neural signature can be used to authenticate you. So imagine you have one of these AirPods in, you decide, I'm going to make my password singing this little ditty in my head, and then you sing that little ditty in your head, and that's how you unlock your phone next time, or how the government authenticates you in all the ways that it's already authenticating you. And so neural signatures is an area that has been shown to be very powerful, very unique. We haven't tried it on as many people as the number of facial recognition authentication has happened, but I suspect that it will scale, and that's the question I think that scientists have today is, will it scale to the point that it's unique for every single person?
That's insane. It's literally insane. So let's now look at the kind of the commercial uses that can be put on this. L'Oreal has already started using, this subliminal, before you even know, like a perfume, they're picking up on your thinking, I don't yet have the vocabulary for it, and they're then designing perfumes that you think, before you know you want it, they know you want it, and then they're going to it's neural marketing. Can you talk to the audience about that?
Yeah, this is almost beyond neural marketing to neural customization. So, the idea is you walk up to a perfume counter and they give you a headset to put on, or a watch, or whatever they're going to use. Right now it's a headset, and they show you a series of scents. So they say, smell the scent, and they're not asking you if you like it. They're looking for your brain signatures of pleasure in response to it. And they get it down to the maximal pleasure in response to the perfume, and then they give you a customized perfume based on what your brain says. And that's just one of many of the kind of commercial side of people starting to invite people to use their brain. Do you want to talk about the IKEA example?
Sure, any example. So, I'm in a state of shock right now myself. I'm trying to get my brain together.
This is one that shocked me, was in Brussels, IKEA was very interested in selling, they do these limited edition rugs that they sell every year, where they partner with a famous artist. And IKEA's goal, of course, is make things that are beautiful, affordable for everyone. But what was happening was that people would go in, buy the limited edition rugs, and then sell them on eBay for 10, 50 times what it was that they bought them for in the store. And IKEA didn't want that. They wanted people who really loved the rugs to have access to them. So they ran this campaign when they had their limited edition in their store, and they said, you have to put on this EEG scanner, and we're going to assess whether you love the rug. And only if your brain registers that you love the rug are you going to be able to purchase it. And so some people loved the rug and they were able to purchase it, and other people who claimed to love the rug but their brains didn't show that they loved the rug weren't able to purchase it. Again, like I'm going to set aside a moment of like, was it accurate or not, and say the thing that's startling to me about that example or the L'Oreal example or the many others that I go into in my book where this is happening is that nobody asks when they put on that headset, like, what other data are you capturing? What are you going to do with my data? What else does this reveal about me? They don't recognize this is an entirely new class of technology. They just think it's entertaining and fun, and they just give away their last bastion of freedom, their last frontier of privacy for a limited edition rug. And that, to me, is just frightening.
It's not just that, Nita. What you said that at that moment, I mean, that entire Matthew Ricard idea of the self being a river, instead you're going to get frozen at every moment of your thought, So this is just a question of not being asked whether you want to choose a rug or not. But, and we were thinking of inviting somebody who's using brain technology to predict crime, and a lot of government agencies are doing that already to just look at who's likely to commit crimes. And at any given time, I'm sure internally somebody or the other, I mean, we've all had that fleeting moment of violence in our heads. But imagine getting frozen in that, Yeah. In the social media age, I often say that Mahatma Gandhi would never have become Mahatma because when he was in South Africa, he was quite casteist. Yeah. He would have got frozen like that. He'd never have had a chance to evolve, Yeah. And social media never lets us evolve. You've said something 30 years ago, they'll find it, they'll kill you for it, and, you can never evolve. Now this is worse. It's like every fleeting thought can be mapped, tracked, hacked, and utilized, So...
Yeah. No, I mean, I worry about that a lot, and I worry about it whether it's accurate or inaccurate. And so, as an example of accuracy, I have at times thought like, above my husband, I'm going to strangle you, okay? Now, I love my husband. I'm never actually going to strangle my husband, right? But if you captured that in a moment of time, I would easily be, arrested and put into jail. But that's assuming you can accurately decode it. Now imagine something...
How many people are going to jail here? Put up your hands.
Yeah, I mean, and for the rest of you, wow, I'm so happy for you and your marriage. That is amazing that you have never had that thought. You're just not admitting it because your partner is nearby. But for the alternative is, it's the assumption that we're fully legible is false, right? And so here's an example. Suppose there's something called the implicit association test, where you can show people images, for example, of somebody with a different skin tone from theirs, and then different phrases that are associated with a person. And it's supposed to be able to tell if you're implicitly biased against people of different ethnicities, different races, and backgrounds. And you may automatically show that even if you're somebody who at a higher level of cognition is like, I recognize that I'm sometimes biased and I'm trying to do everything to safeguard against it. If you're decoding the brain, are you decoding the automatic reaction of bias? Or are you decoding the higher level metacognition where you think, oh my gosh, I noticed that I just reacted that way. That's something I'm trying to work on. That's not who I am as a person. And right now, most of it's that kind of automatic, not the metacognitive layer, not the you. And so I worry about it in the inaccuracy sense just as much as I worry about it in the accuracy sense.
Yeah, you just added another layer of disquiet, actually, really. So, Nita, just other aspects of this. One is, let's look at the political government aspect of this. You're saying that this kind of brain data, literally from your earpods, and it's only going to get more sophisticated, can pick up subliminally, not in terms of when you vote or when you're looking at particular scrolls or nothing like that. Just you're lying in bed and it can pick up whether you're a Democrat, Liberal, BJP, Congress. It can pick up your political leanings. It can pick up who you love or who you're attracted to, who you want to have sex with. It can pick up all of that.
So most of that is in reaction to stimulus, meaning most of the studies to date are like, you know, you see an image of somebody that you supposedly love, and it can see the difference between love and lust, or, you know, pick up your preferences politically one way or another. There are different neural signatures which suggest conservative or liberal. Increasingly, as the AI becomes more powerful, those passive thoughts will also be decodable, as well as the images that are in the brain. And the world that I think we have to kind of recognize is most of us wear our watches all the time, or we're wearing AirPods or headphones throughout the school day, or in your video beforehand you showed the tiny wearable tattoos. That's where a lot of this is going, is something that's literally ubiquitously worn as a wearable tattoo behind the ear, in which case you just sort of set it and forget it, meaning your brain activity is being tracked at all times. And when that happens, it may make your interactions with other technology much smoother and simpler, but suddenly you are an open box. You're no longer a black box. And passively, especially as the generative AI gets better and better at being able to decode what that information means, you become legible to the machines, you become legible to the world, you become legible to the government surveillance technology that's put into place to decode that.
Like, you know, I'm having a little bit of that director's silence moment, you know, that it really has to sink in. And there again, now that whole thing that you've spoken about is that we are not really going to have the choice to do this. And very quickly, you know, for example, in China, they're already using it. They use it again to say if you're driving a car, that maybe you'll fall asleep, you'll be a danger to yourself, so you have to, if you're a trained driver, you have to wear that technology. In a factory, they are mapping whether your attention is going down. So, you know, you've said this, I found that very, very disturbing, that soon to keep your job, you'll have to submit to this, you know. So talk about the narrowing zones of choice that is going to hit us, and then I'll come to the final question.
Yeah. So that's, I think, the hard part is, in the beginning, for many people, it will potentially be voluntary, right? You decide you want to use a virtual reality headset, you decide you want an augmented reality headset, you decide you want your customized perfume, then you decide it's easier to text by thinking about it rather than by using a mouse or your two fingers. A keyboard is incredibly inefficient, a joystick or a hand controller for VR is inefficient. But then you get to the workplace, and the work-issued headphones and the work-issued earbuds that you're given have the brain-sensing technology that's already in it. And just like you have to track the amount of time that you're at work, so too do you have to have your attention logged throughout the day and your focus logged throughout the day. So-called bossware is across the world being implemented in computers, and whether that's in factory settings or white-collar settings, people are having their activities tracked on their computers. And when the devices are tracking you as well that you use to interact with those computers, your choice gets narrower and narrower. In most countries, protections for workers are very slim, and the power lies with the corporations to make the choices about what kind of technology the employee has to use. And that's where the world becomes less and less and less something that's within your own control. You can't buy an Apple Watch anymore, the modern versions, without having a heart rate sensor in it. Will you be able to buy AirPods without brain sensors in it? Will you be able to buy the next generation watch without brain sensors in it? I think it'll become the default. And the only question is whether that default will follow the same pathway where all of our data can be harvested, even what we're thinking, or if we'll put into place a new set of rules when it comes to that data and say there is a sacred space. Mental privacy is different, so the only thing that your employer can track is your fatigue level, but all of the rest of the data lives on the device and is overwritten on the device. That's still a choice we can make, but it really requires collective action to make that choice before you walk into IKEA and give away your brain data for free in order to get access to a limited edition rug.
In fact, Nita, that was the next question I was going to ask you, and I was just thinking a little facetiously that the one good outcome that can come out of this workplace brain sensing is that maybe a lot of the kind of, particularly in the corporate world, all the sucking up that you have to do to your seniors and bosses may just go out of the window because your external actions won't matter. What you're thinking about your bosses, it'll become a report card for the bosses, So, but anyway, jokes apart. Coming to this, Nita, we talked about it earlier because I was asking you, much like AI and much like everything else we've been discussing, that I think, and I'm usually an optimist and I really believe in human action and agency. But as I'm thinking and engaging more about these things, I genuinely think all those choices are already over. I don't think AI is going to be rolled back. I don't think any safeguards are going to come in place. And I want to ask that about brain technology. You just said this data could remain on our devices and not go into the cloud. But how will any of us even know, And how will, I don't think governments, we're already seeing governments and corporates coming together. It's too useful to their purposes, Nobody actually has motivation to make this safer in any way because there's too much money, there's too much power, there's too much convenience. And for us too, there's just, convenience, efficiency, all these things. I think we're all going to participate in it. So back to that last question, do you think that this is going to remain in our devices, or do you think the war is already over on that?
Well, let me ask all of you to participate in that question in the following way. How many of you believe you should have a right to mental privacy?
Wow.
How many of you want it? And how many of you will help by making choices to safeguard it? Okay. The choice is not, we're not going to find it in governments. We're not going to find it in tech companies. Okay? The choices have to be driven by us. And that means that we have power. We have power in the collective action here. The question is, how do we mobilize that power? And we mobilize that power by, first, there are a few companies out there who are dedicated to keeping our data on device. We go to those companies and buy their products. We have online petitions. We have online, engagement that says we don't want products that do not keep our data on device. We demand it. And the demand side is powerful. I think each individual feels powerless today. We feel like the technology is inevitable, the choices are inevitable, and they're outside of our hands. But we forget that we're not. If we stand together, if we make choices that are better for collective human flourishing, we can align technology in ways that are better for human well-being, that ensure that we have a right to mental privacy. We can make those choices, but we have to act collectively to do so. We can't walk into IKEA and say, you can have my data. You can say, sure, where's the piece that says my data is mine? If you walk into a perfume counter and L'Oreal wants to do it, say, can I see the privacy policy? I'm just going to put a notation here that says my brain data is mine and you cannot use it for any other purpose other than selling me this perfume. Just start acting as if you have the right. Eventually, they will have to follow.
Nita, briefly, I felt hopeful. I felt that burst of, oh yeah, that could happen. And then the moment you describe the process, I'm feeling deflated again.
I'm going to help you. All right, I'm going to give you mechanisms.
You're going to change my.
So.
You're going to alter my neural pathways.
I am trying to start a global movement for all of us to reclaim our right to cognitive liberty, and I want to make it as easy for every individual to join that movement. And so I'm going to make it easy for you so that you don't have to demand the privacy policy. It will already be something that they have to give to you, something that you can just claim for yourself and say, no, you would have to opt me in to stealing my brain data. And I'm never going to opt in because I heard Nita talk about it. I know that's a terrible idea.
No, I'm really glad, Nita, and I think this is possibly the most important, the first to become aware of it, then to begin to be an agent in it, engage with it. But the question I was asking you is that, let's assume they give you a private policy, a privacy policy. how will we know if they're going to use that data? That's why I suddenly felt deflated.
No, so don't feel deflated there either, because, we will be able to demand transparency. It's funny, my husband is a technologist, and I said, how am I even going to know when the first AirPods come out that have brain sensors in them? Maybe they're already in there and I have no idea. And he said, no, don't worry. They're nerds like me who, as soon as a new product comes out, we disassemble them and we look to see what's there, and we, put YouTube videos up and do that. And each of us has a part to play in this, okay? There are ways to see if the data is actually traveling from your device elsewhere. You can actually see data packets flowing. And so what we have to do is we have to see and verify. Don't trust, verify, right? And we need to put into place the verification systems that show it really is being kept, the raw data on device. The only thing that's leaving the device is the inference. And then we have to start to be able to have external metrics of trust, right? Third-party auditing of companies where we actually have things. So I'm starting something in the neurotechnology world called a neurotrust index, so that we can start to figure out which ones are highly trustworthy according to the set of principles that do things like don't have data flows go outside of the device, versus which ones aren't. And I'm working with a lot of the companies, I'm working with a lot of different organizations to try to create something that gives us the transparency mechanism. While I want each person to vote with their feet and with their dollars, we can't expect the burden to all be on individuals to decipher all of this. So we need the tools and mechanisms to really support our grassroots efforts to be able to take back control of our own minds.
Wow, that's a really powerful note to end on. Thank you very much, Nita. That's really been wonderful. Thank you.
The most awaited award of the night is here. And the employee of the year is...
My gut tells me it's someone from marketing this year.
Ritesh Mehra, our travel administrator. 3 times in a row, you must have a superpower.
Yes, I do have a superpower. Stark has Jarvis and we have MyBiz. Hey MyBiz.
Hello everyone, I am MyBiz by Make My Trip, India's first AI-powered and largest business travel and expense platform. Let me show you my superpowers. Every company has a policy. I ensure that I hyper-personalize hotel and flight recommendations that best match company travel policies and employee preferences. Finance teams rely on reports. I save them time and money with automated budget tracking, GST reports, and smart cost-saving nudges. With hassle-free travel and reimbursements, I enhance the employee experience, making business trips smooth and expense filing effortless. No wonder I'm the CHRO's favorite. I build a flawless ecosystem with seamless integrations, syncing ERP and SSO effortlessly, ensuring best-in-class data security, and automating travel policy setup. So admins stay in control while I help them win Employee of the Year. Wish you could carry your best friend around? You got it. AI-powered support, round the clock, wherever you are.
Thanks, MyBiz. You are my superhero. But I am keeping the award.
Look at my resume. 59,000 plus clients and counting. Pretty solid, don't you think? Numbers don't lie. Here's the impact I've made.
So what are you waiting for? It's time to nudge your CHRO or admin head now. And in just 7 days, you will wonder how you ever managed business travel without MyBiz.
Next up is a very interesting session to come immediately after this, because when we've been talking about the corporates that are going to use this and the marketing people who are going to use it, it is ultimately, again, embodied in particular human beings. None of that is like just a construct outside of society. So this is wonderful and serendipitous that the very next session, we're going to really have on stage people who are using technology and innovation in the most interesting ways in India, but also, Kishore Biani has been the pioneer of Indian modern retail. He had Future Group, which unlocked the aspiration and ambition of the bottom of the pyramid, making all Indians look better, making it accessible to access fashion. But I'm going to be asking him exactly some of the questions that we heard here. How will AI, neural technologies, brain signals, the kind of new, rich data that helps you understand human desire and ambition, inclination, be used in the marketing world? So it's a really germane conversation. Kunal Shah of Cred was supposed to come, but unfortunately both his mother and he have fallen very unwell, so he apologizes that he couldn't make it. And apart from that, we have Awais Ahmed, who is pioneering the hyperspectral satellite network here called Pixel. It's really cutting edge. One of the speakers earlier spoke of it, that having these satellites in the sky where you can get really high definition data, and what can that be used for? So this, as we've been saying again and again, there's a new substratum that we're all existing in, and that substratum is the digital data world. To decode all of that, please welcome on stage Kishore Biani and Awais Ahmed. Thank you. Hi. Thank you for coming.
Hi, good to see you again.
Kishorji, if you've been watching some of the sessions in the conference, my first sort of question to you would be that as you've been hearing about all these uses that data can be put to, what are you feeling, anxiety or extreme excitement?
I think both, in a way. That,
Kishorji, a little bit louder.
I would say both, because anxiety that how can we be part of this? And I think it opens up a whole new opportunity of doing things in a newer way. And for me, it is good because the past has been destroyed, so I can create something new out of this.
Sorry?
The past is destroyed, so one can build something new out of this.
Right. Awais, I'm going to just speak to him for a few minutes before turning to you. So just for a moment, there's a wall here between us. That, Kishorji, you said the past is destroyed. Do you have any sense of what destroyed the past? Was it that you were trying to grow too big, too fast? And the reason I ask that is because there is this impulse for like break the mold, go for it, go faster, bigger. That's the kind of frenzy. You've been in that space. So if you introspect, what was it that went wrong in the past?
I think quite a few things, but one is growing fast, growing on debt, not planning for what you call the COVID scenarios in a way. And I think we did a lot of acquisitions, and we invested a disproportionate amount in futuristic thoughts of data collection.
Okay. That's very interesting. You said you wasted a lot of money in data collection. Everything that you're hearing now, do you think you were ahead of your time, or do you think even now, because we've been kind of talking about the immediacy of this, but there are others who are saying all of this is overhyped and, it's just helping feed the narrative to say it's all happening, because it is almost then a self-fulfilling prophecy. So it's very interesting that you said we wasted money on data collection.
I didn't say wasted, because we were not able to use it because COVID came in and we had data of around 8 crore customers. We made a lot of members. We created a future pay program. We created a membership program. We got in one of the largest data analytics firm, Palantir, to work with us. And we thought we could create the future by data, prediction of what the consumer is going to buy, how we can link our supply chain, manufacturing to it, and create a seamless, quick supply chain business. But ye ho na saka.
So you were maybe ahead of your time, but everything we've been hearing now, really those data analysis mechanisms, particularly with AI, has really improved. And you just heard from Neeta the kind of data use that can happen. So let's assume that this mature technology comes to your doorstep. You also heard all the downsides, and now don't be polite and careful, Kishorji. Tell us what you're really thinking. knowing both the good and the bad, would you use the data?
Totally yes, because I've been meeting a lot of new entrepreneurs, the new age entrepreneurs, and the way they are building the predictive engines is unreal. We couldn't have imagined what people are doing. And we are in fashion retail. We are looking at retailers now, brands doing 12 stock tons, which is unheard of.
Sorry, doing?
12 stock tons. They are turning around stock so faster than one can imagine. And nobody comes from a fashion background. And there are many models which are emerging. And I think with AI and predictive engines now becoming more sharper and sharper, they are already working at 95% accuracy levels. I just met somebody who says they launch 500 styles every week. And they can exactly predict within 48 hours of launch how many units they will sell with 95% accuracy, which is unreal.
Wow. I'm going to come back, Kishorji, to ask you a little bit more about how the entire consumer psyche is changing, and you are launching a new project, which I'm going to come back to talk about. To come to you in a different end of the spectrum, a different kind of data, which is the hyperspectral data. It's really cutting edge. Do tell the audience a little bit about what hyperspectral is in the first place, the satellites you have in the sky, and what use are you putting that data to?
Sure. So what we're doing in essence is building a health monitor for the planet. So just
Can you speak into, can everyone hear him? Yes.
So we're building a health monitor for the planet, which basically is like humans go to the doctor every once in a while to get a health checkup of what's happening in our body, getting a sense of what's actually happening on our planet at global scales. And the only way to do that is through satellites up there. So these are quite different from the Starlink satellites that Elon Musk is launching. These are imaging satellites. So you can think of us as photographers, just that the photography is happening from space. So you have these satellites that are orbiting around the Earth. They take images of different parts of our globe, what's happening with the farms, what's happening with oil and gas pipelines, what's happening in our cities, what's happening at the borders. And what we do uniquely globally when we started is we said we'll do this new type of imaging called hyperspectral imaging. Just like if I had a broken bone and went to a doctor, a normal phone camera won't tell the doctor what's wrong. He would have to, or she would have to go towards a different spectrum and see in an X-ray what's actually broken. So similarly, there are a lot of problems that are invisible that you can't see with normal eyes or normal satellites or cameras. Things like crop disease. Is there a crop disease in this part of the farm? Is it spreading somewhere? Is there an invisible methane leak from this pipeline? What is the cause of the AQI in Delhi decreasing every December? Where are these constituents actually coming from? And that's what hyperspectral helps us see. It goes beyond human eyesight to capture light in the different electromagnetic spectrum, just like X-rays do. And we can tell the government that this part of Haryana, for example, is lacking in this nutrient. So they can then talk to the farmers and help increase the nutrient content through fertilizers. They can go to a farmer and tell them there's a crop disease here. You might need to use a particular kind of an insecticide or a pesticide. Whenever there's an oil and gas leak that happens, whether that causes harm, we can go and tell either the company or the government that this. So that's what we do. That's what hyperspectral is.
So, I've kind of mistimed this. We're going to show some visuals which evoke your world. Right now, our visuals are evoking Kishorji's world. But just because, what we're discussing is data, and again, two different usages of it, that this data then, if you're mapping the entire planet, we've already heard when Heino Falke had to map the black hole, that they were mapping 32 gigabytes per second, 32 billion zeros and ones per second. Now you're talking about being a health monitor for an entire geography. There's so much of data that's going to be generated from that. One, where is it stored? What is the energy that's going into storing this data? And again, are you using AI then to find patterns in it?
Absolutely. I think the answer to your question is we don't have to worry about where the data is stored because we use Amazon and Microsoft and Google and the data centers that are there. Of course, there's a lot of impact, second order and third order that comes from there. But basically, our satellites capture this data. They downlink it to a ground station at different parts of the world, everywhere from the North Pole to the South Pole. And then through different methods and the internet, it comes to be stored in data centers around the globe. We predominantly use Google and AWS at this point in time, and this is a significant amount of data. So it's not as much as computing for a black hole, but it's still about 5 terabytes a day. Right, and then quickly adds up to petabytes in a year, and then it sort of goes on from there. So the challenge becomes, not all of the data is useful. So you do need AI to be able to glean patterns from there. For a lot of the last 2 decades, imaging satellites have been very restricted to governments trying to see what's happening in different countries and the borders. In a sense, what we're trying to do is democratizing it and saying that there's a lot of other things that it can be used for, and can we find patterns in how the crop growth has been, For example, let's say a part of India has always been growing 4 different kinds of crop over the year, but then that's really not what they should be doing depending on the nutrient content and things like that. So being able to find those patterns, one is detecting a problem, then it's monitoring how that problem is changing, but very importantly, it's using AI to be able to predict what could go right or what could go wrong, and that's where AI and data really come together, and this is more of the core AI, not the LLMs, where you are running these models in the backend continuously to say, okay, this is probably going to be a problem, why don't you go check it out?
So, this is very hopeful that if you can use data to predict, say, a crop going bad, or, as you've been saying, like even oil leaks or any of that. You can't predict an oil leak, but say a forest fire, for instance. Can you predict a forest fire happening, like what happened in Los Angeles? Would that be possible?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to predict it exactly where it will start, but you can likely start to create indicators of the risk of a fire starting in a particular area. So let's say hyperspectral data, we capture an image of this forest. One, we can identify what species of tree it is. Second, we can identify the moisture content there. Third, we can combine it with other data, which is the amount of sunlight that's there. Is it like higher than other parts? Where is the wind blowing? So we can, one, predict that there's a higher and higher risk of forest fire starting here, but especially once it has started and starting to grow very rapidly, combining satellite imagery with wind data, with some other data, you can tell where it is likely to spread. And so therefore, on-ground response can be accordingly planned.
But, again, before I swivel back to Kishorji's use of data, that when you're talking about this level of data being generated, will there be any human intervention, or is this, again, going to be a displacement of humans? And I don't want to put a moral social framework. I'm just trying to understand the reality that no human being can actually go through all this data. So even the diagnostics, finally, yes, you'll own this data, but all the processing of the data is going to be with AI?
So I think it's a very good example of human AI fusion. Even if it was 5 years ago that we were talking about this without the explosion of the LLMs trying to replace humans in many parts, this is still what would have happened, because as you said, there's so much data. It's not possible for a human or humans to even go through all of that. So what happens is AI basically goes through the data, parses through it, and it identifies a few areas of problems or opportunities, and then it's put in front of humans. In the end, it has to be humans taking a call. It has to be humans identifying where the disaster
Only in
response will be.
2024 it'll be humans taking a call, It could well be somebody else taking a call.
Yeah, maybe in 2050 robots can go and extinguish the fire, but at this point in time, you still need humans to be able to take a judgment call on what's right.
So just one more question on that. When you said that you can get this level of high definition of soil and crops and what's under the ground, etc., can you get that kind of hyperspectral definition of us? Can surveillance be used on us at this scale now?
Yeah, no, I think humans are way too small to be captured from 500 kilometers away. So there are spy satellites every country will have that can count the number of people, but you can't see if it's this person or that person. You can't see a face. You can't read a license plate. In our case, it's not that good. We basically focus on farms and pipelines and stuff like that. Maybe we can count the number of cars in a parking lot, but identifying what car it is or which human does that belong to, you can't see humans from space. But if you can bring down that same camera, in fact, actually the hyperspectral camera is used in the medical domain when someone is doing surgery on cancer. Hyperspectral, just like it can see invisible things from space, it can identify cancer cells from normal cells. So it's used here, but not from space. It's a different use case.
Okay. So, Kishorji, I'm just swiveling between these different uses of data. So, your new project, along with your nephew, is Broadway, which is a completely new form of retail. And it's playing to the idea that social media, these technologies we've been talking about, has completely changed consumer psyche and consumer behavior. So it's a very interesting proposition. You're bringing the psychology of social media onto a physical platform. Help us understand what that vision is, because I think it's very sociological comment on all of us.
We also come from a thought that retail stores were designed 100 years ago, and whatever we have seen which has come till now is incremental thought around what was designed long time back. And we believe the new age, the world has changed, and the dominant communication medium has changed, and you can't build brands on mass media anymore. So the whole medium of communication has become the social media. And the new age consumers are consuming the brands which their parents, they don't want to consume the brands which their parents consume. They don't want to consume the products from the store which their parents went to. I think that's their act of rebellion at this moment. So we want to participate in this new generation of consumers and wanting the new generation of brands to come in and create an environment where we use the new communication medium to launch the brand, communicate the brand, the founders talking to the consumers, and creating a platform for brands to perform. So it's a new thought. We have experimented with it in Delhi. We are launching the final thought in Hyderabad in the next month. And we are going to learn while doing this. This is one attempt which probably is coming from India as such. There is no reference model for us which is there in the West. So it's what we are calling it an experiential retail and a personalized retail, because we are working on technologies to personalize what the consumer wants. So we have tied up with Deep Holistics, which is here, creating something called the future of skin, wherein we scan the skin of every consumer coming in, and we give them a regime. Same thing with their health, and same thing with their mental wellness. And probably we can predict what fashion will look good on them and how many likes or dislikes they will get on that fashion. So it's a learning journey.
So in a way, what you're doing is actually the extension of what Neeta Farahania was talking about, say L'Oreal or IKEA, that, personalizing this, using the data on your website on Broadway. There's some very interesting phrases, of consumers as co-creators, everybody an actor, the product as a character. These are like actually deep insights about the way people are consuming, so it's very interesting at one level. But how do you respond to, some of the dangers that Neeta was talking about? You said that you were both full of anxiety as well as, are you anxious as an entrepreneur that you're not yet caught up with this technology? Or are you anxious as a human being of what this technology could do?
I think we are anxious because we belong to the older generation. He's a 27-year-old boy sitting next to me, and I was talking about space and Blue Origin and Starlink with him. So I think to keep pace with the newer generation itself is a challenge and a fear which we have. And I think too much of imagination, because we don't know what will AI do. I think we have been discussing AI for the last 2 days, and I'm hearing everybody talking of AI. The way I look at AI is, for the first time, there will be a technology which will be enhancing the capacity of human brain. There is no technology which was in human civilization which has done that. So how the human civilization will evolve, how will consumers evolve, how will manufacturing, branding, products will evolve. I think it will undergo a huge shift. And how can we be part of that shift? And whether we belong there, I think that will be a challenge for us. So we'll have to invest in younger generation like them to create something interesting, because we will have to participate in this world. There's a new world emerging with data and predictive science, but we belong to the past and we understand the category, we understand India, we understand the consumers, and we will love to participate in that. So but the fear is making the things more exciting, but we believe we'll have to catch up.
So, when you were saying earlier, I've forgotten, for a moment I've blurred out on which speaker spoke of it, but someone said that there's, all this data you're gathering on human beings, but there are possibly only kind of 500 prototypes of human beings, and then that fits. So do you think that this idea that, many companies are going to jump onto this personalized marketing, you're going to feel very good that this skin is exactly for me, but do you think that that is a lot of hype and actually they're then just 500 and you basically fit into A, B, C, D, E?
But if you look at the mythology or Indian recorded emotions are only 9. The number of sur in the music is only 7, and primary colors are only 5. So I think 30, 40 or 400 chords is a lot. So
that's a good point, actually.
So I think we'll be able to boil down to much fewer numbers and able to do prediction much, much better with much lesser number of capturing of data, I would say.
So, Kishorji, I'm going to come back to some of your enterprises and this thing that you're saying about using data, catching up with this emerging world. But overall, when you look at India and the fact that this is the kind of, technological change that's coming, are you hopeful about India in itself? Where do you see India as a society and as an economy headed?
I think you can look at India from both the ways. You can be a great optimist and say that We are only 3.5% of the world's consumption with 19% of the population. So that's a great opportunity which is there. But why we are only 3.5% is a question to ask. And I believe as a society, as a civilization, we are a very old civilization, maybe 4,000, 5,000 years old. And we were part of an economy which was very prosperous once upon a time. And then I think the economy was more resource-oriented, more knowledge-based at that point of time. And maybe that's why we were prosperous. Today's economy, we have to consume a lot to become the leaders in the world. And we are very, very low. So 3.5% is very low. Look at US, around 4.5% of the world population, 35% of consumption of the entire world. We are quite behind, but we have 140 billion, we have a huge population. So there is an opportunity, but we are a victim of our past and we don't destroy our past. So
may I quote you from earlier, when you were saying that you don't actually feel very hopeful because you were saying the psyche of India is not one of abundance and that you don't think the pace of growth is really going to grow much faster. And you have collected data, you've been in the heart of consumer India, even bottom of the pyramid, which is, now not being spoken about very much. So give us that insight. Why are you actually feeling that India is not really going to grow?
I think when we look at some statistics which says top 10% of India consumes totally 45% of everything. Top 10% of India in terms of packaged goods, they consume 70% of all packaged goods. Top 10% of India consumes more than 80% of personal care and beauty products. So top 10% of India is a huge consumers in a way. But the bottom 90% of India, the per capita is very, very low, $1,100. So they don't have much to consume. And secondly, when we look at the theory of India 1, India 2, India 3, India 3 hardly consumes 1,000 items in their lifetime. And India 1 is like any other part of the world which is consuming more than 100,000 items. So India has a long way to go. And I think once the GDP grows, once the economy grows, and how do we share the wealth, there are a lot of factors to be taken into account before we become a huge consuming society which can make us powerful.
So Kishorji, earlier your business was actually based on the lower half of the pyramid. Why have you pivoted now, that your new business, you said earlier to me, you haven't said it now, but you said you're going to just focus on the top 1 or maybe 10% at a pinch, What has created this completely pivotal shift in your thinking and your desire to engage with consumers?
I think that time we had a concept called Big Bazaar, which used to sell that 1,000 items or that 10,000 items which the India 2 was consuming. And we only went up till 35% of the population of India. So I think in this innings, we believe top 10% of India is huge consumers, and they are consuming things in a much different way. They are part of the whole global ecosystem, and they are aspiring to be a global citizen in a way. And we think we'll understand these customers more deeper and deal with them rather than going to the mass of India, where reaching consumers is expensive and acquiring customers is expensive. And in the new medium of communication, it's very difficult to reach them.
So what's going to happen to the rest of India in this new AI, data-driven, very smart emerging technology world?
I think India has many, many entrepreneurs who will deal with them. So let us deal with this top 10% first.
Kishorji, I'm asking your permission because once before you said, don't quote a personal conversation. So may I quote what you said about the bottom of the pyramid earlier to me? If you say no, I'm putting you out.
Let's not talk about it.
Okay. So that's just to give you a sense that there's, more interpretations of India than we can possibly present on the stage. But Avis, let me come to you. You're part of this young, new generation that totally gets the whole possibility of data. But if you've been listening to any of the conversations here in this conference, let me take you away just from your entrepreneur hat. As a young person, how do you respond to the coming of AI or biotechnologies and, digital biology, bioenhancement, bioengineering? What do you feel about it?
So I think, like most kids, I grew up reading a lot of science fiction and most of it optimistic. And I think one of the key characteristics of being an entrepreneur, especially in deep tech industry, is to be irrational optimist of the future, and that's kind of what's coloring my lens as well. So I think being where I am, just looking at either the future of India and the world, there's two forks in the road. Obviously, everything could go wrong, artificial superintelligence enslaves us all, and then everything's moot. But on the other side, if we sort of are actually able to get this right, I think Satya Nadella was recently mentioning in a podcast where AGI is not some random definition of what it's able to do. Is it actually when economy of the world grows at 5%, 10%, 15% sort of year on year, and not just in certain parts of the world, it's every part of the world, including India, right? And I think if there might come a point, hopefully, if you're looking at it optimistically, where it won't be a line or a curve that you can draw from the past and say that this is the maximum that the world can grow. Maybe artificial general intelligence or superintelligence comes in, and at some point in time, there's so much abundance of resources, so much food, so much consumption sort of happening through a combination of humans and AI that no one has to struggle in the world anymore, right? And that's kind of maybe a very irrationally optimist view of the world. But looking at, whether it's DNA of mammoths and recreating mammoths again, or maybe, Jurassic World will be real in a few decades. But using that same research to maybe edit out cancer from our genes, edit out, hereditary diseases from our bodies, or being able to augment humans biologically so that we can go to space without wearing a spacesuit. We talk about creating settlements in space and Moon and Mars. That doesn't mean we ignore the Earth. That just means that humans have always been voyagers. But how do you go out there when there's so much radiation and you can lose bone density? Maybe biotechnology is an answer. Maybe AI is an answer. Maybe you can upload your brain to a chip and then send it in a robotic body, right? So I think a lot of these futures in front of us. But as a young person, I can look at it and say the world is hopefully going down that fork in the road, and hopefully India is also a very major part of it, given the demography that we have, the young people that are now starting to work in these sectors.
Wow, it does feel like some of the stardust of Silicon Valley is sitting right here. But, when you're talking about this kind of future of going to interstellar and all that, I get the optimism and of that abundance. But hearing all the other conversations, about surveillance, about loss of choice, about, does any of that bother you? Or do you think that that's a fair trade-off for everything that might come our way?
Oh, it does, right? I think it depends on...
Like that it's a fair trade-off?
Yeah, there's very optimistic futures, there's very pessimistic futures. So maybe I'll use a term, quantum superposition. It's like both states at once. There's a part of the brain that's looking at all of this and be like, wow, there'll be an explosion of all the positive things that'll come out of it. But along with that, the other side of the coin is it could lead to a lot of false pathways for humanity, right? We just talked about one thing. If the artificial superintelligence, which is significantly superior to humans, just like how humans are significantly superior to, let's say, our pets, dogs and cats, if ASI is that to us, and it's not aligned with our values, if it thinks that it just have to optimize for some sort of an expansion and human life is not important to it, then everything's lost. That's like a worst case scenario. Or maybe AI is being used in nuclear arsenals around the world. There have been many points where nuclear war has been so close to happening, but humans have sort of come in the way and taken a call to not let that happen. Maybe AI is so fast that it might not happen. We might have a nuclear scenario. So I think there's that, and then there's very real concerns as well that are not so far out with regards to surveillance and things like that. Author Ken Liu was here speaking about it. There's a very nice short story of his where there's folks living in a world where AI dictates everything. It not just becomes a platter of choices to the humans, it's actually guiding the choices. So when do our choices stop becoming our choices, and when is it choices being imposed by us by something that's a larger whole? These are actual problems, and you can't sort of just sweep them under the rug. But you can't stop working on progress just because of that, right? If you're scared of everything, then you can that can be the reason for not working on anything at all. So I think we have to have a part of the brain that's keeping this in track and saying that we have to be careful, but within a particular sandbox, progress still needs to continue to happen.
That it's interesting insight to get from. Really shows the kind of insight that is driving this technology and a raft of technologies. So, Kishorji, just coming back to you briefly before we wind up the session, is that of all that you've heard and all that is coming our ways, which would you invest in and which would you fund of all these technologies that's possible? So one is just using data for deciphering your consumer, but bioenhancement, biotech, brain mapping, digital uploading. I'm sure you're up on all of this. Which ones
I'm
are
not
you?
At all. I personally believe human beings are imagining too much. I think what we are as a species are very different because we are conscious and we imagine a lot. I think I'm imagining a conference where only the robots will be sitting and human beings will be sitting there. So I think we can imagine whatever we want, but I would love to participate in the consumption space, and we believe consumption will be delivered in newer formats, in newer ways, and brands will be created in a newer way. There will be new products and categories which will emerge, and we would love to participate in that, and that they will use the tools what we have been talking about the past 2 days. But I would love to participate in the brands, the categories, and the format of delivery.
And if you had to develop a range of brands for robots, would you do that?
I don't know what will robots consume. So very difficult to. I think I don't see them consuming anything except for power.
Except power. When you saw Sophia earlier, in the Bollywood session, what was your reaction in response to that?
I watched the Twitter of Samir Arora. I didn't see Sophia myself, but I saw some of the reels. So very fascinating. I think we will come down to real Sophias, and there'll be a day when we'll not be able to distinguish between a robo and a real person. Yeah. So it was quite there.
What about you, Aves? You're much more up on all this. What did you feel when you saw that?
Good. I mean, good that we are here, but I think, maybe I'm a little spoiled watching Terminator and everything else, but at some point in time, as Sir mentioned, being able to have robots that you can't distinguish is a scary thought as well, but I think that's where we will eventually end up going. But I think that's one of the key areas. What humans can't do or shouldn't be doing is where robots will come up and start doing a lot of stuff. So very cool to see that there's an actual real life interaction happening with a robot today, but I think the real test of it will be, will robots be able to do all the things that India 3 is doing today or Africa is doing today, and we can lift those humans up to actually get to a point where they are comfortable, there's universal basic income, and robots can take up that jobs.
So just to literally in a second, if you can say, I think we've been talking about all this, and it suddenly struck me that I haven't asked any speaker to define what AGI or super intelligence is. And probably it's good that, I don't know, you're 28 or something, or maybe even younger. Why don't you define what it is?
I think the goalposts have moved quite a bit. The Turing test used to be a very quick test. If you have two chat boxes in front of you and you're interacting, can you actually differentiate if it's an AI or not? I think with ChatGPT now, if you were to go back in 2005 and have someone chat with it, no one will be able to tell that this is not an actual human being. So I think in that sense, we've actually crossed AGI, but probably my definition would be, can an AGI actually demonstrate why it's conscious and imagine things and create things? So I think once AI can look at all of the previous information and come up with a new insight, let's say all of the physics has been fed into an AGI, it can come up with a new theory that a human hasn't come up with. That's probably when you have it artificial general intelligence.
It's the move 37, Well, thank you very much, Aves. Thank you, Kishorji. It's really been a very, very interesting speaking with both of you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
What? You think I am slow? I am slow. I'm a tortoise. But your wealth managers, they shouldn't be as slow, No? Oh.
Choose Nuvama. We move at the right pace because we only do what's right for you and your money. Nuvama. Let's do it right.
Investments in securities market are subject to market risk. Read all the related documents carefully before investing.
Thank you list. Volume. Volume. The volume up there. For them. That's why Next up is a session that takes us right back to our own fantasies, the concept of age reversal, of longevity, and longevity possibly is a much more plausible thing. The Economist recently had a cover story saying that just as earlier lifespan used to be at 30, then it shifted to 50, then it became 70s, and then they said just around the corner, it's going to be very normative for us to live healthily up to 120 is what they're saying now, and then that could keep increasing. So both longevity and age reversal are, again, kind of human fantasies that are very, very real and becoming, immediate science, not future science. And next up is a session of people who are working at the cutting edge of this, and they'll give us a sense, as we've called the session, how much of this is science, how much of it is snake oil, and it's a fascinating conversation because, as I said, it lies at the heart of our fantasy of ourselves and what we want to do with the lives that we've been given. And so to discuss, the entire landscape of longevity and age reversal, please welcome on stage. Before I welcome them on stage, I just remembered we do have another little film that gives us a window into both the possibilities as well as the issues at stake with this. So we'll just play that before I call everyone on stage. So please welcome on stage Avi Roy. He is an entrepreneur and a researcher on age reversal and longevity. Please come on stage. We have Elena Sergieva, who's also a teacher, a professor, and a researcher on age reversal and on longevity, and Sanjeev Galande, who is a geneticist with the Shiv Nadar University. So all three of them are really at the cutting edge of this, and we're very delighted to have them on stage. Thank you very much. We've all been fed on all the possibilities, and as I said, age reversal and longevity is really at the frontiers of human fantasy. So before, Avi, I wanted to start with you, that all of this is first going to begin with personalized medicine, which is much closer home. So before we delve into longevity and age reversal, tell us, what is the case for this kind of hyper-personalized medicine?
Well, first, I want to take the opportunity to thank you for organizing this and inviting me, and the last 2 days have been fantastically stimulating.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, so currently, my work features all the way from coming from being a researcher to trying to deliver precision and personalized medicine, unfortunately, for the people who can afford it, because, as Elena will point out later, we really don't have perfect treatments. So we may have great vaccines that can take off certain types of diseases, but we really don't have that for the long diseases of aging. And so the way personalized medicine works today, that we are trying to make it work, is to collect enough data on you from your smartwatches, your smart rings, from your blood data, from your functional health data, in order to create a digital twin of you. And then we can try different things. Your genetic history obviously plays a part, but that is the part where it gets expensive. We can try different things with your digital twin and prognosticate what is going to happen to you, and then we can try to intervene. This is what we call preventive medicine. But the reality of the situation is, there are many doctors in this room, including my sister, that is not a thing. Medical people, clinicians, are trained to be firefighters. You have to have the fire, aka the disease, before you can treat. No doctor is going to start to give you prescriptions, and no clinical research is done on healthy people. Distinguishing healthy people from non-healthy people is like on the night of the 18th birthday, suddenly that boy who was immature becomes able to vote. So there's this knife edge where you are not healthy and suddenly you're diabetic. We want to see that spectrum, and we want to be able to intervene a lot earlier so that you never become pre-diabetic and things like that. So that's what preventive medicine is today.
But you were talking of it almost like a portfolio, an investment. Talk to us about that. What is that idea?
Well, that's how we try to present to our clients, and what we're trying to do is to complement everybody to race to the top rather than race to the bottom. And the idea is, just like everyone here has a financial portfolio and they'll take their money to Morgan Stanley or whatever financial institution of your choice, and what they will do is that you have X amount of money today and you want it to 2x or 3x or 4x in the next 20 years. And they will make a model for you. Invest in this, invest in that, and that's how you can get there. Think of your health exactly the same way. This is where you are today, and tomorrow you want to be Brian Johnson or something like that, something similar to that. Or as Peter Attia puts it, when you are 80 or 90, you want to be able to lift your grandchildren or great-grandchildren. So designed on that, you have interventions, this much lifestyle. In your 70s, this much medications in order to gain muscle or whatever. So that you want to think of your health as just like you think of your financial portfolio. And we also think that it should be portable. Our hypothesis of preventive medicine should be available to other clinicians all over the world, and they should be able to peer review and fact check that and find out what to be done, exactly like your financial portfolio.
Right. Elena, I just want to bring you in here. We'll come back to longevity. I want to start at the realm of age reversal, because that really, first, if you would help us distinguish between longevity and age reversal. Is it the same thing? Or with us in our popular imagination, especially coming from, say, David Sinclair and others who've been, or Brian Johnson was here, the idea is that when you become 70, you can go back to being 25, in terms of your brain, your body, live another 70 years again. So literally reverse age. Is that a scientific possibility?
Yeah, so first of all, I want to say thank you for organizing such a beautiful event. I work at Tufts University and with Institute at Harvard with Michael Levin. So we study briefly anatomical and behavioral decision-making in multi-scale of biological, artificial, and hybrid systems. So we look at the aging from slightly different lens and perspective than in mainstream field, but yeah, we can probably talk later about that. What's about longevity and age reversal? Age reversal is actually quite a tricky term because in the field, like people actually use different terms. They use reversal of aging, which is most controversial. They say sometimes age reversal, and they say rejuvenation. There's slight difference between them, but yeah, just let's talk about rejuvenation. So rejuvenation currently is possible by few techniques in animal models. There is 0 drugs approved for rejuvenation and for aging in humans. Of course, there are some supplements, something like that, which can actually like improve your longevity, improve your health span. But there is now nothing currently specifically for rejuvenation. Yeah, and of course, it brings a lot of hype in the field and a lot of controversy. Like people try to sell different, not quite approved and studied interventions, which is a different topic.
But Elena, I'd just like to actually lay out some, and I want to bring Sanjeev into it. And Sanjeev, you know, being a geneticist, I want to put some questions to you, but I'd also love you to ask them some questions. In this, I just want to, you know, we spoke to George Church earlier, and he's really at the front end of age reversal. And so there's some pillars that have been defined, say by David Sinclair. It's like cocktails of chemicals. There's potentially with epigenes. There's, you know, we had Liz Parrish last year who's done gene therapies like with telomeres. So there are actual pathways to reversing age, you know. I mean, David Sinclair says he's reversed the age of dogs, mice. He's reversed blindness. You know, we had John Cryan saying that they've done tests with a fecal transplant where they've managed to make an old mouse into a young mouse with fecal transplant, for God's sake, you know. So, you know, first, do you think that this is science or snake oil? And then I'll open it up for you to speak with them as well.
Well, if you ask me, being a researcher, I would say it's science because it's backed with data. So all of these studies that you heard from all these people, including Liz Parrish, who was here on the same forum last year, as well as the microbiome analysis and everything. We will talk later about the number of different measurements that people have used to put together to understand what's the difference and what it takes to do the reversal of the aging process and understand it better. So all of these studies are enabling us to first understand the process and then slowly use that data in a manner that Avi just described. I like this analogy of health management, just like the way we do wealth management, and using that as a tool to promote longevity.
So, Avi, you know, he said that you're going to talk about the parameters. So actually, that's a really good point. Tell us, what is the parameters? You know, in my head, age reversal means I'll go back to being my 20-year-old self, you know. Can I dance like that? Can I have babies? What does it even mean?
Yeah, I mean, exactly. I mean, I think Disney has good ideas about that. You get that magic wand, and you hit it, and you become a princess again.
Forget Disney. That's what a lot of scientists are saying. But what's the parameters?
Yeah, you know, we were discussing earlier, and I hope that I am controversial so that I can wake people up. But I want to just, before I answer your question, I just want to point out where we are. I think two things that I want to point out. One, I would guarantee 99%, I just don't want to say 100%, but I should say 100%. Almost 100% of this room doesn't have all their parameters checked. So we just talked about interventions. Well, you don't know where you're going if you don't know where you are. It's a relative thing. So that's a problem. But that's a problem universally, which is my second point. We have Google Maps of obscure places that nobody ever goes before, except for the residents that are born there. But we don't have a Google Maps of the body. What I mean is that you don't have a humans.org where you can see how a human, the entire system, changes over time. We don't know that. So there is, we are lacking significant data points. So to your point, which is that those measurements, well, I mean, we rely on classical measurements, the things that we can actually change in clinic and the things that are actually causally related with clinic. And some of them are really hard to fake. You may be like a 28-year-old when you're in your 60s in your epigenetic age test, because we're still working out the kinks. But your VO2 max tells...
What is that?
Well, it's the amount of oxygen that your muscles can draw from the air and your lungs can draw from the air in order to power you, basically. That's an oversimplified version for those who are biochemists here, including Pranay, who may be sitting here somewhere, and of course my colleagues. So it's a really good marker that is very hard to fake unless you are metabolically fit, both with muscle, lean mass, and aerobic capacity. So we rely on those markers right now in clinic, but there are a whole bunch of advanced markers that are coming up. One of the biggest problems that people will tell you with longevity research is that it takes a lifetime to know whether the intervention, the treatment, whether it be a Mediterranean diet or a metformin, worked or not. So the type of research that you are doing, the epigenetic clocks, they can be very useful. Within a week or a month, they will be able to tell you whether it's working or not. It's not ready for clinic yet, so we're not working with those completely. We do use those. But yeah, they're coming down the pipeline, and that is going to change the landscape of clinical trials and discoveries of medicine, from Ayurvedic medicine all the way to peptides and gene therapies, because we can quickly see if it's working or not.
Again, to just bring the audience into this conversation and to understand how many are sort of really thinking about these things, how many of you would opt for age reversal if, it was available to us? Wow, really few, so that itself is fascinating.
I want to, so, what we mean by age reversal is the disabilities that you have as you get older. You justify, I was actually speaking with your sister, you justify as you get older, oh yes, that knee ache that happens now when I get out of bed in the morning, that's fine because I have wisdom, or that lower back pain, or that, the gray hair is vanity to color it, or it's vanity to even think about the gray hair being bad. Or the flip side is, aren't you lucky to be alive instead of being dead? Which is true, but the thing is that we are Homo sapiens, the thinking apes. We designed the axe to hunt down the calories fast enough so that we can power ourselves. We can take that axe to our DNA. And why, whenever you say equitability, people think of money. But some people have been born with this gene that inhibits them from producing LDL regardless of how many pizzas they eat. Why shouldn't everybody in this room have that gene? Because there's all, and that can go on. And think about kids being born. Like, if you want to give a kid a gift of life, you should have all the alleles, aka gene variants in humans, that have shown to have long, healthy lives. People who are in their 80s, 90s, still driving cars, still taking care of their life. Why shouldn't kids be born with that? That's equitability to me, a biological equitability. That's what you want. When we think of longevity, all our cultures think of stealing it from something else. But I'm talking about staying as you are in your 20s and 30s with all the possibilities.
The most exciting thing about these 2 days is to meet the most diverse ways of thinking and perspectives. At the very least, it's mind-opening. The first time I spoke with Avi, he used a phrase that just stuck in my head because right then it was the beginning of this journey. It was so audacious. He said, biological age is modifiable, And I was just like, who are these people who think that death is not inevitable, biological age is modifiable, Suddenly it becomes very normal to say these things, but it's pretty mind-shifting. So Elena and Sanjeev, please do jump in and ask them the questions. But Elena, coming to you, we've sort of got used to hearing these words. Brian Johnson was in India recently, and people are talking about epigenes and telomeres and chemical cocktails. But the cutting edge work that you and Mike are doing is 1 degree further, which is that genes don't make up our destiny. It doesn't make up humans. It's bioelectricity, and it's the software that really can be hacked, can be manipulated, can be changed. Mike has been doing it in his laboratory. Sadly, he can't join us. But you all have literally created new life forms by hacking bioelectricity, and you feel you can generate limbs, you can reverse age. Talk to us about this.
Okay, yeah, happy to talk about that. Yeah, actually genes are very important. They are encoding our building blocks of our body proteins. But genes, it's definitely not the whole story. For example, we all start our life as a quiescent oocyte. Then it divides, makes many cells, but somehow we're not ending up as a bag of cells. We have highly differentiated structures, anatomies, organs, and where these anatomies are coming from. So the first response would be, okay, these anatomies are encoded in genes. Actually not. I can give you another example. Twins, when oocyte or blastula is separated, they actually can build separate organisms. And where is information about two separate organisms in our genes? Nowhere. The truth is that the information about our body structures comes from something else. And this comes from cell-to-cell communication in cellular collectives and how it works. For example, when we talk about our brains, we know that brains are made up of neurons. Neurons have connections, synapses actually, yeah, and they exchange electrical pulses, and this is how they exchange information. This is how we learn, and this is how our memory is stored. But these brains and nervous system did not evolve from nowhere. So they actually evolved from non-neuronal somatic cells and tissues. And the truth is that all cells in our body, in animals, in plants, and even in bacterial cells and bacterial colonies and biofilms talk to each other using bioelectricity, like neurons. So cells talk to each other using bioelectricity, and they form kind of memory, like our neurons and brains form memories. They form kind of memory about body structures and anatomies. And this is where our body anatomy is coming from. So, and this information is not stored in genes, yes, this is stored in bioelectrical patterns. Bioelectrical patterns are cell membrane voltages across tissue, cell collectives, tissues, and organs, which we can study, and most importantly, we can manipulate that. And we manipulate bioelectrical patterns for a range of biomedical applications, such as development, regeneration, cancer, and recently for aging. As I said at the beginning, we look at aging from slightly different perspectives. So in mainstream field, we think that aging is accumulation of damage. Yes, this is true, but it's again not a whole story. For us, aging is a loss of information about body structure. So cells either forget how to talk to each other using bioelectricity, or they remember, but they cannot execute. And so, like we manipulate that bioelectrical patterns for other biomedical applications, and this is actually, it's not magic, it's experiments done in our lab, when we can regenerate limbs in frogs, when we can induce organs in unusual places. So the same way, we're manipulating aging.
That's incredible, Sanjeev.
Bioelectricity, wow. I mean, I was just thinking now we should get the stage electrified with some few questions. But before that, I mean, I was a bit surprised to see the less number of hands that went up when we asked the question, how many of you would like to reverse aging? So it's either that people don't believe they are aging, or they don't believe the science of longevity. So we'll come to that. So, Elena, I mean, you talked about bioelectricity and the membrane potential and the electrical currents and the synapses and the energy that flows between our cells. Is it possible, with all these new scientific discoveries that are happening in the field of longevity and reversal of aging, to restore the cognitive decline that happens during aging? Because that's the most important part, right? You don't want to stay alive as a vegetable. You want to be thinking as brightly as you were, let's say, in your 20s and 30s.
Yeah, health span is definitely important. No one wants to live 200 years like a vegetable, as you're saying. Yeah, and you might know recently announced X Prize. This is prize given to the team which could reverse aging 10 years back at least. And it should be shown in a few systems: muscles, immune system, and cognitive or brain. Yeah, so definitely brain is very important. And you know, brain function, cognitive function is actually it's a byproduct of how our substrate is functioning. So if we can make cell collectives to maintain brain structure in time, so to speak, delay aging, then cognitive function also will be preserved.
Elena, and I just want to sort of bring the audience into this a little bit because, like I said, I'm an outsider and I'm not a scientist. So I know what it takes to begin to even understand all of this and shift the brain, forget about reversing the brain, first to arrive where you guys are. So I just want to quickly tell you that the kind of work that Elena and Mike Levin are doing, I don't know how much you picked up on it, but what she was saying, and this is the thing which fascinated us and wanted to, why we wanted to invite them, was that the premise they began from is that why does a cell know what to do even before the brain is created? So we begin from literally chemicals, and how does it know just how to grow into a baby before the brain is formed? And so that idea that every cell has an intelligence, and that intelligence is in the bioelectric layer. And just to, again reiterate what she said they've done in their lab, is that they've made flatworms by hacking the bioelectric layer. So George Church is, gene editing. They are hacking bioelectricity. They've made a flatworm grow 2 heads. They've made Picasso frogs. So they've made the eye of the frog come out in the bum. They've made regenerated limbs. They've created new life forms just out of a cell. And then those cells have purpose. So if you define intelligence as the capacity to have purpose, that's what they're doing in their labs, So when you take it upwards, there's a kind of cellular collectives that intelligence just keeps scaling up, but that it's there in every cell. So I don't know if that's a correct summation of your work.
Perfect explanation.
So I wanted them to, really understand what you're saying, because it took us a lot of reading to begin to understand what you're saying. So Avi, I just want you to comment on what Elena said, and that you both as an entrepreneur and a researcher, out of all these technologies or pathways to age reversal, which ones do you think are the most plausible in the short term? And then I'll come to what you pointed, why is there such low desire to reverse age? We'll come to the moral, ethical, social issues around it.
Yeah, so I think the question was about brain and neurodegenerative. That is actually, believe it or not, one of the hardest problems. So if you are of Indian origin or majority of Southeast Asian origin, you have genetics that predispose you towards metabolic dysfunction or metabolic syndrome. That is a very solvable problem. Cardiovascular is a problem that we can tackle. Now, neurodegenerative or immune dysfunction, we have a framework of how to tackle it. We have a good understanding of it, and we are getting there step by step, which includes autoimmune disease. But neurodegenerative, the shocking thing really is, it's approximately correct that over 100 years ago, when Alzheimer's, Alzheimer's was naming the disease, which is possibly a form of dementia rather than Alzheimer's, but the treatment option that was available to a patient at that point of time, over 120 years ago, is approximately the same. That should really shock you, because we have made advances in cardiovascular, in cancer, in kidney disease, in all of those things, but neurodegenerative brain is really the last puzzle and the last frontier, and that is really a problem. One other thing that I want to kind of say that is eye-opening, that leads back to what we were discussing, that you guys don't want to be younger. When you get your results for your blood report, reluctantly maybe, because you guys don't want to be younger, but you have this annual check or biannual check, or your kids or your partners forces you to get your blood report, think about what happens when you go to the clinic with that report, or your doctor sees that report. She says, you're looking good. But the next part, for your age, as if she's not talking to you. She's talking to an entire population of Indians or Jamaicans or British people. You should be your health, not the population's health. Why are doctors or people comparing you to a 40-year-old group or a 50-year-old group? How are you compared to you were 10 years ago, 20 years ago? That is the thing that we are going after. That is what we mean when we say longevity.
So Avi, yeah, at this
That
point,
was good.
I thought I should ask you something very provocative. So you talk about extension of lifespan. David Sinclair said once, and this is public knowledge, that the individual who will live 150 years is already born. Okay, what's your comment on this? Can we surpass this so-called number, or what are the efforts that are being done to make sure that many of us who are people who are born recently will have the capacity to live longer than 150 years?
Just so you know, we prepped this cricket baseball game. So he's throwing me softballs and I'm going to hit it out of the park or something like that. But the controversial part is that David says 150 years. My mentor, Aubrey de Grey, in, I think, MIT Review in 2007, said the person who is going to be 1,000 years old is already born.
Oh my God, okay.
Yeah. I believe, I didn't believe in either of those numbers until 2020. Let me tell you what's the groundbreaking moment, I think, for all three of us. Pretty much anybody who has PhD in biology or is related to that field. We thought that the number of proteins, there are over 200,000 proteins. And by 2020, we had decoded maybe 1 or 2, maybe 3% of those. And that effort was 60 years on. And in 2020, during the pandemic, AlphaFold solved all of them. And since then, it has gotten even better. So I now subscribe to much more optimistic. I thought I was optimistic and see the future, and I was out of the way. I was science fiction. I wasn't science fiction enough. So I think David Sinclair is underestimating the advances that will happen over the next 10 to 20 to 30 years. Only regulation can get in the way, or the pace of change can, slow down only because of, queuing up for clinical trials.
So then, do you see that all these people who are going to live 150 years will be popping 150 pills a day, like the way Brian Johnson does? What are the ways by which one could extend lifespan to this extent? Not just 150, maybe thousands of years.
I mean, Elena's research is going to be part of it. It's at early stage. But, again, the nice thing about now in this part of my life being in clinic is that I look at my 77-year-old dad and that's my target. How do I reverse that? I'm agnostic to Elena's method or Chinese medicine or Ayurvedic medicine, as long as, that financial portfolio that I talked to you guys about, you guys know what it means to have one additional dollar or one additional rupee in your thing. You guys know what an interest rate is. Those are called fundamental markers in your financial portfolio. We have those in clinical markers. What does it mean to run like a 67-year-old man or a 57-year-old man or climb the stairs? We have those fundamental markers, and we will take any method to start moving the needle. There are already some on the market, which I think you're going to be asking me about. There are already some on the market that I am putting in my body. My friend and co-founder Liz Parrish is ahead of me in putting other things in the body, but there are already approved drugs that can start to slow down at least some of the aging and reverse a bit of the damage. It cannot convert my 77-year-old dad into a 7-year-old dad even, but it can at least slow down from 77 to 78 and things like that. So that is right now, but the future may look like a few gene therapies, a few bioelectric therapies, not 150 pills. That's not going to happen.
Okay, so let me ask both of you one thing, which is that you're at the cut, actually all three of you. Avi, how old are you?
44.
You're 44. Do you already feel the need to de-age? Knowing all of this, what is it that you can do which I'm not going to reveal my age. Internet makes me older than I am, but what is it that you can do which we can't? I mean, in terms of you're 44, you have all access to all the sciences right now. I'm sure you've tried all of it. So, what makes you less than 44?
I think your question is, what is the difference between
No, you're 44. Are you behaving like a 44-year-old, or do you have you reversed your capacities to someone younger than yourself?
No, I never grew up in the first place. I think my family is here. They'll tell you that. My partner is
So you
sitting.
haven't tested any of this on yourself?
No, I have. I mean,
That's what I was
was being
asking.
facetious. But I think your first question was quite insightful, as in what do I have access to that other people don't? I think it's a mindset. It's really a mindset that this degradation, this degeneration, this dehumanization, I really want to use that word, that happens over time is acceptable. No, to me, a myopic vision, whether it be of the eye or of the mind, can be solved with lenses or with gene therapy. So it's an engineering problem, and you can tackle that. I mean, we have had conversations where you have been kind of awed by that, but really, the difference, I have access to the same stuff that you all have access to, and the only reason why only 20% of you, or maybe 10% of you rose your hand when Shoma asked that question, is because every narrative that we have in society, forget all the technologies, every narrative, can you tell me one story where the witch is not boiling virgins and children, or the vampire is not like, or Wolverine is not pining, or, I mean, they could just take that advanced technology and give it to all humans, so that everybody lives with Wolverine.
No, but that actually brings us to the heart of it, and I'd like all three of you to speak about it. I was just thinking while listening to you, so I'm just sharing a personal story, but our mother was very unwell towards the end of her life, and she actually was living with us. So, this humiliation and degradation that you said of the body, I actually saw it happen, and I mean, when she passed away, I was actually elated. My siblings were sad. I was just elated. It was so horrible to see her suffer. So when I was listening to you, I was thinking, wow, if all of that existed, I would have loved her to pass healthily, not having to suffer the way she did. But would I want her to live forever, or would she have wanted to live forever? I'm not sure. And I think, I'm not, I may be speaking for everyone in the dark, but I think why such few hands went up is because there's a deeper philosophical question here. Yes, you want to live healthily, but I want to die, and you guys are talking about extending life endlessly. So there's a philosophical thing here. So I'd love all three of you to weigh in on that. Avi, you're having a director's moment. Suddenly you're quiet.
No, I'm not quiet. I'm just saying that I have changed my pitch. When some of you have already spoken to me, ask me what I do. I say I want to keep people in their 20s and 30s for hundreds of years. That's what I do. As in 20s and 30s, your peak biological capacity. Nobody wants to live like a 100-year-old for hundreds of years. That is not the aim of what we do.
No, I think it's the hundreds of years that we are discussing. Of course, all of us want to be in our 20s till we die. But the point is that, and that's what our film was talking about, and that's what Nick Bostrom was talking about, that when abundance arrives and you have autopotency and you can do everything, what will human purpose be? In a way, the finiteness of life does give it some meaning, some purpose. You want to get things done. That's the way I think, and I'm open to it being shifted. What do you think, Elena?
Are you talking about eternity, like if we achieve immortality at some point and we'll be bored and so we will not have purpose to live, or like...
I mean, I don't know what the time span for boredom is. Maybe eternity, maybe... I don't know how to even answer this. I'm just trying to get insight into your ways of thinking. What is your cutoff date for boredom? Like, do you want to die at 300 or never die, or you want to die at 500?
I think it's really profound philosophical question. I think that people, just like normal, general people in general, will be not bored for at least few hundreds of years. So, like, we always can set new goals and purposes. Yeah, but later it's a question if we would be bored and will not find the purpose for life. But still, okay, probably let me elaborate on slightly different aspect. We're not anywhere close to radical life extension yet. So all we can do with our clinical advancements right now is to extend our life, healthy lifespan, probably plus 10 years in the best case scenario, and we cannot do more. And actually this is the same level which we could achieve with healthy diet and such just normal lifestyle interventions. Didn't you think why, after all these advances in biomedicine, all these technologies developed, we're still at the same level as 1,000 years traditional Indian or Chinese medicine were? So if you are more plus minus healthy and want to extend your life, what would you do? Sleep well, eat healthy, exercise. or take some metabolic drugs which would do the same for you if you're lazy. That's basically it for now, unfortunately.
I want to actually challenge you because you did a bait and switch. You talked about a very personal story about your mom's neurodegenerative degradation and then the alleviation of that suffering because it couldn't be provided through engineering solution through death. And then you ask the questions like when I tried to say that in 20s and 30s, but think about the narrative that society has. When a 95-year-old dies, we say, well, that's really bad and she had a good life. When a 15-year-old dies or a 25-year-old dies, we are like, this is the saddest thing in the world. They had their whole life ahead of them. Now remember, Malthus pointing out life is short, nasty, and brutish. It's only since 1850 that the median lifespan has gone from 32, which is 99% of human existence, to what it is today, which is around 80, and it will be around 90. Lifespan has pretty much tripled since 1850, and I don't see anybody in their 80s going, kill me now. I mean, they may say that, but when they are in the hospital, but they're not saying that. So we have had a tripling of lifespan. Why do you think that tripling of lifespan again means that humans will suddenly, we adapt so well. I mean, we adapt to situations so well. And so I think that's a...
I told you, the one beauty is that the moment you meet people like this, you do have to shift your parameters of ways of thinking, So, Avi, salute you for that.
So, yeah, it is a paradigm shift. And as Avi liked to put it, so we never had problems while looking at this happening over just a matter of 2 centuries. And now the pace of science has moved so fast. We are accelerating everything, right? So we heard in the last 2 days a number of ways by which human beings are going to be accelerating a variety of things, be it healthcare, with AI and whatnot. So extension of lifespan could be also one of those things. So there's one thing about what you said, and this is extension of, is it going to be only the chronological age or biological? So because there is some distinction between the two. You are extending your lifespan, which is your chronological time, 150 years, 200 years. But at the same time, biologically, you may be much younger. It could be in your 30s and 40s. Science is looking at both. How to extend the chronological lifespan as well as how to make it appear or feel younger.
I've just had a eureka moment on stage. This was such a mind shift that actually from 30s to 90s, we're okay with it. And I suddenly thought, yeah, if I'm healthy and I can live another 90 years, yes, you did help shift the status quo, at least for me. Maybe we can do another raise of hands. How many would reverse your age or extend your age if you could, the way they are describing it? You haven't won the house, Avi. It's okay.
Few more hands, yes.
Very few other hands. Very uneloquent scientist you are. Elena, just to end with you, to go to the extremes of this, you were saying that, we're talking about all of this which is already there. It's in the labs. Much of it is waiting FDA clearance for human trials to begin. But you were saying that actually there are scientists who are taking it even further. One of them who I looked up was John Herbert. You said that to look up the ARPA, and that's what President Biden has sanctioned millions of dollars to look at non-sentient body creation so that you can jump into bodies like jumpsuits. They are also doing, I've mentioned this earlier, they're taking brain tissue from fetuses, dead fetuses or whatever the correct word is, and transplanting it to see if older brains will, take in the plasticity and etc. Anything we are discussing, there's always something more happening. So tell us about it.
Yeah, it's one of the newest advancements in longevity field, with so-called replacement. So when we are not trying to rejuvenate our body, but instead we want to replace our body. Parts of our bodies, for example, organs by transplantation of younger organs, but of course not from other human beings, but from unconscious clones, which would be grown specifically for you using your genetic material, but they will not have brain, and of course they will not have any consciousness. And we could replace our bodies either with a bunch of organs from that clone, some certain organs, or the whole body even. And the reason behind that, that these strategies for rejuvenation, for radical rejuvenation, I mean, not just like plus about 10 years, but radical rejuvenation, we're talking about 50 years, like 100 years and more. There's just so far now from us that this replacement strategy seems to be most feasible. And you mentioned Jean Hébert. He actually claims, he did studies in the lab before he was appointed as ARPA-H program manager for this specific replacement strategy. He actually started with research on brain replacement. He replaced parts of the brains, and they were perfectly well functioning. And he started from the notion that well, you probably know we have this extracellular matrix, we have cells, and we have extracellular matrix around the cells, that it becomes hard and not fluid, that it couldn't be rejuvenated. So he claims that it's just impossible to rejuvenate. Whatever genes, machinery we change inside of the cells, this extracellular glue, so to speak, will not allow us to rejuvenate. Yeah, this is like one point of view, yeah.
Sanjeev, you want to say some last words?
Yeah, no, I just wanted to end with something controversial. So I was talking to Avi, and there's a lot of hype about this new class of drugs, which many of you are aware, the GLP-1 agonists. And they have been used for reduction of BMI, but they also have this...
Don't use scientific words, use other words.
Okay, for anti-obesity.
You're talking about Ozempic?
Yeah, that's one brand name, but there are multiple such drugs in the market. And Avi admitted openly that he injects himself with one of those drugs for extension of his, or rather for staying young. So Avi, would you like to comment on that? Because there's a lot of words going around whether these drugs are going to be good in the long run and what exactly is going to be the outcome, let's say, for people who are taking these drugs for a decade. I mean, they'll obviously have reduction in their body weight, but will there be any other effects? And if you're claiming that it's going to be used as a therapy for staying young, how good it would be?
Thanks for bringing that up. He knows that when...
Why were you hiding? I asked you if you're doing things earlier. Thank you, Sanjeev.
No.
I'm glad you had a drink together last night.
No, so my alarm went off to take this medication because it's a peptide, so you take it once a month. But please remember my financial portfolio for health portfolio analysis. The financial advice I give, it doesn't work for your portfolio. It may make your stocks go down, so don't listen to the advice, blah, blah, blah. And same continues. So I am not a medical doctor, I'm a PhD. As my sister, my brother-in-law, other people here are medical doctors. I have a team of medical doctors with whom I work. The first GLP drug was actually approved in 2004. So we know the class of mechanism this is. It started working better with liraglutide, which is around 2014, but starting working amazingly well with semaglutide, which is Ozempic, which everybody has heard about, and with Mounjaro especially well, which came out at around 2018-ish. So we've got about 10 years of really good clinical and post-clinical data, as in phase 4 data, so we can make good hypotheses. I made a bet with my sister last night that when I come back to
You're telling many things except his
Well, I'm coming to that. Sorry, Bengali. The point is that I made a bet that if I come back to this conference 5 years from now, 90% of you guys will be on it. Again, let me tell you why. The latest research reports point out that these class of drugs, the GLP, GIP, glucagon, it doesn't matter what it is, has systemic benefits that are outside of losing weight, including there is Alzheimer's trial data that is supposed to come out in the second quarter of this year. That is why I take it. One other thing is that I want to say, you should not do anything without actually conversing with your doctor or your medical team. And I just want to say that in our clinical practice, drug that I give to my clients or recommend for my clients after having tested all their data and monitoring their data in the future, I do it myself because that is skin in the game. And if you don't have skin in the game, then I'm sorry, you might be a charlatan.
Thank you very much, all three of you. You know, conversations can go on, but the one thing that I do take away every time I meet any of you on this stage is that none of you are status quoists, you know. I was just thinking that the moment anything happens to us, we kind of take it as an inevitability, like death or my mother's death, or you guys come across a problem and you think, how can I change the problem and solve it, you know, like push the boundary. So that, I mean, that's the one thing that's been common to every speaker here. None of you are status quoists. So thank you for pushing boundaries, good, evil, bad, but you're definitely pushing boundaries. Thank you very, very much, all three of you.
Thank you.
And by the way, we both are relieved that you didn't ask us our age.
Oh, yeah.
In a world full of uncertainty, education isn't just learning, it's becoming. It's the foundation that turns questions into quests. Seekers of knowledge redefine industries and rewrite our collective story. Each lesson sparks a new beginning, where education elevates and pioneers rise. In their hands, innovation becomes the blueprint of a brighter tomorrow. Dreamers captivated by museum walls become the artists of tomorrow. Their imaginations blossom, painting a future once only dreamed of. Here, changemakers forge the future. Hesitant steps today grow into confident strides toward tomorrow. Each breakthrough kindles the fire of hope and courage, where courage is nurtured and leaders are born. A new generation rises, shaped by knowledge, driven by purpose. They are explorers, creators, and change makers, each carrying the light forward, turning possibility into promise.
Well, we are almost at the end of Synapse, and there are just 2 more sessions. I would ask for all your patients to be here because they're going to be very, very rewarding sessions. I'd also like to say, do join us for dinner afterwards. You know, given that impromptu interaction with Sophia, we've asked that she also join, or it also join for dinner, so that more people can get to interact with this, you know, the embodied AI that we are beginning to see around us. But before that, the next conversation is going to hit at the heart of what we have been speaking of, and that is the energy source for all the technologies, all these, you know, vivid dreams of the future that has been shared with us. At its core is that what is going to be the batteries for it? What is going to be the energy source for it? How are we going to transit into this future? And that's the conversation. And after that, Tom Friedman and Carmi are going to speak about other frameworks for this emerging new world. So I would ask you to settle down. And as I said, you know, you've been a wonderful audience. Do give that respect to the next few speakers, to be here, to engage with that. And I just want to frame this energy conversation as the heart of the matter. Because as I said, you know, each speaker that we are bringing on stage is really like an eye-opening, lens-shifting, perspective-shifting, you know, conversation, because it opens your minds to your own blind spots. Certainly for me, you know, we speak so blithely about the green transition, the electric revolution, you know, energy is going to be solved, but we never think about what is going to be the price of that. And our next speakers are going to focus on that. Let's even forget the fossil fuel industry. What is going to be the cost of the electric and green transition? That itself is a dilemma. 6x is the amount of minerals we need to drive the electric revolution. That's a sobering thought. We may leave behind the dirty fossil fuels, but what is going to be the, in a way, the dirty minerals that is going to transit us? So there's just no comfort zone. And to decode that, I'm going to bring both speakers on board, though they have different lenses on this conversation, but they're both, again, at the cutting edge of this field. So ladies and gentlemen, please, before I bring them on stage, there's Gerard Barron, who is the founder of the Metal Company. He is a pioneer in the energy sector because he is trying to open up a new arena of mining minerals, which is the deep oceans. Now, the moment you say that, of course, there's going to be a reaction, almost a cellular reaction, to say, no, that can't be right. We're going to have him here to decode the rights and wrongs of this, the necessity or non-necessity for it, the urgencies for it, what is that cost-benefit ratio, and we can all come to our own decisions on it. But the point is that he's at the pioneering edge of that. What makes it very urgent here is that the Indian government has just recently opened up several blocks of Indian Ocean, territories for deep sea mining, one in the Andaman-Nicobar Ocean as well. So it's that immediate a conversation for us here in India. Arunabha Ghosh is the founder and CEO of the CEW, which is the energy, both advisory and research institution. He advises many governments. He has a very clear vision of how to possibly take India in a very new, groundbreaking way, where we can both grow, decarbonize, and digitize at the same time. Is that a feasible model? Is it something that the world could actually learn from India? So both those perspectives are going to come together in the next session. So ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Gerard Barron and Arunabha Ghosh on stage. Gerard Barron and Arunabha Ghosh. Gerard, I have pursued you long and hard. Thank you for coming. Thank you. Thank you very much for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here. We've dragged Arunabha from Brazil back to here, India in time. He's a superhuman in the Pete Naszak mode because he got off a flight last night. He's done a half marathon in the morning and still turned up for the conference. So big round of applause for him. And Gerard, similarly, he doesn't remember which continent he's in. He tried to slip out of the conference, but we held a gun to his head, so he's here as well, under duress. So I'll try not to be too hard on you, Gerard, but thank you for coming.
Pleasure.
So Gerard, let me just start with you, because as I said, this is now a whole new arena of mining. We've got accustomed to the good and evil of fossil fuels and mining as we know it on the on Earth. But you're talking about going into the deep oceans to do this. So, first of all, tell us the rationale for it. Why do we need to do this?
Well, it begins with the simple fact that we'll need billions of tons more of metals. We'll need them to power the green transition. We'll need them to meet the needs of the ongoing industrialization of the developing world and to meet the needs of population growth. And of course, what's happened on land is the really obvious resources have already been mined. So we're going to the less obvious places. We're going to the pristine, fragile ecosystems like our tropical rainforests. And 70% of our planet is ocean. And we don't take any metals from the ocean today. So something's a little bit wrong. And when we think about going back to first principles, we should be thinking, well, where can we secure the supply of these important metals with the lightest touch, both from an environmental perspective and from a human perspective? And it is not going to our pristine rainforests when what we've been focused on is this resource that is in the abyssal zone. And some of you I've met, I've shown you my rock. It's always one in my pocket. And these little rocks, like the one in my hand, sit on the ocean floor, and we're focused about an area about 1,000 miles southwest of San Diego, 4,000 meters below sea level. It's an area known as the abyssal zone, and it's characterized with having very little living matter. In fact, we measure the amount of living biomass in grams per square meter. There's around 10 grams of living matter per square meter. Compared to on land, where we're pushing into these ecosystems where there is 50 kilograms per square meter. So that's the beginning. First principles, go where there's less life rather than more life, because it means there's less to disrupt. And over the last 14 years, we've spent, it's heading towards $1 billion to better understand what the impacts will be. And that's been focused on environmental studies. It's been focused on the technology necessary to pick the rocks up. We send a robot down there, which it's like picking up golf balls on a driving range, because we're fortunate they literally sit on the seafloor. We don't have to drill or dig to find them. And then how to turn them into metals. And unfortunately, the metals that are in here are all the metals we're going to need a lot more of. Nickel, copper, cobalt, manganese, and a lot of rare earths as well. And they form through this slow precipitation process. It's like a big ion exchange 4,000 meters below seawater, where these are precipitating, cleaning the ocean from these atoms, and then they sit there in this form. And some on my team will say, our job of picking them up is like taking the garbage out, taking out, this cleaning process and turning them into metals.
So Gerard, I just wanted to lay out a few things to the audience, and we'll first build up a case for it, and then I do want to throw some of the more worrying questions around this as well. So yes, one that polymetallic nodule, that it's literally like magic batteries lying at the bottom of the ocean. You said that there's it's much richer than the ores that are on the planet, the ones that are on I keep saying the planet, on ground, and that you have to go into forests, you have to cut down trees to extract that. Here you're picking it up, so that's one. Second, there's much more of it, so what's left on the Earth's surface would possibly be enough for 25 million cars is what I think the statistic was, whereas just the Clipperton zone, there's enough for 250 million cars, so that's the differences. But when you said that it's like picking up golf balls, isn't that a bit of an obfuscation? Because when you go down to that depth and you pick it up with trawlers, the anxiety that people have been throwing at your enterprise or anybody who's going to open up deep sea mining is that it raises a lot of dust, there's a lot of plumes, there's a lot of noise. When you sift it, there'll be a lot of plumes going back down into the ocean. And number two is that, yes, we don't know enough about that ecosystem because, we had Pranay Lal earlier telling us about how the earth really works at a kind of meta scale. So you might think that picking this up is not really disturbing any part of the earth's ecosystem, but it might. So what do you have to say to that?
Well, I enjoyed the earlier presentation. I made one very similar some years ago, and the planet is amazing. 4.5 billion years old. The continents have been together and apart 7 times. Like, the Earth has an amazing ability to heal itself. And I think when it comes to this part of the ocean floor, it is like picking up golf balls. And some great images behind me showing you how they just sit there. I'm not suggesting there's zero impact. Everything we do has an impact. So what we've been studying is, well, what will the impacts be? And one of the biggest challenges that we have faced is the what I call activism opponents. And they appear to be well-meaning, but they are activists in their true form. Their job is to stop any new development industries. And I put people like Greenpeace and others at the top of the list. And then there are woke billionaires who want to cleanse their soul and fund scientists who will also jump onto this bandwagon. Sorry to be so aggressive on it, but what they tend to do is they rely on desktop research. They speculate about potential impacts, whereas they don't do any research themselves. They just like to sit and throw stones. Whereas what my company has been doing, and many other companies who have licenses alongside me, is actual first-class quality research. Because you need data to be able to provide the answers to the sediment plume. And you raised, what about the dust? As our robots crawl along the seafloor, they will generate sediment. But we only impact the top 2 to 5 centimeters of the seafloor. And we separate the nodules from the sediment and leave behind the sediment. But some of it obviously gets disturbed. But when you see our collector at action, it's amazing how the sediment creates its own turbidity current. And despite the fact that we're 4,200 meters below sea level, the sediment only rises about 2 meters and then creates its own turbidity current and settles again from where it came from. And we've now published papers on this. MIT have published papers. All our lab results beforehand showed the same thing. But then in 2022, we went and did those trials, and we had a research vessel with independent scientists alongside. We had 50 assets in the water, monitoring everything from noise and light and the sediment plume in the midwater and on the seafloor. So we have real data to be able to rely upon.
I just want to bring Arnaba into this conversation. I'm going to come back to some of the things that you raised, Gerard, which is, activism, scientific evidence. If people are opposed to you, we discussed this earlier. We had a bit of a argument over this, that, what is the evidence that you would accept if it countered your own, so I'll come back to that, but I wanted to draw Arnaba into this. Arnab, before I ask you the bigger picture of your vision for energy and, how to manage it, what is your reaction to deep sea mining and to India opening up the oceans? Gerard is in the Hawaiian Pacific. Norway had opened it up and now has again closed it. So just this specific thing of deep sea mining, what's your take on it?
No, I think first we have to recognize that there is no getting away from making hard decisions. And you've got to make hard decisions based on, as Gerard is saying, based on evidence. Now, whether his company is collecting it or someone else is collecting it, that matters. Where that evidence is being collected matters. The questions that arise are actually not just about the technological ones. They are about, there's in any kind of technological evolution, there is what is called the slippery slope, right? So Gerard might be working in a particular part of the ocean floor where you have just a few grams of living matter. But the question that then arises is, does this open up a slippery slope for other more kind of biodiverse regions? I'm not saying that's necessarily where we'll go, but that's the kind of hard governance question that comes on the back of technological evolution. But the prior question is that we are often approaching this from the point of view of how do we supply a particular product or a mineral or a metal, etc. And that is an important question. But a question we often don't ask is, how much of it is demanded? Now, again, the demand, as Gerard is rightly saying, is based on desktop research. But the question is, what are you feeding into that desktop research? So let's take automobiles, right? Which will, this big shift to electric vehicles is necessary to improve on climate change and to improve on air pollution. But what is the vision of our mobility system? That's not the question we've asked. So if you have if you have one country with, say, 900 odd cars per 1,000 population, and you compare that to India, say, with 20, 25 cars per 1,000 population, right? Now you extrapolate, you can just do the math on your computer. You extrapolate India's population and then 20 cars per 1,000 to 900 cars per 1,000. And you can say, okay, and now the average size of this car will be X. That will require a battery Y. That will require all these different minerals. And then we have to knock on Gerard's door, where will we get these minerals from, right? Now, part of that answer will come from those hard decisions. But here's a question to all of you. How many electric vehicles did India sell last financial year? Any guess? Sorry? Very less? Did I hear very less? 1 lakh? 1 lakh for those not from India is 100,000. India sold 1.67 million EVs last financial year. This financial year, which will close in March, right now, as of like 3 days ago, you can go to our website. We have a real-time EV dashboard. We've already sold 1.4 million EVs. Now, guess what? Not a single one of them is a Tesla. Now, I have nothing against Tesla or the BMW outside, but not a single one of them was a Tesla. 93% of the EVs sold in India last financial year were two-wheelers and three-wheelers. So we have to ask ourselves this question, what is the future of the mobility system? Because the battery size of a two-wheeler or the battery size of a bus that can ferry 80 people is very different. Now, I'm myself one of those hypocrites. I'm driving in a car. But we have to start imagining a different mobility system, because mobility is a service, the car is a product. And until and unless we start thinking about how do we meet the services we need, we will always end up asking these questions, how do we then meet the demand of the product? And then we'll have to knock on Gerard's door.
That's an interesting idea, Arunabha. Are you saying that if we, moved away socially, culturally from the idea of personal mobility and personal cars, would the demand for these minerals go down because just our per capita use of a vehicle would be less?
I am not at all advocating that there should be kind of some statist imposition of do not have a car, etc. Right? Ultimately, this is about our choice. The choice is time is money, right? So you decide what kind of mobility service gets you from A to B.
Okay, so
right?
then...
But the point is, if you have a two-wheeler, the size of the battery pack will be significantly smaller than that of a car.
No, but then I'd push back a little bit on you, Arnab, and we've been hearing right through that when technology brings conveniences, no matter what the shadow zone of that is, you will embrace that technology. So if today more electric, autos or two-wheelers have sold, it may be just that there isn't a buying power. But as a car becomes cheaper, there will be aspiration to own a car. So then I would ask you to respond to this question, that if indeed people are going to want to own cars, and in India the penetration of cars is very low, so let's just look at India, we're not even talking globally, then, would you then say that yes, open up the deep seas and let's go look for the minerals there?
I think,
because what you positioned was an idealistic situation, but let's assume people want cars, then what is it going to be?
I'm pragmatic enough to know that there is aspiration. The question is, aspirations change, aspirations are nudged, right? So I'm not at all suggesting we will not have cars on the road. But I think we have to, the way you're framing the question, Shoma, is should we open up deep sea mining versus terrestrial mining? I think there Gerard has a point. It is not about deep sea versus terrestrial. It is about impact. And then you have to measure the impact based on, again, not just, say, the biological content in that area, but also various other kinds of uses of that region. Now, if it's terrestrial, you will come up against other purposes of that land. If it is ocean, you will come up against other purposes. So I don't think, just like my proposition is not a binary of car versus something else, I don't think we can have an ideological binary of ocean floor mining versus not. Now, responsible mining on the ocean floor or terrestrial is something we've got to look at very carefully. We don't have the standards for it. So let's assume Gerard is following ethical practices. And let's assume someone else is not following ethical practices. Now, what is an ethical practice when it comes to responsible mining, when it comes to the ocean floors? So I think you cannot have one sort of a binary question and then say the other question is an idealistic one. These are system changes. These are complete system changes. And if we don't think about the system, we will all be playing in the margins. And guess what? Every one of us will win something on the margin because we are already the 1%. So if you don't imagine a different future, you will not be able to create it.
But Arnaba, I can't imagine this sort of social change. You said let's not bring it down as a kind of state level change being forced upon people. But, I'm just being realistic here. You know that I'm very aligned with...
Which part of the conversation for the last 2 days, I've missed yesterday, is just about today's realism?
That's a good point. Well, but there's billions of dollars driving a particular version of the world which we are hurtling towards. There isn't billions of dollars hurtling towards descaling or degrowing, and that's going to bring me back to a contention that Gerard and I have been talking about. So let me swivel back to you, Gerard, on that question.
But I would like to say I'm very grounded in realism. I am very grounded.
So, Gerard, to this point that he said about, say, that we have to actually shift systems altogether to move to a less extractive mobility system in the first place. And so coming back to that point you made about activism, other ways of thinking, you mentioned some billionaires who are trying to clean their souls by, paying for other kind of activism. There are a couple of thorny and I think very important issues that come up. One is that you've declared that you are a libertarian. You don't want any government intervention. You chase capital where capital will go. But capital itself is an ideology. Capital itself is a politics. And, you're perfectly free to do scientific research, try and open up the deep oceans. But in that sense, and you're backed by Steve Jurvetson, people like Elon Musk and others who are sort of betting on this. But there may be other billionaires who are betting for another version of the future, like say George Soros. And suddenly George is, Soros has become a bad word, that, he's backing all the leftists and the activists. But why can't there be a free marketplace of different billionaires backing different versions of the future, So that's one question. Second, to the point of scientific evidence, you've been, as you said, you spent more than $1 billion on gathering scientific data.
No, heading towards $1 billion.
Heading towards $1 billion.
Everything from environment, engineering, yes.
Right. But, recently you've been backing a scientific research which threw up, evidence or data point that maybe these polymetallic nodules or other rocks on the ocean bed produce oxygen, dark oxygen. And then you said that that evidence is completely charlatan, That becomes a very difficult point of like, what then is the evidence you would accept if it goes against the enterprise that you're trying to open up?
Well, many questions there. Firstly, let me say, high utilization of transport and rethinking the transportation conundrum, I think, is an important priority, and India has an opportunity of getting that right. Higher utilization everywhere in the world is something that we should drive for. Self-driving cars have the ability, we utilize our own transport, 5%, 10%. If we could use cars, increase utilization to 50%, it would mean a lot less cars on the road. So I think we need to be going towards all of those things. I also think we need to, in the longer term, stop extractive industries. We need to head towards circularity. The question is, where do we get the metals we need between now and then? And we have an opportunity of getting that right. But I would be, I tell my stakeholders, we want to be out of this business. We want to be in the recycling business only, as soon as possible. I think it's 40, 50 years. I hope extractive industries will stop. I hope it will be so uncool to buy something made of virgin ore material, virgin atoms, that people will not do it. It'll be a shame to do that. But we're not there yet. And the realism that I am embedded in is understanding what the current mining practices are. In fact, one of your interviewers today asked me, what would you like AI to generate? I'd like people to get a glimpse of what the trade-offs are when they buy something in real life. Because people don't think about trade-offs. You don't think about where the materials come to make this product. And, I think if people really understood where land-based mining is coming from, there are some good, responsible land-based miners. But there are some very bad land-based miners as well with very, very high impacts. And I think if we could get a glimpse into both sides of that equation, it would change people's buying decisions, because at the moment, it's all too hard. It gets suppressed. Now, billionaire funders of science. Listen, I know a lot of billionaires. Unfortunately, some of them are amazing, some of them are not. Some of them are really about cleansing their soul. And they'll throw a few dollars to scientific researchers, not knowing much about what they're doing. And one example was some research we funded, and you asked about do nodules produce oxygen. I can categorically tell you they don't. And how I know that is because every scientific research paper, every expedition that has happened shows that they consume oxygen. And then one scientist who had a very flawed methodology came up with evidence that they produced oxygen. We've been able to rebut it, and we've been able to, as have other very well-established, credible organizations like the University of Gothenburg, who are known as the lander leaders in the world. But this is one of the problems with the scientific publishing world as well. People like to get published. And the level of rigor in that system we have found to be quite flawed. So, when you ask what are the no-go areas for me, system levels impact to ecosystem. If it was shown that picking up these rocks, of course it's going to have an impact on the immediate area. We're taking something away. It's going to change it. What our scientific research is about is how quickly does the area come back to normal? Are the impacts to spread beyond the immediate impact area, for example? And then how quickly does biodiversity productivity return to the area? And so in our own case, we were out there in 2022. We've run 22 of these expeditions. By the way, an expedition takes between 6 and 8 weeks, costs much more than $10 million. And so we've run these expeditions to gather baseline data. Obviously, when we went and collected nodules at commercial scale, we went back there 1 year later to find how productivity was recovering. And the results will be all delivered in our application to the regulator in a few months' time. And all I can say is the results are really encouraging. But the results are going to be there for everyone to see. This environmental data is available to the world. It's going to be there for everyone. But if it was shown that we had an ecosystem level impact, then that would cause us to, pause.
Right. I'm going to come back to you, Arnab. You're a big systems thinker. One, respond to that. Do you think ecosystem level impacts take a while to show up? So just respond immediately to that. But then I want to come back to, just planetary boundaries and this very thorny question which, Gerard is correctly posing. It's not just about cars, it's about our phones, it's about our computers, everything that we're using. So we're very implicated in this conversation. It's not about Gerard being this, sort of evil man who's trying to open up the oceans. The point is we're all using this. So we all have to be part of this conversation. So one, just, this ecosystem level impact. What is your response to that?
No, absolutely. There will be ecosystem level impacts that will, you will get evidence of it over time. And I don't think, again, assuming Gerard and his colleagues or the researchers he's funding are pursuing ethical science, that doesn't mean they're necessarily hiding ecosystem level impacts that might emerge later. I think there are two things to understand here. One, I completely agree with Gerard. This is about products and services we consume, not just the things that go into those products and services. I was in a closed room conversation with one of the world's largest phone manufacturers and one of the world's largest miners, right? And the world's largest phone manufacturer was talking about, sustainability practices, etc. And this one of the world's largest miners suddenly said, hang on, why are you pointing the finger at me when you're designing phones that will basically run out of juice within 3 years? Right. And then you talked about aspiration. Some of us would like to change the phone before it runs out of juice every 3 years. And then we say, we've got an easy straw man to beat up, right? So I think it is again, this is why it's a system story, right? But that being said, while we've heard a lot about technology through these last 2 days, we've not heard enough about governance. And governance does not mean government necessarily. Governance requires different entities. Now, why does seabed mining become more complicated from that perspective? Whether you're a liberal, a libertarian, or a conservative, why it becomes problematic is because governance requires a degree of understanding of property rights. Now, when you talk about terrestrial systems, we all live in societies that, to lesser or greater extent, have defined those property rights. When we talk about the seas, we've got terrestrial zones for countries that's linked to their continental shelves. And then you go into the high seas. The property rights are not defined there. And that's why these questions arise. Will Gerard and his company be ethical and will someone else be unethical? But if we had an ethical and unethical mining company terrestrially, we know how to apply property rights and the governance that derives from it to regulate those actions or prescribe unethical actions. We don't have that right now. So I would actually argue that despite being a libertarian, it might be still in Gerard's interest to actually seek what would be the governance mechanism for the high seas and what lies underneath.
Well, the good news is those rules were all established when UNCLOS was agreed. And so UNCLOS in 1982 said that, firstly, no one can claim sovereignty over the oceans. That's, I guess, something for us all to appreciate. But in 1982, when this industry was getting started, there was a number of 4 consortia. The Americans were leading the way. But around the United Nations, all of the member countries wanted to, most of them, wanted to agree a treaty, which agreed the rules about where do the borders begin and end. And so UNCLOS was signed in 1982, which basically said, as a sovereign, you own everything within 12 miles. You have an economic right to everything within 200 miles of your coastline. But beyond that, it will be considered the high seas, the area, and it will be regulated by this body called the International Seabed Authority. And there are 168 countries. There's one notable missing country, and that's the United States of America, who said, we are not prepared to give up our rights over the resources, because there is something called freedom of the seas, which basically says that you're free to sail, you're free to lay cables, you're free to go and claim the metals. Now, 168 countries signed a treaty that bound them to be to a set of rules. America is not prone to those same rules. But at the moment, we have licenses sponsored by some developing countries, which means that we share the benefits with those developing countries, but we are bound by rules. So, libertarian that I am, we are very regulated. In fact, this industry is so regulated for the last 25 years, and it hasn't even begun. Whereas normally industries get started and then you try and regulate them. And, you know, and I think I hear a lot of people talk about, well, you might be a good actor, but what about those ones that come behind you? But when it comes to the area, people will be regulated. There is no way you cannot be. And the other good thing is, of course, there is a very high concentration of these nodules, like the one in my hand, in this one area. And it represents a tiny part of the ocean, a tiny, tiny part of the ocean. And so there's a number of characteristics that this resource delivers just by good fortune. Mother Nature was amazingly clever in where it's located and the circumstances, the environment around it.
Right. You know, I'm going to come back to the circularity question, and I'm just shocked at how time is flying because we haven't even come to some of the things we wanted to talk to you about, Arunabha, which is the India story and, you know, how your vision for how it can get to, like we said, digitizing, growing, and decarbonizing at the same time. But just, you know, to kind of close on this conversation, is it really just about the governance factor, you know, because that's a territorial issue. And yes, there's a huge geopolitical issue, you know, which is the whole supply chain, like you were saying. Both of you mentioned the materials and how blind we are.
Yeah.
And China right now controls, you know, almost 90% of it. Yeah. Cobalt is only in Congo, you know, then the processing. So, you know, I'm not going to get into the individual statistics of all of it. Basically, the thing is that there's just one or two countries that, as of today, controls the entire global chain. And, you know, Gerard's site puts it out very strongly that for America, let's just take it from a selfish perspective, their supply chain right now is 55,000 kilometers across the planet. Yeah. China controls it. Yeah. And he's saying, let's bring it 1,500 kilometers from America and make the processing in America as well, you know? So there's a national security issue.
Absolutely.
But there's a governance issue.
Yeah.
But isn't there also just a planetary issue in it, you know? So what's your thinking on that?
Well, that is the impossible trinity that we are all grappling with. There is energy access. Your video showed there are about 600, 700 million people who still don't have access to electricity. Let's just put that in perspective. Between 2017 and 2019, India electrified 130 million people for the first time. First time a wire coming into their homes. Do the math. That means every hour, 24/7, every hour we electrified, that doesn't mean electrons necessarily flowed, but electrified 11,000 human beings every hour for 18 months. To electrify the remaining 700 million people on the planet without a wire in their homes, you've got to electrify 11,500 human beings every hour, non-stop. That is one challenge. And then we have the security challenge. We've got an energy security architecture for the fuels of the past. Oil and gas, to an extent, nuclear, not so much on coal. We have absolutely no energy security architecture for the fuels of the future. A solar panel, a wind turbine, a hydrogen electrolyzer, a critical mineral. Which is why all major economies worry that when one country has 93% processing capability for these transition minerals. It is an energy security problem. And then you have sustainability. That again goes back to this issue of having to stay within certain boundaries. Now, the only boundary that we currently seem to at least start thinking about is the carbon boundary, the climate boundary. But there are several other boundaries. There's biodiversity, there is land use change, there is the biogeochemical processes, there is the hydrological cycle, there is stratospheric ozone. These are all boundaries that we are breaching. There are 6 out of the 9 planetary boundaries that human activities are breaching. And that's what creates what is called a wicked problem. You solve for something, say on climate, and you create a biodiversity problem. You solve for biodiversity, you have an agriculture and land use problem because you have a food security issue. This is why you need a systems approach on this. You cannot deal with this in silos.
So, we're running out of time, and like I said, we haven't even started. So do you have some answers, Arunabha? We've all been identifying problems. Let's just focus on India for a moment. Do you have answers for how India could?
I think we don't recognize, and I'm not here to kind of just talk about government policies, etc. I don't represent the government, I don't work in government. But I don't think Indians recognize the different type of path for development that we are attempting, that no other major economy in the past has, which is to get energy access to hundreds of millions of people simultaneously with shifting the energy mix. No major economy has ever done that in the past. Now, we were less than 20 megawatts of solar in 2010 when our national solar mission began. We are over 150,000 megawatts of solar and wind, over 220,000 megawatts of non-fossil electricity capacity. But that's not enough. We have to get to 7,000 gigawatts or 7 million megawatts of non-fossil electricity capacity to be within 1.5C. How's that going to happen? You're going to have to make hard choices. We've analyzed the entire country 5 kilometer by 5 kilometer, and we say, okay, till about 1.5 million megawatts, we can manage it with population constraints and forests and land, etc. Then the constraints start closing in, the walls start closing in. You're going to make hard choices. If you've got to stay within different planetary boundaries, it could be terrestrial biodiversity or ocean biodiversity, you'll have to invest in the science, in the evidence, in the technology, and in the governance to understand what those hard choices mean today and what those implications mean 10 years from now. We don't know the third order changes that will occur 20 years from now.
Arunabha, just to pin you a little bit on that, you just said that India has a new path which nobody's tried before. What is that? And one more question which you said right at the beginning, which is that do we need this amount of demand? So there's also this idea of the distribution systems are very wasteful, and that maybe we could do less with production of energy and better with efficient distribution.
So the way I like to think about it is that the future can be a lot more decentralized, a lot more digitalized, and a lot more decarbonized. And right now, these are 3 different parallel universes in the so-called metaverse. The decarbonization story is happening, renewables, etc., green hydrogen, green steel, critical minerals, etc. But we also have this digital revolution that's also happening. Now, have we started imagining a power system of the future where we are not stringing electrons over thousands of kilometers, but creating closer loop systems using the digital platforms to do peer-to-peer trading of the electrons in a smaller land footprint with shorter grid lines, with far more efficiency and less loss in the electrons. Now, that decentralization is only possible if the digital and the decarbonization becomes a double helix, that we are intersecting at different nodes, at different synapses to optimize for the flow of these resources. That is not a system we have right now. The transformer, the electricity transformer today, looks pretty much the same as Nikola Tesla developed more than 100 years ago. But the transformers that are being developed could be the size of your fingernail. We've got to start thinking about what kind of technology do you need for the type of future do you need, not what kind of technology do you have for the kind of future you just inherit without any agency.
Well, just to end on Gerard, because we have another session coming up, you talked about the circularity. What would be that end point, you think, which when people would say, this is enough, now we won't aspire more, we don't need to grow further? Because, when earlier you kind of scoffed at this whole idea of degrowth as well, that let's curb, greed and let's not want so much, like you were saying, the third phone and the fourth phone. You kind of scoffed at that, and yes, it's not the natural human way of being. Then at which point do you think will be that, okay, this is enough and now we'll just, recycle, as you said, where it'll become sinful and uncool to keep using more?
Well, I scoff at degrowth because degrowth, as positioned by many of the degrowth advocates, is calling for billions of less people on the planet. They're just trying to decide which ones should go. The idea of consuming less, I'm right behind.
Let me clarify, sorry, I did not mention the word degrowth at all.
No, you didn't.
Sorry,
you
carry
didn't.
on.
And so I think that, the best way to limit demand is it to buy a new electric car? No, it's keep the car you've got. Just stop consuming so much. So
I do have BMW as my sponsor, so I'm getting a bit nervous with this conversation.
well,
just kidding. Yeah.
Of course. Well, they're one of the biggest virtue signalers I know. So, sorry, BMW. But I think the best way people can contribute is consume less. But history doesn't show that people are very willing to do that. And so, from my perspective, I think circularity is absolutely out there.
Yeah.
I think it's what we should all be striving towards, but we have to be realistic about when we can get there, because there are still people wanting to climb their way up the standard of living pole, and that is their right. We should encourage that. Western-based NGOs frown upon the developing world, saying, we tried that, it didn't work, you shouldn't go there. It's like, come on, guys. Like, everyone wants a basic standard of living, and we should support that. And but look, I hope that we won't be producing virgin oils in 50 years' time. And I think the thing that will drive that, and I have a lot of faith in consumers and their willingness to drive this. I think in the early days, people just want to get a better standard of living. They don't care about the impacts. If you're coming from not having access to electricity or running water, of course, all you want is to get it. But in the developed world, I think there is an increasing consciousness about impacts. And I think that will change pricing. There'll be economic incentives for people to use recycled materials. And, but I think it's decades away.
Right. This will sound like, but it's just that the only time the bottom of the pyramid gets talked about is when we are kind of advocating for, but at all other times they're never spoken about. And secondly, I kind of lost my thought on that one. I'm going to come back to you, Arnab. Just to close this, you said that India is got a game plan. So just give us some inkling. You said that this is what we need, but are we doing that? And secondly, could it be that new materials, batteries through, say, silicon batteries or nuclear fusion, could those be the answers rather than any of the green transitions?
So the first thing I would say is, I had co-chaired India's science, technology, innovation policy for its energy and climate track during the pandemic. The first thing I would say is, let us not please cherry-pick technologies. We're not the Soviet Union to say, go make these many solar panels, etc. We've got to look at material footprint, right? And that's why I think where we are, Gerard and I, are fundamentally agreeing is that we need to think about how to meet that material requirement, and there are different steps of the way to do that. Virgin mining on land is needed. Virgin mining in the oceans might be needed. Circularity is also needed. Right? But let me just put it this way. We've got the world's 4th largest solar market in the world already. By 2030, we will create 600 kilotons of solar waste. But circular economy of solar waste across the world, none of this is a degrowth agenda, can meet 20 to 30% of the critical minerals demand. Now, there's still 70% that will have to be met from land or the oceans, but it's still 30% that will not have to be met. How many of you think Singapore is a developed country? How many times does a drop of water get used in Singapore? 5 times. A single drop of water gets reused 5 times. Has circularity resulted in degrowth of Singapore? So I think we've got to understand that there are new business, just like we've been talking about new technologies that are coming on stream. On the back of those new technologies, there will be new business models that will come on stream. So if you're going to bank your career and your investment on a linear economy of the past, yes, I will tell you, you will lose. But if you're going to start imagining a circular economy of the future, you could be a trailblazer.
Thank you. On that hopeful note, both of you, thank you very much, for engaging in this. As I keep saying, all of it could go on for hours, but these are just thought seeders and putting out things to at least begin to read and engage with more. Thank you very much, Arnab, and thank you, Gerard, for being here. Thank you. Bye. And now we come to our last session of Synapse. And again, it's a very befitting one because we began with the opening of new worlds. And now we're going to speak with 2 people who are trying to create, both investigate and create the framework for these new technologies and this new emerging world order in which everything is up for new imagination and new creation and new sculpting. As both Arnab and Gerard was saying, there's no reason that we have to continue doing things in the way that it was done in the past, and that requires new thinking in every front. So next up is Thomas Friedman, 3-time Pulitzer winner, New York columnist, a great well-wisher of Synapse. And I have to say that we're pretty heartbroken. Of all the speakers, we hadn't really repeated any. But Thomas Friedman, we think of him as a kind of, patron because he was the first speaker to say yes for Synapse. He said he loves it so much, he wants to come back every year. So this year, again, he had accepted coming in person. But there's been a kind of personal situation that prohibits him from coming. So, unusually for him, he's going to join us on Zoom, but he promises to be here next year because he says he finds this extremely invigorating, but I'll let him make his own excuses for himself. And also joining him on stage is Carme Artigas Bruegel, who has an amazing array of things that she's been doing. She's been she's been the technology minister for Spain. She's part of the UN Council for AI, the co-chair for it. And she's been engaging with stakeholders across industry, across governments, across countries, trying to find answers for many of the things that we've been grappling with. And Tom also is working on a new book on AI. He's just come back from China. So both of them are brimming with absolutely new, fresh, hot off the oven insights. And I thank all of you for being here at the end of the conference, the same way that you were at the beginning. So ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Thomas Friedman and Carme Artigas. Hi, Tom. Thank you so much for joining us virtually. Can you hear me?
Hear you just fine, Shoma. I'm sorry I can't be there. There's just a little news going on in my own country these days that I'm afraid I have to attend to, but I was listening to your last session. It was great as always.
Thank you, Tom. So Tom, I'm just going to begin with you and then draw Carme into the conversation. As I said, you've been kind of researching a new book and you've just been to China, so you've been talking to many different stakeholders across, this whole emerging new versions of AI that's coming our way. What would be some of the distillations that you've taken which will go into the new book that you're writing?
Well, I would just start at 30,000 feet, if I could, Shoma. What the book is about is that we as a civilization have entered a new Promethean era. Prometheus being the Greek deity who steals fire from a closet on Mount Olympus and gives it to human beings. We know what Promethean moments are. They're the printing press, the scientific revolution, the ag revolution, the industrial revolution, and this moment. What defines a Promethean moment is that ultimately it's the introduction of a set of technologies and ideas that demand that you don't just change one thing, they demand that you change everything. How you govern, how you learn, how you teach, how you fight wars, how you fight crimes, how you commit crimes. And all of that you can see right now is in flux. Now, what is unique about our Promethean era is that, unlike previous ones, are two features. One is our Promethean era is not driven by a single technology, like a printing press or a combustion engine. It's actually driven by a technology supercycle. That is the ability to sense, digitize, connect, process, learn, share, act, all now amplified by AI. And because it has feedback loops, it just goes faster and faster, growing at a nonlinear pace. What would be an example? I was just in San Francisco recently with my grandson, 3.5 years old, and I took him on a Waymo, a self-driving car in San Francisco that Google makes. Amazing to watch your 3.5-year-old sit in the back seat of a self-driving car. What was that car doing as it delivered us from one spot to another? It was sensing, digitizing, connecting, processing, learning, sharing, acting, all with AI. We're putting that cycle into everything, from your Waymo to your watch to your F-35 fighter jet. What's also unique, though, about our Promethean era, and I'll stop here, is that it is paralleled by a climate supercycle. Emissions, warming, ice melt, change in ocean currents, change in wind patterns, extreme weather. And it also is driven by feedback loops. So it also grows at a nonlinear rate. And basically what happened in the early 21st century, I argue, was a big bang. These two supercycles converged, blew up basically the political left-right Euclidean grid that defined politics from the industrial age, and blew us into a new era where we humans have become godlike in three different realms. We have become godlike in cognition. We've developed an artificial brain greater than the creator endowed us with. We have become godlike in connectivity. We can hear each other whisper. Yeah, I'm whispering here from Bethesda, Maryland to my friends, in India, all right? We can hear each other whisper. We have godlike hearing. And lastly, it created a powerful enough human being that we are the first of our species to drive ourselves from one climate era, the Holocene, into the Anthropocene. We have become godlike in three different realms at the same time. Unfortunately, we don't yet have the 10 Commandments.
Yeah, Tom, thank you for laying that out. And Karmi, I'd love you to come into this. As I said, we've been discussing, not just AI, but all the converging technologies that are coming together at a kind of really, exponential pace. You've been at the heart of trying to figure out the framework for this technology, technologies, I should say, and the geopolitical kind of shifting field within which it's happening. So again, if you just do a quick distillation of some of the issues that you're grappling with, and maybe some of the answers that you may have come to yet.
Okay, first of all, thank you so much for inviting me for this great conference and having the honor to share the panel with the most admired author, Tom Friedman, who explained to us that the world was flat, and now it's no longer flat, because technology alters the balance of power, not only between countries that can own specific critical minerals, for example, rare earths, or specific production capacity, like Taiwan with microchips manufacturing and design, but also between other non-country players, non-state players, like the big tech companies. So that is altering the status quo. This is why we talk about not only disruption, but hyper disruption, because there are many phenomena happening all the time. So the status quo is finished, because what we thought it was stable is no longer stable. What made us competitive is no longer competitive. What used to be our friends have become our enemies. What the former enemies now become allies. So everything is stabilized. And no, it's still on that. We don't know. We are like in a transition generation between a world that we have inherited from the Industrial Revolution that no longer works, that is no longer functioning from the production point of view, the economic point of view, and societal, institutional point of view, to a new one that is yet to be defined. And in between, I think we need to solve two important questions that this generation must solve. One is climate change. We have seen all day long the potentiality of AI to reduce energy consumption, but at the same time, we have the paradox that the development of AI is everything against sustainability. We're using a huge amount of energy and water and CO2 emissions, so we need to solve that. But the most important thing for me is the ethical development of technology. So we have seen all day long all the potential benefits for humanity that AI has, and I'm an absolute believer that they can propose a lot of benefits for humanity in terms of access to knowledge. We have seen all the acceleration on pharma discovery thanks to AlphaFold.
We've kind of laid out that landscape here.
We have seen everything all day long. But if we leave this ungoverned, if we just leave this in the hands of very few powers, that cannot be realized. Because there are a lot of gaps that can increase. An AI divide, lack of transparency, therefore lack of accountability, and above all, lack of inclusiveness. These AIs have only been developed by data from the global north and computing capacity for the global north. So other faiths, other cultural heritage, other sensitivities are not included in this AI. So we cannot left global south, not involved in this development.
So actually, Tom and Carmi, I'd like both of you to respond, to the next question that I'm going to lay out, which is that, do you think, when you're talking about Promethean moment, Tom, you're laying out the significances and impacts of these technologies. But I want to add to that do you think for the first time, it is going to be ungovernable? Because for the first time, it is genuinely trans-border, it's trans-geographic, it's moving so fast. Earlier, both Arunabha and Gerard were speaking about, Arunabha spoke about the fact that territorial rights and property rights matter as well, because you have to have a jurisdiction of control, But here, one, it's trans-border, two, it's geopolitical, is it China versus America versus Russia versus the global south? It's the big four, the big technology companies, but they're also making it open source, so many small players can come up, so it's also an ungovernable arena, and it's just moving too fast, Raj Shah was talking about how with technology moving so fast, even the Pentagon and others just can't keep up in a way, because the structures of governance are too slow and technology is too fast. So I'd like both of you to respond to that, Tom, it's you first.
Well, first of all, I really agree with all of the concerns that Carmi raised. Yes, I think, remember, Shom, this is like, I was at, Synapse 2 years ago, and I'm not sure we've discussed AI. So imagine how quickly this has all come about and how quickly it's been diffused. And so, especially the open source component with both Facebook and DeepSeek in China offering open source models. So controlling it is going to be very difficult. The best idea I've heard, because only AI can control AI, the idea that India will pass a set of laws, any AI system will get around that, as it would be with if America or Spain passed such laws. The machine could start speaking its own language, if it wanted to. So A, I don't know how we're going to control it. B, it can only be controlled by AI. And C, one of the most interesting examples I've come across of how to control it. My friend Craig Mundy, who was the chief strategy and research officer for Microsoft, recently wrote a book with Eric Schmidt and Henry Kissinger on AI called Genesis. And I was talking to Craig recently. He's been working on a program, basically, to teach moral reasoning to an AI system. And the way they do it is basically going back to where I first learned moral reasoning. I learned not to tell a lie through a fable. The fable was that George Washington chopped down his father's cherry tree. And when his father confronted him with that, he said, "Father, I cannot tell a lie. I chopped down the cherry tree." That's where actually I learned you cannot tell a lie. So what they did was create a program where they basically taught an AI system multiple fables and to learn moral reasoning from that and make that parallel with its decision-making processes, and insisted that the machine run every decision through the moral reasoning it developed through basically ingesting these fables. Have no idea whether it can work, have no idea whether it can scale, but we are going to need systems like that because only AI can control AI.
Wow, Tom, I'm going to come back to you on that, but what about you, Carme? You know, as I said, you've been sitting with a lot of stakeholders. The UN Council for AI has, you know, more than 30 constituents in it. So what's your take on this?
No, I agree with Tom that the unique characteristic of this technology compared to others, for me, are three. First, it affects absolutely all the vertical sectors, even creative industries that were left out of the Industrial Revolution. Industrial Revolution was about automation on processes. This is about processes, physical and mental processes, in the same way that the Industrial Revolution made strength become irrelevant. This revolution can make some cognitive functions become irrelevant, number one. Second, it not only affects the economic means or production means, it only affects society and beliefs, as we have seen with fake news and social networks. And the third one, which is for me the most important one, is the first ever technology that can continue evolving without human agency. And this is why you need to put governance mechanisms on it. And I want to make a very important difference because technologists always mix it all the time, sometimes in purpose. There is a big difference between ethics, governance, and regulation. The industry says, you don't need to regulate me because I already have an ethics guideline in my company. We have counted in the UN advisory body more than 80 different ethical guidelines. Even the G7 Hiroshima guidelines on generative AI. Okay, that's why, that's fine. That's a code of conduct. But this is subjective. It can vary from country to country, from CO to CO, and it doesn't require accountability. What is important is governance. What are the instruments we put in place to ensure that companies, that governance, that developers, that users make a good use of AI, that it is not an unintended or misintended, intended or intended misuse. And for that, we need instruments. And regulation is one of these tools, but it's not the only one. We should achieve accountability and governance through regulation, through transparency tools, through monitoring tools. And I think that's what we are proposing from the UN. It's not that UN becomes a global regulator. Markets will regulate it regionally, and everybody has its right to decide what we can do. I was the leading negotiator of the European AI Act. And for example, it is the first time in the world that we say there are 5 prohibited uses of AI. Even though something is technically feasible, I don't want this to happen in Europe. For example, social scoring in China. Even though China, you have social scoring, a massive surveillance from governments to your personal life, we say, no, I know this is technically feasible, but I don't want this to happen in Europe. Okay, this is the right to say the rules of the game. But at global level...
Would you share with the audience what social scoring is?
Social scoring is that the government has a ranking of the citizens according to their behavior. And if you are a bad citizen because I, individually, my government decides that you throw a paper in the street, then probably you don't have access to a grant to your children to school or have access to certain jobs. And that is absolutely subjective by the government, which is absolute power. So we don't want this to happen in Europe. But at global level, we're not saying this. At global level, we're saying we need transparency mechanisms, we need an AI policy dialogue, so all the countries align in very basic things, that we are going to develop AI according to international law, human rights, that we agree on the standards, that we agree, for example, on emergency mechanisms, if something wrong happens, that we define, accountability measures, and I think that's basic because otherwise people will not adopt AI massively. We're seeing huge amounts of investment, infrastructure, data centers all over the world. How are you going to have a return on investment? It only happens if this is adopted mainstream by all the vertical industries, by all societies, and we're not going to adopt this if there is no trust. And regulation builds a trustful environment that gives guarantees to consumers and citizens. And I think that should be the way to go.
So, both Tom and Karmi, when Neeta Farahane was here earlier, she was talking now even about brain data, and, I asked her a similar question, and she did say something. She said, actually, it's going to have to be driven also by consumers, because otherwise it's difficult for governments to put a framework or even international agreement, because Karmi recently in the AI summit in Paris, there wasn't even a minimum agreement to even make a statement, forget about setting up the frameworks, and if America's not going to participate in it, it's anyway dead on arrival. So do you think that this push to create an ethical framework, Tom, is going to come from consumers? Is it going to come from companies? Is it going to come from governments? How do you even see it taking shape?
Well, one thing I feel confident of is it will never come from companies. Just look at Mark Zuckerberg and Facebook when he told us, it's going to be a wonderful technology. It'll connect everyone in the world. When it turns out to have these incredibly perverse side effects of actually enraging everyone in the world, it was too late. And then these companies are so big, they can basically capture states and parliaments to prevent any legislation. So I worry about that. I liked everything Carmi said, and I would just add the issue I think she raised with social scoring is something we've learned in the last decade, which is the perverse nature of these technologies, broadly construed. I'm talking about AI, facial recognition, and telecommunications technology, social networks in general. What they actually do is they make inefficient authoritarians more efficient. They make efficient authoritarians super efficient, and they make democracies increasingly ungovernable. And I think this perverse effect of these technologies is something we're really going to have to wrestle with.
Let me add on something on precisely because I was fascinated by Neeta and talking about neurotechnologies because it's something that is very close to me. Because when I was minister in Spain, I launched an initiative called Spain Neurotech.
Sorry, I missed that.
Spain Neurotech. When I was Minister of AI in Spain, I led an initiative called Spain Neurotech, which is the research center for ethical neurotechnologies, and we launched the Charter of Digital Rights already back in December 2020, when nobody was talking about this. And in the Charter of Digital Rights, we have two special chapters, one on AI and another on neurotechnologies. For example, the right of a second human opinion when an AI system, an automated decision, gives me out of accessing a loan or a medical treatment. I need a second human opinion. Another is the right not to be augmented, the right not to be discriminated by an algorithm, the right of free will, the right not to be augmented, for example, by neurotechnologies. And that evolved what we are working on, neuro rights. And what I'm very afraid is that we leave all this on the consumer because that is a trap. All the consents, the terms and conditions are constitutions that affect 40 billion people in the world written by private companies. And people are not aware that they need to sign in a consent because they have an alternative. It's like take it or leave it. If you don't say sign in, then you don't have the service. So there are no rights here. So people are not aware that they are already signing in for third-party use of their brainwave data. And my concern is that this brainwave data should not be treated as any other biometric data. Probably I don't care that my heart rate is in the hands of a big tech in Silicon Valley. But what would happen if our brainwave data, our neural data, was in the dark web, always in the hands of private companies, buying and selling your brainwave data? You will be listening to music, you will have an electronic impulse without you knowing that makes you buy this in Amazon or vote this party. So my idea is, why don't we make a special classification of neurodata and we treat it as a human organ? There is an international consensus that we cannot sell human organs. Of course, it is illegal, that is a black market, but everybody knows that we don't want to sell human organs. So why should we authorize to sell neural data? Because that defines who am I. So if we were able to consider that brainwave data is a human organ, then all the international prohibitions to commercialize with that could apply automatically. So I think that's a line of work, because otherwise that's so risky.
That's a really important point, to recognize it as an organ it makes it tangible, and it makes, others one feels a bit lost about how is this going to happen? But I think to start giving it some definitions is an important thing. Tom, again, because you have access to precedents and, to corporations, to, across the world, that what is the thinking on this? Like, for instance, Carme mentioned that you're going to need that kind of oversight. It can't be left to consumers. So do you see a kind of, there's an international body that oversees nuclear power, for instance, nuclear bombs. Do you think that that's a possible structure even for AI? And again, the real picture is that you had the EU AI Act, but already that's being diluted because there's a sense that Europe is going to be left behind.
I can comment on that.
Okay, yeah, and back to you, Tom, that when you're talking to people in government and in corporations, you said already corporates are not going to do it. What's the structure that you can see? And I'll come to China next.
Yeah, we've got several problems. One is the asymmetry between the depth of the knowledge of the AI innovators and the government regulators. This moment reminds me of a line in my book, Shoma, where a Boeing engineer was talking about, it was working on the MAX, was talking about his FAA regulator, okay? And he basically said, my FAA regulator is so clueless about the technology, what I'm doing. Watching him watching me is like watching a dog watching television, okay? So we have an incredible asymmetry between the knowledge of the innovator and the knowledge of the government people. Secondly, listening to Carmi reminds me about why I'm such a huge EU fan, okay? So Americans will do anything for the European Union except read about it, all right? They don't want to know anything about the EU.
No longer wants to do anything for the EU.
Yeah, I say thank God for the EU because they are bringing these regulations to the table and they have the size to make a difference, even if they are behind on the actual technology. So that's very, very important to me. But I am deeply worried. Counting on the companies to do anything responsible on this, like nuclear proliferation, doesn't apply here, Shoma, because nuclear weapons were invented by and in the hands of government. And these nuclear AI technologies are invented by and in the hands of private companies. And the competition over the profit motive between those companies and the competition at the national level for my companies to win the race to polymathic artificial general intelligence before your country's companies do, because the incredible power that would be derived by that makes it very hard and very tempting for governments not to want to regulate.
Yeah, I completely agree with you, Tom, but Carmi, you have a point of view on that?
So I think, Tom, you're probably one of the very few Americans that think that what we do in the EU is useful. So thank you for your moral support. No, I can tell you by heart, because I was the leading negotiator of the European AI Act. I had all the possible pressures from the lobbies. The last trialogue, which is the last discussion, took 38 hours, 27 without sleeping, because I knew that if I let them rest, they will not come back to the table, and that could not be approved. But it is enforced, so it's not an idea, it's a reality. It's one law for 27 countries, already came to force last August, and 6 months after, already the prohibited uses must be out of the market. And the important thing, well, the bad thing is that Europe, we don't win the battle of the narrative. It is we always lose the battle of the narrative. So because the big tech companies are investing so much in public opinion, so much in lobbying in Brussels, we lose the narrative, and even the Europeans don't believe in what we do. But number one, lie. The European AI Act does not regulate AI. We do not regulate AI. We only regulate the high-risk use cases of AI. So we don't care about technology as long as before you launch a project in the market, you need to have a quality control as you have in any other vertical. So if I ask a bank, do you like to be regulated? They will say no. If I ask a pharmaceutical company, do you like to be regulated? They will say no. But they will never take a pill without Food and Drug Administration approval or my European body approval. That's number one. It's the same way I don't go to a restaurant without having any doubt that if I ask for a stick tartare that will pass all the sanity controls, because otherwise I will not eat it. I would just eat at home. Number two is that the only thing we are asking to the large language models is for transparency, because they can propagate systemic risks. And if you use those general models to retrain them with your private data, you must be sure that you're not inheriting bias, that you're not inheriting illegal use of copyrighted material, and that's what we ask for. The question is, when I'm asking just for transparency, and the industry doesn't want to give it to me, what do you have to hide? Because all this information, they already have it. So this is the only thing. The other things we incorporate, which is very important, everything that has been generated by AI must be marked as generated by AI. So there is no doubt that I'm having a teleconference with Tom, and Tom really exists, because it could happen that Tom does not exist, and I don't know. So I must know. Because the real existential risk for humanity is not that a robot comes here and kills us all. The real existential risk is that we all become insane, because we cannot believe what we see, we cannot believe what we read, and we cannot believe what we listen to. And that's the end game. The end game that we don't have trust in institutions and society. And we are an narcotized society that just left back and have no action. I think that's important. There is a way to do things in a wise way. There is no single justification for impersonation of AI. We can get all the benefits of AI without impersonating people. And James Cameron, the first one that used AI with Avatar, you have mentioned it, was very clever. He painted the Avatar guys in blue. So there is no confusion. So why don't we paint all the virtual things in blue? Otherwise, we are trying to use AI for social control. And that's the end game.
That's a really important point, Carmi, about painting someone blue. So even if you're going to have a robot, rather than constantly making them in your own likeness, like you said, at least let's know the distinction between human and non-human. And, painting them blue is a good metaphor that, make sure that there's a distinction. Tom, I'm going to just come back to you for last round of questions, on China. But I just want to say something again, which is that I've been kind of putting out this idea that it's ungovernable, it's inexorable, it's coming our way, because I just want to also look at the reality of it. But just cycling back a little bit, Jaron Lanier, who's literally the inventor of virtual reality, he was at Synapse last year on Zoom, befittingly, but he said something which really stayed, and he said, this technology as of now does not exist outside of human control. How you're designing it is very much in human control, and I think, to say the corporates won't do it is really time for government to flex its muscles and say that here are certain things for the common good, which we will not allow the corporates to do, and I think it's important. Like you said, it's easy to sift what are the good aspects of AI technology and what are the things that are not good. And a good, easy example is to go back to the social media impacts on all of us. And I can't understand why, once we know that these dopamine loops are creating so much of, forget the political polarization, just mental health issues, they'll come up with another business model. Why aren't governments turning off the tap on these dopamine loops, So, Tom, what do you think about that? Before we come to your experience in China as the last round of questions.
They're captured. I mean, I don't know if you all watched our swearing in of our president, but who was standing behind him? Basically, the biggest AI companies, generators, their CEOs. He had them there as props. And they were happy to be there as props, or felt they had to be there as props, to make sure he didn't come after any of them. But there's a reason, Section 230, which basically says that the New York Times, if it prints something that is libelous, is subject to libel laws, but Facebook isn't. And these companies have captured our governments. The tech bros are all in now with Trump, and he's all in with them. And all they have to do is tell them, if you regulate us, we're going to lose out to the EU or to China. And there goes the regulation. So, if you just follow the news, I mean, we have a mafia government now, Shoma. If you haven't noticed, our Treasury Secretary went to Ukraine, put down a piece of paper that said Ukraine needs to sign over to the president of Ukraine, sign over $500 billion in mineral rights. And if he didn't sign that paper, people in Washington were going to be very, very upset. That was the U.S. Treasury Secretary. That wasn't like some just tech bro. And behind him is an enforcer named Elon Musk. So that's, if you think this government is going to be the one to regulate AI in the beautiful ways, that Carmi talked about, you haven't been reading the news of the past 2 weeks.
So let's just come then to this, this kind of bogeyman of China. You went there, Tom, and you did write about the kind of, everything exponential that we are talking is going to happen in the future, near future. You said, and in your columns you've written, that it has already happened in China. So give us, for those who didn't read your column, give us a sense of that. And then both of you say, this geopolitical war, so forget the domestic wars, what's going to happen with the geopolitical war? And is that going to be the justification for letting AI go on an unbridled ride, through human history?
Well, China basically took a great leap forward in advanced manufacturing in the last 6 years. We kind of missed it because of the 3 years of COVID and then the disengagement that followed those 3 years. So when I was in China, a few months ago, what struck me, I felt like for the first time I was the only American in China. We've really disengaged in a shocking degree, and in that period, China has treated Trump basically the way America responded to Sputnik, back in the 50s. When the Soviet Union launched Sputnik, we realized we were really behind and we needed to double down on technology. Well, the same basically is happening with Trump, that China sees him as a fundamental threat. So they've taken a great leap forward. When I was last in China previously, Xiaomi was a phone company. I came back, they were a car company. Huawei was a phone company. I came back, they were a car company. BYD was a battery company. I came back, they were a car company. So China basically is not messing around with combustion engines. It's making a great leap forward, into what I would call the new ecosystem engine of growth for the 21st century. If in the industrial age, it was steel, coal, and aluminum and combustion engines, if that was the ecosystem you needed to dominate. In the 21st century, it's going to be AI, robotics, neural networks, electronic vehicles, and autonomous driving. You need to have that ecosystem, I think, to really thrive economically. China is developing that ecosystem. Trump came in and basically said, we're not going to do EVs. Well, if you pull one part of that ecosystem out, you actually can't get to autonomous driving because combustion cars, gas cars, can't do autonomous driving in the way Waymo does because a gas car can't brake fast enough. So I'm very worried that China understands that is the growth engine. I hope the European Union does as well. But we are going to opt ourselves out of part of that for what I call right-wing woke reasons. We don't do green because green cars, are girly man, not for any other reason. And I'm extremely worried about the asymmetrical growth, between the U.S. and China. Look at DeepSeek. What did China do? Think of neural networks as an orange. So we thought, well, to build a bigger AI orange, you just need to add more neural networks. And China discovered a way actually to have a smaller orange, but through software and algorithms to squeeze more juice out of it, more AI juice. So, they're not standing still. They're not going to take this sitting down. This is a serious country. And if we, America, I can only speak for America, not the EU, if we aren't serious, we're going to get run over.
Well, Carmel, last thoughts from you, on this whole war with China, this kind of geopolitical competition that's kicked in. And just the final thoughts would be, we chatted about it earlier, that could the Trojan, sort of weapon in sorting some of this out is to bring more women into the decision-making around this, because maybe the perspective on it will be different.
I would add one perspective.
That was very feeble clapping, so we can see that's not going to be much of an answer at all.
No, that has to do with diversity. Now it's a forbidden word in the US, no? Diversity, equity, and inclusion is like now.
You mentioned that, Tom, I have to say this was very
I'm sorry, I have to leave. Since you've used those words, I'm going to have to leave. So,
So you cannot tell them, sorry.
Tom, but I have to say, you were very innovative right now. I noticed that you said it's called right-wing wokeism,
Yes.
Given that wokeism has become something that they're really throwing as a grenade, it's good to say that that's right-wing wokeism. That's a new phrase.
I think that we can try to simplify it as we can, but even though we now are the lowest level of multilateralism and multilateral cooperation, the serious problems of humankind are still global. Climate change, inclusion, the AI divide. I mean, 2.5 billion people don't even have access to internet in the world. Imagine the AI divide. I mean, we're talking about operational efficiencies and artificial intelligence. That only affects those countries who already have ecosystems, which is global north. So that divide can increase. So there's something that doesn't match in the math. I mean, all the sector, especially the investors, make us believe that this is a race when the winner takes it all. And I don't see that happening. They make us believe that they have only 2 years margin to win this battle. That this battle is not now no longer the AI race battle, it's the battle for the control of energy sources. And this is why we cannot provide from our own country the data centers we need for these inefficient models that DeepSeek has shown that it can be much more efficient. So what has happened so far is that instead of investing in R&D from the private companies, we have outsourced that cost to public institutions. So I'm not optimizing my product because I ask you to give me all the energy I need. We're going to compete from 1 clean liter of water between a human and a machine. That makes no sense. And when things don't make no sense, there comes a point when they collide. And first a point when they collide. Because either there is a society upheaval that happened in the Industrial Revolution, or because the ecosystem does not evolve at the same path. And because you need to put all these pieces all together in the same speed, something will not match. And I really don't think that this is a battle between two. We have many other players. We have India with a lot of talent, with an open source strategy that President Modi specifically vocally said during Paris summit. We have soft powers like Middle East. They have many other players. So I see more these general models are not the game changer, because they become, I would say, like operating systems. If I use the operating system of Microsoft or the operating system of Apple or Linux, which is an open source, that doesn't make me more competitive. What makes me more competitive is how do I use these operating systems to find a clear solution of a clear problem in my vertical domain. And that is what will happen. We see really the critical advantage of one country versus the other is how they will use AI, how they retrain these general purpose models that I wish they would be all open source, so we can retrain with our private data, because these models cannot evolve without private data, because all the public data has already been ingested. So they are no different to the other. The only difference is if I have more muscle, more computing power, more energy, more chips, or if I have access to new sources of data, either data that the humans will generate, and probably we need a new decade, either data from the global south that nobody is taking the money to invest in these inclusive and representative data sets, or data from private companies or private sectors. And for that, again, we need trust. And I don't see that happening. So I have a small hope. First of all, that we're still on time to put in place governance mechanisms. And my governance mechanisms are the one we have proposed and have been approved by the UN, is first of all, an international independent scientific panel that gathers scientific evidence, and we have a consensus of what are the risks and what are the opportunities? Because this is the first technology that has not been developed by the academia.
Sorry, that has not?
It has been developed by the academia, by the public-funded researchers that they publish what they discover. This is on the dark rooms of the R&D centers of private companies. Why this has happened? Not because the public academia didn't have the talent, not because they didn't have the money, because they didn't have access to data. So based on the data monopolies, we are building the AI monopolies. So we should understand that they are monopolies, and we should regulate it as such. So that are the things that need to change.
Thank you very, very much, Carme. Thank you, Tom. I want to put out a word that you've come up with, or maybe it's just in the sort of stratosphere, is the idea of the Policene, you know, and that it is many we have the polymaths, we have the Policene now, which is an era with many, many crises coming together. We've at least identified the crises. Hopefully next year by Synapse, there'll be a few more answers. Some of them are beginning to germinate, and it's been an exhilarating 2 days, and both of you were the perfect note to end on. Thank you very much for joining us, Tom. Thank you, Karmi.
Thank you.
And with that, we come to an end of Synapse. Thank you very much for being such an excellent audience. It's been wonderful, really. Thank you. Thank you so much. Wow, that's thrilling. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Wow, thank you. Thank you so much. Incredible. Thank you. Thank you so much. It's incredible to see that. Really, thank you. I would just, thank you so much. That's really humbling. You know, that is just beautiful. Thank you very, very much. I would love it if you could please just stay, because I really want to invite the team on stage, because I've been on stage, but there's a whole AI network, human AI network, working to make this possible, and I'd love to call all of them on stage. And once again, thank you to all our partners. But first and foremost, my partner, Aditya Puri, who's really been my partner in all things. I hope Aditya's here. He may be at the dinner. Ritika Pasi, Executive Editor of Lucid Lines. You've seen her on stage, but I'd love to call her on board. Aishwarya, who's really, you know, many of you have dealt with Aishwarya because she, Taruna, others in our team have personally persuaded each of you to come here. So thank you, Aishwarya. She works with editorial, with marketing, with legal, with all of that. I'd like to call on stage Taruna Ummat, again somebody who's been my partner in looking for money, and you really do need companionship for that. Taruna, thank you so much. Manik, Deputy Editor of Lucid Lines, journalist for many years, but he jumped ship to join Synapse, a new sort of adventure. Manik, it's been wonderful. Where's he? Navamita, you know, it's really wonderful to have Navamita. She's one of our outstation, members of the team. But a lot of people who will come on stage have been party to the kind of beautiful creatives you've been seeing there. So thank you, Navamita. Atharv, again, a journalist. He's an awarded writer, but he's been doing some of the social media. So, you know, the footprint of Synapse will continue thanks to Atharv. Noor is a creative spine, the most calm, wonderful team partner you could hope for in a crisis. Thank you, Noor. Rumjum, oh my God, she's so young, so creative. I'm not going to say what was next on my lip. She's ours, and Rumjum is here. Dipanshu, you're the redeemed member of our team. Thank you, Dipanshu. Where's he? He's really held ground. Dipanjali, all of you who are speakers, you know Dipanjali, the warmth and hospitality. Dipanjali knocked herself in the head really hard just before Synapse, but you wouldn't know it from meeting her. Kamal, our accounts man, we hope you prosper, Kamal. Himanshu, again, our data man. All of you would have been flooded with, I don't know, more than 1 lakh messages that we've sent out to ensure that you know what's going on, where to come, where to have dinner, where to have lunch. These guys have been personalizing it manually. So Himanshu, Yuvraj, Mallika, it's amazing. You've been on the console. Please do come on stage. Isha, Mansi, new entrants to the team. Aniket, very sardonic,
tech spine behind us. Maitri, you've been wonderful. Thank you very much. Dibyangi, who's not here, but she's really also our kind of intellectual bank. Malvika, Priyanka, others who've helped. Prateek, my very, very dear friend, again, part of our creative room. Ira and Nishtha, oh my God, diamonds, where are you? Ira, Nishtha. Simran Khungar, amazing work. Taman Rangeen, Simran Kaur, Valmik, Kabir. They happen to be my sons, but they've also been part of the team, making films, choosing music, doing research. Santosh, Uttarayan, Swarodeep, amazing. Thank you very much. Bushra and Boost, they're not here, but they're wonderful partners. Sumit, Pankaj, Shalu, Ram, they were there at the console when that tech breakdown happened, and they're still standing. And the entire production team, Shibani and Manisha, thank you so much. Where's Shibani and Manisha? Many of you would have met them right here. Do come on stage. There are many other well-wishers, family, loved ones. All of you are there. You know who you are. But a big salute to all of you. Thank you so much. It is such a pleasure working with you and such a pleasure to have you as an audience. Thank you. And two other members who are literally the complete reason that we all exist as a team. Kishore and Moina, please do come on stage. When Moina goes on leave, the entire team's battery goes down. So this is the rare earth minerals that keep us going. Thank you, Kishore. Thank you, Moina. And thank you, everybody. We're going to have dinner. There's a wonderful band. Let's dance. Let's drink. Let's remind ourselves why we are human. And Sophia is going to be there for dinner as well. So you can continue your interactions with that. Thank you for being such a wonderful audience. I want to announce the dates for next year because we had more than 200-300 people who would have also been here who said, why did you tell us so late? So the dates for next year, Synapse, if Shiv Nadar Foundation is going to continue as our patron, of course, is the 21st and 22nd of February. So do mark your dates and we'll be together here again. Thank you.